Hey, hey, get out of my way. I gotta see what Tony TGD's gonna say. Time to listen to the geek getaway. Cause I brought so many geeky films, games, and TV shows. Maybe if we're lucky, the further expose the Amico. Hey, hey, get out of my way. This used to be the hot takes, so you might as well stay. It's time to listen to the geek getaway.
What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Baron of the Bog and YouTube's top frog, Tony TGD. And once again, I am joined with the lovely crew of the Geek Getaway, Gabbing with Geeks crew. First up, we got my man Blinded Braille joining us once again, back from his hiatus. What's up, Blinded? How's it going?
What's up? Nothing much. Just celebrating my birthday and chilled. That's really it.
So what are you now, like 17, 18?
Yeah, 17. I'm like regressing. Yeah. Let's put me at 17. How about that?
So how was the birthday? Did you get some birthday cake?
No. I skipped out birthday cake because I'm trying to lose weight and go back to the gym, so no cake.
No cake?
No.
Not even the cake, quote unquote?
No, not even the cake. No, unfortunately. No cake.
Okay, for,
maybe next year I'll have multiple cakes.
Anything interesting happening since you've been gone? Anything you've been working on? Any projects?
I've been trying to work on a short film. It's kind of. I mean, I might start shooting it. It's just like a little drone short film. So I still keep cheaping out on YouTube because I'm like just like want to do other things than sit down and edit videos. But yeah, we'll see.
And of course, in the third position, a man who just survived a violent attack by a rabid vegan beat him off with a cheeseburger. It is none other than Dazed Gaming. What is up, Dazed?
Oh, not much, man. Yeah, it was rough. I barely escaped with my my life. That was a tough time. Not gonna lie.
Did you escape with your dignity intact?
Yes, I did. I did.
So it's been a while since you've been here too. So how you been doing?
Yeah, well, I was on I had a vacation, and then I went down to visit my dad and down in Georgia, and we went and got to see an Atlanta Braves game, which was fun. That's always a good time. The Braves are on a hot streak right now. They've been winning a bunch of games in a row, so it was a good time. Got to hang out with my dad for a little bit. We flew down. We were only there for about 3 days, and then flew back. So, but yeah, got to spend some quality time, and especially with Father's Day coming up this weekend, it was a good visit. I'm looking forward to literally doing nothing tomorrow and enjoying my Father's Day.
Sounds good. And joining us in the fourth position on the big show, and the first of our special announcements, Bomini TV, the British invasion himself, the next James Bond, and our new permanent co-host here, as long as he's awake and not too drunk. What's up, Bob?
Yo, what's up?
How's your week been, Bobby?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I got to see my mate Mobius, and we watched the greatest movie of the year, Morbius.
Was it Morbin time?
Oh, it was so Morbin everywhere.
They really dropped the ball with that. I swear they should have just added that line in on the second release.
Oh, 100%.
Done game.
Like, have any of you seen it?
I've seen it at
no, I haven't.
10 times speed? So it was like a minute. I saw the whole thing.
It's
was
like
on Twitter.
even worse than it's worse than you could even imagine.
Yeah, with just like that 1 minute that I saw of all the scenes flashing before my eyes, it did look like shit. So I believe you.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to watch it tomorrow, or at least that's the plan, with my father for Father's Day. He's a
Do you
big
really hate your
Spider-Man
father that much?
fan.
God
He's the
damn.
one who wants to see it. That's the funny part. He's a big Spider-Man fan. Not as big as Tommy Tallarico, but he's up there.
Is
All right,
Morbius
so-
part of Spider-Man?
Yeah, he's a
Yes.
Spider-Man villain turned anti-hero.
Oh. I did not know that.
Man, you're losing all your nerd cred.
To be fair,
I don't
this
know a lot about
movie
the
has
comics.
nothing to do with Spider-Man. So
That is true. I mean, the Venom movie had nothing to do with Spider-Man either. He's a
Yeah.
Spider-Man villain. Before we go off onto a tangent, my week has been super awesome. I don't know if you noticed, but everybody's talking about us. We're on the lips of damn near every YouTuber in this community. People are rooting to us all over Twitter. I'm now Voldemort. They'll talk about me without saying my name. Lovely. We got people making videos. We got people threatening to make videos. We got people coming at people that are associated with us just tangentially. It's a lovely time. A lovely time. One of those people actually is backstage. Should I bring him out?
Yes.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys? Cameron here, it's Canadian Gamer.
Hey, what's up, Cam? Would you tell us, Cameron, who is your favorite YouTuber?
The Geek Getaway.
That's what I said. I was
Wow.
telling everybody that you're a big fan of us. They didn't believe us. Anything else you want to say about us before you go? Because I know you're a busy man.
You can take a look at his channel on YouTube. He's also got a website as well where he does video game reviews. I think it's called thegeekgetaway.com.
It is thegeekgetaway.com. Thanks for plugging that, Cameron. I don't plug it that often because the website's kind of on a little bit of a hiatus. But thank you for doing that.
If I'm not
Thank-
mistaken. Definitely worth checking out. The reason why I'm doing this
No. We don't care why you're doing this. That's all you get. You get your 5 minutes of fame on the show. Glad you could
All right.
join us.
Thanks, Cam. That was real nice of him.
It was real nice. I really appreciate the shout out. Other than that, I mean, we did get a nice. I got a DM. I know no one's going to believe this, but I did get a DM on Twitter. Someone reached out and they said, "Hey, big fan of the show. I like what you guys are doing. You're very entertaining." And I know I was surprised because he said I was very entertaining, not everybody else, because apparently I'm the boring one. I'm the straight man on the show. I'm the Mo to everybody's stooges here. But yeah, someone reached out, said they're a big fan of the show. Appreciate what we do. Appreciate the coverage that we give onto the Amico. Just wanted to let me know. Keep up the good work. So that kind of made my day. I like that. So if you guys want to, stroke my ego and send me some Twitter DMs telling me how great I am, feel free. Always feel free to reach out to tell me how fucking great I am. I will never not accept that. I will always say, go ahead, give me the love, give me the attention I deserve. But other than that, we've been working on some things behind the scenes, getting some stuff set up. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Some Intellivision Amico news, just a little bit. We're going to be talking about Diablo Immortal. We're going to talk about the Xbox app. What else did I say? There were some other things I said we were going to talk about. I guess we'll figure it out as we go along. You know how this show runs. You've been here long enough. It's been a year. We never plan anything out. We go crazy. I did invite Carl, and I sent him a DM on Twitter, but he hasn't answered. So he might show up, he might not. But I did want to try to get him in because it is the 1 year anniversary.
Well, hopefully he shows up.
I think that's everything for the intro. My mic sounds good. Thanks, Tommy. Real quick, I just want to tell everybody that we appreciate you guys being here. Chappie, Retro Game Puppy, Dorkside, 56K Warning, Francis Candy, Ninja Kitty, Diablo Amico, of course, MIDI Music, King of All Buttocks, Potion Sword Run, Game Czar, Joshua Perez, Retro Bro. Who else we got here? I think that's it. I think it's everybody.
I think you skipped King of All Buttocks.
No, I said King of All Buttocks.
No, he said
sorry.
him. I heard it.
Yeah, Bob is crazy.
What's up,
yeah,
buttocks?
No, it's Gary who's crazy and wrong.
Gary's
Poor
not here,
Gary.
unfortunately. He's been having a little rough go of it.
I better not be the new Gary.
You're the new Andy.
Oh man.
Retro Game Puppy says, I made this my new mainstream over Review Tech USA now. But over there, you get the relax your anus, and all the burping and farting. You could just.
Gross.
Carl's too busy making TikToks. He is. He's fucking killing it on TikTok.
Yeah, he's got over 1,000 subscribers on there.
Who's getting yelled at back there?
Who knows?
I don't know. That might have been coming from me. No one's getting yelled at. Just some background chatter.
So Gary's not here, but I did want to talk about a game that apparently got a lot of attention, but somehow I missed it. Like, it was like 4 years ago. Let me pull that up. I hate these old games when you look them up on YouTube and you got to fucking scroll for like an hour to get to the fucking trailer because everybody's made videos on it. Also, for everybody here, we were going to play some games for money on the after show, but I forgot to go to the store and pick up the gift cards. So we just might play some games for fun. We might play a little Ninja Turtles if we can figure out how to cross-play between Steam and Xbox. And any other cool things we got planned, gentlemen?
I don't know. I think maybe we just might have to exclude you if we can't figure it out how to do it on Steam. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Hey, that sounds fine to me. I'll sit back and watch you guys play.
Okay.
I don't need to be center of attention all the time, gentlemen.
That's fair.
I mean, just like 95 to 96% of the time, make me center of attention.
So you were going to give out prizes for some games?
I was.
Wow. Fancy.
I mean, we gave out $25 last week.
Did you?
Yeah.
I was I was
here.
down in Georgia, so I was not listening. Who won?
Well, thanks. Appreciate it. Fuck, who won? Trying to think of what the hell his Crazy John, I think. Was it Crazy John?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
Crazy John. He won. We were playing Guess the Commercial,
Nice.
and he obliterated everybody. Gary was winning, and then all of a sudden, shit just went downhill.
Oh, you had people guessing from the audience too. Cool. Nice.
Yeah. All right, so this is the indie game spotlight of the week. We're going to be talking about Fight and Rage. This is an older game. It's like 4 or 5 years old at this point, but I just stumbled upon it. It looked fantastic. It is a beat 'em up. I know everybody's talking about the Turtles beat 'em up, but this one looks great, sounds great. And we're going to take a look at the trailer and have a little discussion about it. get to it. But let me remind you, as always, like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, because it helps Bob come over to the U.S. and leave that damp, dingy UK. So what did you gentlemen
Yeah, that
think?
looks cool. Yeah, it's cool.
That looks pretty badass.
I was to say it looks badass to me. Apparently, everybody gave it rave reviews. They were all talking about it. It was the belle of the ball for a little bit, for a small time. It is a one-man developer.
Wow.
He came up with the idea of the game. He programmed it, all that. He did have help with the music, though. So it was one man developing, one man doing the music. And the reason that I came upon this game is because the man doing the music, his name is Gonzalo Varela. He is a musician from Uruguay. He's done music for films, for short films, for video games. He's put on over 200 concerts in South America. And next Friday, we're going to have him right here on the channel. And we're going to have a conversation with him. We're going to do a little bit of an interview with the composer for the music for Fight and Rage. So stay tuned for that. And that's really why I highlighted the game more than anything.
That's
Let's
cool,
get to
though.
it first. It is. He speaks. I heard one interview that he did, and when you guys hear him, you're going to be like, "Oh my god, you're just interviewing Leo."
Really?
I swear, everybody from South America has that. Like, sounds like Leo. Leo, fucking Evil Knievel, and now this guy. They all have the same fucking voice.
Yeah. Well, they probably think the same thing about us.
Probably. Ninja Kitty says he owns Fight and Rage on Steam. Awesome.
Oh.
Potion Sword says, "I'm gonna tell the dentist, don't be soft. Give me the best you have." Giving away prizes. I'm the new Murray. I'm not the new Murray because I don't require anybody to subscribe to the channel, like the videos, or even like me. You can come in, play a game, and win something, and never come back. I'm just looking to have fun and give back a little to the community.
Can they come in and tell you to fuck off and you'll still pay them?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, wow.
no strings attached.
Nice.
Thinking Fox says, "What's your favorite beat 'em up game?"
Tough
Of all
choice
time?
between Golden Axe and Alien Storm.
Too old school. What about you, Days?
I really like the Simpsons arcade beat 'em up. I've always been a big fan of that, or the Turtles in the arcade. Those have always been two of my big favorites.
Blinded. What's your favorite beat 'em up?
I would have to think about it because it's not really my favorite genre, to be honest.
Splathouse 2 is a really big one as well. I love.
Yeah,
I've never played
I think-
that. I've been wanting to.
It's so good. It's really short. You can beat it in like half hour, 45 minutes.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. For me, I guess I would be a tie between the original Turtles arcade game, just for the nostalgia. Something I played all the time at the bowling alley. That was the bowling alley game.
Yeah.
Loved it. That and Final Fight. And I'm going to say something controversial. I'm going to say the SNES version, not the arcade original version. Again, just based on the nostalgia of playing it, sitting around Super Nintendo, playing it with the friends, trying to beat the game.
That is a fun one too. Like if I had to pick console, though, honestly, like one of my favorites, and it's based on nostalgia. Like if it weren't the arcade, I'd have to go with Double Dragon 2, just because I played that so much with a friend of mine when we were young, and it's still fun today. I think it still holds up.
Well, I used to play Double Dragon, the original Double Dragon, in the arcade. It wasn't even an arcade. It was a little like corner grocery store. They had like 3 or 4 machines. They had Jackal, Double Dragon.
That's a good one.
I think a Pac-Man machine. And I don't remember what the 4th game was. But they had it. So me and my brother would always go there. We'd get some money from my mom, and we either play Jackal or we play Double Dragon. And one day we got all the way to the end of Double Dragon. And then the game didn't end, right? We beat the final boss, and we're like, what's going on, right? Like, there's nothing's happening. And then I hit him, and it was like all of a sudden, like, yeah, you can start you hit each other. Like, oh, so then I killed him, and then I won. It was like, yay, I won the game. He was all pissed.
Yeah, you got to fight for the girl there at the end.
Yeah. So
it's only one chick.
There was. This was before thruples were a thing. It was one man, one woman. All right. What do we want to go to next? We want to talk about Diablo Immortal?
Yes.
Wow, that was a very enthusiastic yes, Bob.
Yes.
What do you want to be like? No.
We're not used to the high energy.
Fuck that topic.
This one, I was so fucking shocked. I was shocked at what I read here. And a little behind. I was supposed to get everything all set up. It was going to be a seamless show for once, and didn't happen.
Yeah, right.
It's never a seamless show.
That's why I said for once.
If it was for once, then the charm would be gone.
It's true.
Yes.
True. Mostly because I had to go to work today. That's why I didn't get everything set up, and then I forgot some shit. And it was a big mess. Big mess. All right. So we're going to be talking Diablo Immortal and how they made $24 million in just 14 days from launch.
Dang.
I thought people didn't have smartphones.
That's what I thought. We're going to remind you to like the video, share it with your friends, because that helps the channel get out there. And of course, if you ain't subscribed, what are you doing? Hit that subscribe button, because this is going to help Dazed stay away from any vegans attacking him looking for cheeseburgers.
Please, I need your help.
Gentlemen, do you have smartphones? Don't you have phones?
Yeah.
What's the phone?
I am using my smartphone to stream from right now.
Wow. I believe that was one of the big talking points, the big taglines for Diablo Immortal. If you remember way back when, there was a big controversy when they announced Diablo Immortal. This is from GameIndustry.biz. There was that huge controversy. Everybody said they weren't going to play. This is the game they definitely weren't going to play. They hated Blizzard. Blizzard could burn in a fire because they didn't get their new Diablo game. They got a stupid Diablo mobile game. It's garbage. And then, right before launch, there was another controversy. I said, oh, this game is filled with microtransactions. The game has so many microtransactions that it's actually a microtransaction simulator with gameplay sprinkled on top, just a little bit.
Sounds
Everybody was upset. Videos were made, people were angry, pitchforks were raised, torches were lit. But somehow, despite all of this, gamers pulled through and delivered $24 million fucking dollars to Diablo Immortal. Ain't that insane?
Damn.
Could you imagine if people actually were looking forward to this game, how much money they would have made?
Yeah, it would have made a lot.
Has anybody played it?
No.
No.
No. I'm not really big into this genre of gameplay to begin with. And mobile phones, I have a very addictive personality. And then I'll just start dropping money. Sorry. So this, like I said, is from GameIndustry.biz. Jeffrey Rousseau wrote this. It says Diablo Immortal gets over $24 million in spending within 14 days after launch. The U.S. accounted for 43% of the dungeon crawler's earnings, as South Korea was second at 26% in player spending. It says within the 2 weeks since its launch, Diablo Immortal has generated over $24 million in consumer spending. Activision Blizzard's free-to-play dungeon crawler was developed in partnership with NetEase. As reported by PocketGamer.biz, revenue for the game has been nearly equal on both the App Store and the Google Play storefronts. Apple consumers generated $13 million, and player spending on Android was $11 million. In terms of revenue breakdown by country, the U.S. accounted for 43% of Diablo Immortal's earnings, whereas South Korea was second at 23%. Japan accounted for 8%, Germany 6%, and made up Canada 3%. Yeah, so Canada, you're holding it down. You did the best as far as resisting. Despite its financial success, Diablo Immortal didn't release in the Netherlands and Belgium. That's probably because of the whole loot box ban, all that stuff that was going down there. And that's basically it. That's the whole story. But what do you guys think about this? I mean, everybody was upset, right? They were like, "No, this game's gonna fucking tank." People were giving it bad scores. I think it was getting review bombed at one point with like ones on Metacritic. But somehow it still managed to pull in $24 million. What does this say about our society?
I just want to know who are the
remember
people that were complaining and ended up playing this game, because I'm sure there's like thousands of them.
Plenty.
I've said it before.
I remember
the people complaining online, not to cut you off, Dave, but the people complaining online usually are just doing that. Like, that's all they're doing is complaining. They're not actually serious.
Exactly.
Jumping on a bandwagon. Oh, we're all mad at Blizzard. Yeah, I'm with you guys. Fuck Blizzard. While they're secretly playing Diablo Immortal on the other screen. You know?
Yeah.
I feel those
I
people
remember
who are complaining. Oh, sorry, Dave. Go on.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say real quick, it's really not that important, but I remember Pat and Ian got a lot of shit for a take they had that was like basically mocking the people that were throwing a tantrum about it, like saying how like they were entitled and all this. And I remember them receiving quite a bit of flack for that take.
Yeah, I remember.
But it looks like they were right. You know, I mean, it didn't matter. People are still going to play the game.
I think people were just upset that they didn't get Diablo 4, because it was like, what?
Exactly.
At that point, it was like, how many years since Diablo 3? Like 7, 6? I don't know. But, like, I mean, they're getting it now next year, so, I mean, I think that's why they just don't care. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I also wonder if the people complaining about it are complaining because they're going to spend money on it.
They already knew, huh? Yeah, that is a good point. When the game was announced, like everyone said, there was this huge backlash. Even that they had the guy at the BlizzCon. Is this an out of season April Fool's joke or something? Right? I think that was the one. And I hate to say it, but I kind of agreed with Pat and Ian just a little bit. because there was nothing there, right? So they said, "Hey, we're coming out with Diablo Immortal," and everyone's all upset. And I'm like, "What are you upset about? They just announced the game. That's it. Like, they didn't take away anything. They didn't say we're not giving you Diablo 4. They didn't promise you Diablo 4 and then give you Diablo Immortal, right? It was just they announced a game that you weren't excited about, which is fine, right? You could be not excited about it, but to be angry and upset, that was like, whoa, it's a step too far. I think people were just a little bit entitled. Sometimes
Well,
you
like
gotta
you
curb
said, I
your
mean, it's
expectations.
fun. It's fun to jump on that bandwagon, like you were talking about. Like it's fun to just be like angry, sometimes, and just have something to complain about. Like that was like their lolcow kind of for a little bit, just bashing them for making something that they weren't happy with.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel that like long-term fans of the series, because like Diablo's always had tons of replayability and like real cool upgrading system, that the fear was of all this microtransaction stuff coming in.
And that happened. That
And
fear
it
was
happened.
warranted.
It did happen. Yeah.
Oh no.
I do believe that the developers said that the microtransactions will not be coming to Diablo 4. That it is a
They
mobile
say
thing.
that, but
I'm
you
just
never
saying,
They're
know.
probably they're gonna test it, see how well it plays. If it's good enough and making them a lot of money, they'll slide it in.
Yeah.
I do think one of the scummy things that came out of this whole debacle was they sent reviewers review codes with the microtransactions not present in the game. So
Yeah,
the
you
reviewers
Yes, I did see
still
that.
doing that
I
shit.
did see that. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so
that
when
they
they
won't have
reviewed,
anything to say about it.
yeah, they reviewed Diablo Immortal, just talked about the gameplay. They had no idea that the microtransactions were going to be in there. Then they get announced after the reviews come out, and then those reviewers get backlash from the gaming audience, like, "Oh, you
Yeah,
lied to
that's
us. Why did you tell
shady.
us?" So, yeah, you got to remember there's embargoes, there's NDAs, there's different things, and sometimes they pull some stuff, like they put things in the game after they sent you a review code. It's not
Yeah.
always the reviewer's fault. I know we like to get upset at gaming journalists. I'm right there with you. But sometimes, not very often, but sometimes it's not their fault. It is the company being scummy. So just keep that in mind. And Jesus Christ, stop spending so much money on mobile games. I know it's tempting. I know it's fun. I know, you got extra money. You're like, fuck it. You don't know my finances. You don't pay my bills. I get all that. But you are hurting everybody else. You're hurting gaming as a whole. And this shit is going to spread to consoles, and we're never going to be able to get away from it. So please stop. Anything else you want to say about this, gentlemen?
Nah.
No,
not
I
that
mean
much.
it's hard to have an opinion. I don't really have an opinion either way. Like when you're talking about the fans being upset versus like not really giving them a thing. Because I mean I can see it from both sides, because it's like, yeah, I'm not like a big fan of that, but like you could look at something like that I am a big fan of, like Star Wars, and I wasn't really happy with the direction that like Disney took it. So I mean I could kind of relate. I mean you have expectations of something and it doesn't work out to you. So it's some of it's probably justified, but it was probably a little bit too much. That's just where I'll leave it. Like there might have been a little bit too much complaining, but some of it is justified.
Well, I think that like the fact that you have to spend $110,000 to upgrade your character to max is a bit like bad. And like, I mean, I don't mind there being microtransactions, but when you have to spend that money to upgrade your character to max, it seems a bit like baking it into the system.
Is that
That's what it is. $110,000 real
Yeah, to get to max
money,
level.
is
Yeah.
that you have to, like, there's no way to avoid it,
or is it? Or
I'm not
can
too
you
sure,
level
but
up?
like what I heard is it's dependent on like these gems for upgrades, and you have to buy these gems. So I don't know all the ins and outs, but I heard that the breakdown was 110,000 to upgrade a character to max, and yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, if that's the case, then that's fucked. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'll bring up the Screen Rant. This is Screen Rant talking about it. Thank you, Bob, for bringing that to my attention. I did remember hearing something about that. It says Diablo Immortal requires $110,000 to fully upgrade one character. One character. Diablo Immortal will cost players a pretty penny to fully upgrade and max out their characters, even though the game is touted as free to play. Says the new Blizzard game Diablo Immortal will cost players a pretty penny to fully upgrade their character. Diablo Immortal is free-to-play mobile and PC game that was recently released on June 2nd or June 1st for lucky Diablo Immortal mobile players in some regions. You're just padding out the article now. This is why people have a problem with games journalists. Just get to the fucking meat and potatoes here. Let's see. Money. All right, here. In a very useful YouTube video, Belluar News broke down exactly what was needed to fully upgrade a character in Diablo Immortal. The full upgrade will cost players a whopping $110,000. This cost includes not only cosmetics and leveling, but also paying to pass time faster. So it's not. So again, it's a little disingenuous.
Yeah, you could. You just. I wonder about. It'd be interesting to know how long would it take if you did it with like the regular way, without paying to win.
Mm.
In order to upgrade faster, players must wait a certain amount of time to get to the next level. Alternatively, players can pay money to cause the time jump to happen, which is something that is also factored into the cost. In the video, they discussed the tactics Blizzard is using in order to encourage people to spend money, such as directing players to their free daily items, which are in the store, and also starting players with small bundles that only cost $1. They do that in every game. Every single game that has microtransactions on mobile, they always give you a little, like, for $1, we're going to give you all this cool stuff to start you off. It's like it's a little, like when they give you free crack, when the crack dealer is like, here's a little crack, and then you get addicted to the crack.
A little
That's
taste.
what they do. Yeah, they give you a little taste. They make it real cheap. It's only 99 cents. And then you're like, oh, okay. And then you see another one, like, well, that one's only $5. Let me get that one. And you're like, oh, shit, the next one's like $10. I already spent $6, so fuck it, I'll spend another $10. And then pretty soon you're on the corner.
You're selling your
sucking
microwave.
Sunken cost fallacy.
You're just giving hand jobs behind the Walgreens so you can get your Diablo Immortal character. I'll be like, come on,
Jesus.
I need to pass the time. But yeah, I mean, every game does that. Also, every game gives you a free item like daily login, and you get a free daily whatever, depending on the game. Then they got, like, if you log in consecutively, you get something, and it's always it's always done to get you logged in, right? We want to keep you logging in. The more you're logged in, the more likely is you're going to spend.
That's right.
But I hate this kind of thing because there's so much wrong with the game, right? But then when you have articles like this that are so disingenuous, 110,000. Damn, did I just get buzzed off?
What was that?
I think that was my my phone.
Yeah.
That was quite loud.
Yeah. I thought maybe you were like, no, you're wrong, Tony. Like, you hit me with the buzzer.
No.
Yeah.
I should do that more often. That was actually fun. Like that.
Yeah. So I'm saying, like, when you get articles like this, they're disingenuous. It's not 110,000. They make it sound like it's required. Then you get people all up in arms. Tell the truth, Be like, hey,
But it would be interesting to know, like, how long is the time wait? Like, if it's like ridiculously long to where you would,
yeah, but
almost
I'm saying
need to.
They even included cosmetics. They said,
Yeah.
Upgrade. It says the full upgrade will cost players, but this cost includes not only cosmetics. So I don't need cosmetics, right? So that shouldn't have even been factored
Well,
in.
some people do. Younger people love cosmetics. My son, I don't know, spent how much damn money on Fortnite cosmetics.
Oh God. Oh no.
Right. So
Yeah.
they say
only to have his account erased. You can't get into his account.
Oh man, that must hurt. Damn.
what did he do on Fortnite? Was he out there teabagging people?
No, it just disappeared one day when he went to log in, just gone. And you can't get in touch with anybody anymore in these big companies. So it's like,
Oh,
just gone.
Right.
they should still have something for that though, because it's Epic. So I mean, this makes them like billions of dollars a year.
Well,
It's
good to
crazy.
know.
We got a Puerto Rican fan in the house. What up, Jay Chimpo? So it goes on to say this system is common in both mobile and online free-to-play games like Lost Ark and Destiny 2, where players can buy emotes and cosmetic upgrades, and gamers have gotten used to seeing their pay-to-win type of gameplay. This system can be predatory. It it is. Just say it is, right? It is predatory. For
It
players who not
absolutely is.
see
Yeah.
how much money the game could end up costing them, and that was what Bellier News was trying to highlight in their video. I suggest you put a little setting on your phone that after you spend X amount of money, the phone's like, no, we're not allowing you to spend anymore. Basically, give yourself an allowance. And then put it password if you can. Make up a password and then forget it so that way you can never change what your limit is.
You know how you do that? You don't have to make it up. You just like tap the buttons and close your eyes and then hit save without looking at it.
Yeah.
Then you never know again.
So, yeah, that's insane though. 110,000 for everything fully upgraded and doing it fast. Paying the money to skip time or whatever it is. Insane. And somebody's going to pay that. They are.
Oh, if somebody's got like some brat that's just like a trust fund baby, yeah, he's gonna easily do it just to say, hey, look what I did, make a TikTok video about it.
And then he'll get so many views that he gets paid to be an influencer, and then he just gets his 110,000 back.
Yeah, freaking little brat.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's a PvP mode, so that could be another reason for people to upgrade. I don't know for sure, but I'd assume because Diablo usually has a PvP mode, so upgrading, spending, pay to win, bad.
Pay to win is
Yeah.
bad.
I agree. Pay to win is bad, and on that note, we will move on to the next segment. Also, Chappie says 110,000 to not play the game.
That would be nice.
56K1 says Days kids ain't no level 1 plebs. They dripping with swag.
Yeah, exactly.
King of All Buttocks says that sound was a fire alarm. Blinded Braille is at Gary's house.
He's got me trapped here at gunpoint.
56K1 says we need Los to verify if this article is indeed an article. Yeah. Yeah, fuck you, kid. We just made up. Yeah, damn, trust fund kid that we invented, for example. Fucking Diablo Immortal. I can't believe they made that much goddamn money. I'm in the wrong business.
Project Unicorn.
They made more money than the Amico fundraisers.
Yeah. In less time.
Yeah, and actually put out a product.
Ooh.
Is it a product, though? Is a pay-to-win game really a product?
It's something. It may not be a good product, but it's a product.
Yeah.
This next article is about Xbox on the PC. And it's a little, I don't want to say confusing, but more like kind of ass backwards, in my opinion. I'll get to it. We're going to be talking about the Xbox app on PC. It's got a new feature that they're going to roll out pretty soon, where it's going to be able to predict whether or not your machine can actually play the game that you're going to download. So that way you don't waste your time downloading it, and then you're not able to play it. But before we get into that, let me remind you, like the video, share it with your friends, and of course, subscribe to the channel, because every subscription helps My man Blind and Braille C, just a little bit better. All right, gentlemen, are you guys Xbox fans by any chance?
A little bit.
Oh yeah, baby.
So this is an article from Eurogamer. Xbox app on PC will now predict if your machine can run a game before you download it. Feature rolling out to users now. It says Microsoft is rolling out an updated version of its Xbox app for PC that includes an at-a-glance indication of whether your machine will likely be able to run a game before you download it. The feature, which should be particularly useful to Game Pass subscribers reckoning with the service's sizable library of titles, is being referred to as Game Performance Fit Indicator. Wow, you couldn't just say, does it work or does it download or
Fit indicator.
Yeah, you need just like huge, the GPFI is not working, boss. Essentially, each time you look at a game via the Xbox app, you'll see a short message offering a prediction of how well Microsoft expects it to run on your machine, generated by comparing a title's performance on PC with similar specs to yours. Microsoft says a new feature is starting to roll out to users now, but notes that while it continues to gather performance data for different games, checks may not appear for all titles. Alongside the Game Performance Fit Indicator, Microsoft has highlighted a number of other app improvements in its announcement post, including back-end changes designed to make for a smoother and more reliable user experience. Will you support Eurogamer? No, I will not. I will tell people to visit the website. That's essentially the whole article. What I find ass backwards about the whole thing is maybe tell me if the game would run on machine before I buy it, not before I download it. Let's stop me from buying games that aren't going to work on machine. You know, if my PC can't handle the game, you should be like, hey, I don't think your PC can handle this. Let's not buy it.
Well, it was talking more. It
just
was
to
talking more
clarify.
though about like the Game Pass.
No, they
Yeah.
said it would help with Game Pass, but they didn't say it was exclusively for Game Pass.
Oh,
Yeah, see,
okay.
the feature which should be particularly useful to Game Pass subscribers, it's not just for that.
Right. So it's for anyone with the Xbox app.
Right. So you go to try to download a game, and it'll let you know, hey, this is not going to work. This will work. But, I mean, if you are using the Xbox app, buying games off of the Xbox store, front, wherever the fuck you want to call it, without the Game Pass, and just, or a game that's not on Game Pass, it would be helpful if they told you before you paid for it if the game was going to work.
That is true. Yeah.
56K Warning says, I hope this isn't a way for Microsoft to not refund games that doesn't work or run well. Yeah, this could be another issue. Are they going to be like, well, we warned you eventually after you bought it?
I could see
Yeah.
that happening.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, Xbox, this is a neat little feature. But like I said, let's try to warn people before they spend money. that it
Or,
might
you
not work.
know, make some games. Like this is the headline. You know what I mean? Like this is the headline coming from Microsoft after they just had an abysmal event on Sunday. So, Phil Spencer, what are you doing? Yes, they did. Anyone that says the wiser, I think, is playing the fanboy card.
Freaking fanboys.
Yeah.
What was the
those
Xbox event called?
Xbox Bethesda Showcase. June 11th, I think. Or 12th.
Yeah, they bought all these freaking companies, man. All these IPs. They might need to start churning some shit out.
So we'll just go ahead right into the Xbox Bethesda Showcase. What did you gentlemen think of it? I know you guys watched it, right? You know,
A steaming pile of dog shit. That's what that was. With some good games, though. Like 4 games out of like 30-something games. So,
What
yeah,
are the 4
it
that
was
you thought were best?
dog shit. Yeah, 4. Only 4.
Well,
What
this is
were
I'm
the
gonna
4
pull up
that
an
you
article.
thought were the best?
So I did like, I think it was like early in the show, High on Life. That's from Justin Rowland, the guy who created Rick and Morty, and that looked pretty good. I mean, it is a little bit. It's it's a FPS, right? But I just think the humor of it and bringing the Rick and Morty style, like that was the interesting part of it.
Right.
What else was there? There was something I have to like pull it up. There
I'll
was this
pull up
game.
everything right now, real quick.
Yeah, that's
this
better.
is from Game Rant. That's everything announced at the 2022 Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. The first thing they got here is Redfall.
That was borderline. Listen, it's not a bad looking game, but coming off of Deathloop, I feel like this game is going to be very mediocre. Like this game
Yeah.
looks like Back for Blood, in my opinion, just with
It is
vampires.
a vampire slaying co-op FPS. I believe it's
Interesting.
multiplayer.
Yeah, it's
No, but-
multiplayer.
Oh, multiplayer, yeah. I thought you
And
said
it's open
multi-plat.
world.
No, this is an Xbox exclusive. Yeah. Hollow Knight, Silk Song. I just asked if
Yeah.
it was multiplayer because there is a game I saw on PlayStation that was like a vampire shooter.
Mm. Yeah, Redfall is like a story-driven, and then it's multiplayer too.
Then you got Hollow Knight.
Yep, coming to Game Pass day one.
A lot of hype for that.
Excellent.
Yeah, that was actually pretty decent.
Yeah, I got to play the first. I never played the first, but I'm not really big into Metroidvanias.
Oh, damn, you're missing out.
Sidekick Max played Hollow Knight. He said it was good. He liked it. High on Life. This is what Blinded was talking about here. A brand new game announced at the showcase. Stylized FPS from the creators of Rick and Morty. I'm not a big fan of Rick and Morty. Maybe I'm just an old man.
The later seasons,
You probably
off.
are.
but yeah, it's not for everyone.
When they got renewed for 10 seasons, that kind of like broke the show because it was like they're going for like a continued story for the first 2 seasons, and then it
Yes.
got like extended to like 10 seasons, and they kind of dropped that completely.
Oh,
Yeah, for me,
that
it just
stinks.
feels like Family Guy right now. That's what it feels like. So I just stopped
Yeah.
watching.
It said Riot Games and Xbox Game Pass. So you
All
can get Riot
PC.
Yeah. That was like, come on, seriously.
Plague Tale Requiem. I haven't played the original Plague Tale, but it looked kind of crappy. I've seen people play it.
I always associate this game with being as Xbox The Last of Us. That's how I saw the first game. So I just never really cared so much for it. But this one didn't look that bad compared to the first one.
Yeah, my buddy said it's like a stealth action kind of game, and he's quite enjoying it.
Hmm.
Then we got Forza Motorsport and Horizon DLC.
That looked pretty cool. You know what I mean? But
But it's just a driving game. We've had how many driving games? They're all the
Yeah.
same. You drive a car
But
around the
that
track.
this one was like Hot Wheels, like a Hot Wheels track. And I think we already have like a game like that from Hot Wheels.
Well,
So
I think Forza's already done I don't know if they have, but yeah. I thought they already done a Hot Wheels.
no, I don't think they did.
Is
If they did, it's been
Forza
years ago.
is Forza on Game Pass?
Yes, it's Xbox,
Is
so
it?
it's going to be on Game Pass.
Okay.
But I mean, they already did games with cars that drive around tracks. This isn't game breaking.
Yeah.
This isn't groundbreaking. I mean, this is
Well, this is just DLC, to be fair. So I won't.
it's not game of the year, is what I'm saying. Cars drive
No.
on a track. Done before. I don't want to hear it.
I mean,
Gary would
people
be
liked. People did like Horizon 4. So I mean, I haven't played it yet, but that's what I've heard.
Overwatch 2 was announced. You're not excited for the Overwatch 2?
I don't think a lot of people are, to be honest, because that beta ruined it. A lot of people are shitting all over this game.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, it does look like the first game, just like, I don't know, like they just changed the map, like as in like gave it a bit of saturation, and that was it. It was like, what is this? This looks like the same shit. It's kind of sad. Yeah, but the single player campaign is not free to play, so you still have to pay for that.
Yeah, it's gonna have a free to play PvP mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember the original Overwatch. Wasn't that great? I didn't think it was that special of a game. The way people were making it out to be.
No, it was such a weird kind of game. I just couldn't get into it, honestly.
I was quite hyped for the first one because it was kind of like a first-person MOBA. So
I could see
was
that.
kind of
Yeah.
interested, but I just lost interest quite quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People got too sweaty at the game, and I was like, no, allow.
Yeah, that ruined.
I'm not big on team games, so you know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Also, apparently, from what I heard, they're not going to have loot boxes in Overwatch 2.
Interesting.
I guess they're just going to just straight up buy everything.
Well, it is going free to play. Is what? Well, the mode.
Yeah. Microsoft Flight Simulator. You're not all excited for that?
Yeah,
I almost downloaded it for the Pelican for my donkey fans.
That was the only thing that was semi-interesting. But otherwise, it's Flight Simulator. Like, at that point, I was like, damn, they're really padding it out. And this is early in the show.
Yeah.
So,
Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76 DLC.
I don't really understand the Fallout DLC. I really don't get why they're putting the pit in the game. The pit shouldn't exist if you're going off of the timeline for Fallout 76. So it's like, okay, at this point, you guys are running out of ideas and you're just going to milk previous Fallout games now. So that was my only comment for that.
I was a fan of Skyrim, but I've never played the Elder Scrolls Online. Again, not a real big multiplayer online person.
I played Elder Scrolls Online back in the day, and it was really fun. And it has a really interesting PvP mode where there's like hundreds of players on a map, and you got to take over castles and battle. That was really cool. But like, yeah, I haven't played it in years, and there's so much DLC for it. It's ridiculous.
Sounds like Destiny.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on that crap game. Arc 2, starring Vin Diesel here.
No one cares. If you look at Arc 2, like, this is why I'm like, oh my god. If you look at Arc 1, I should say, that game had so much controversy around it, and it was just like a mediocre game. And the fact that they're like, oh, we're gonna like add what I think is a story mode, I'm like, who the fuck cares? Like, are you serious? Like, and then you put like Vin Diesel on it, like that's gonna like sell it.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
so
oh my
pathetic.
god, it's just so corny to me. And to be honest, I really think this game is not even gonna be good because that first Arc game was not good. I don't know why it has a player base. I think it's probably just because of the location and dinosaurs. Yeah, right. Which we still haven't gotten, an open world game kind of like that, right? Dinosaurs or caveman times or whatever you want to say, right? So I just looked at this and like, and was this, did they show, I forget if they show gameplay because this whole showcase, did they? No,
They gave us
any gameplay.
They gave a closer look at actor Vin Diesel, and that was it.
That's the thing I don't get. So they should, because when I saw this, I was like, I just like checked out. So they didn't show gameplay, but yet this is supposed to come out within the next 12 months. I don't believe that. Like, that's very hard to believe.
I mean, the first game, like, in fairness, I thought it was quite interesting. I had friends who got deep into it, and like their bases were sick. You could like raise dinosaurs and customize them and stuff. But like the problem was like you had a map which refreshed every week or so, and the team which got to like the high resource point of the map basically like owned the game for that week or month. So it was always just a rush to get to like the best place on the map.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we had
I-
Scorn.
Yeah, that looked great. It was still they were still showing a lot of the same things because I'm excited for this game. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's too late, and they should have like released this game like 5 years ago or whatever." But it's like I still think it's fresh. Like the whole HR Geiger look, like it's different. You know what I mean? So I'm so
Yeah.
excited for it.
I'm super excited for it. Like I've been
Yeah.
following this game for a while, and like the whole development story for the game is quite interesting as well. So like we're lucky that it even managed to get this far in development, and people were like, "It doesn't look fresh anymore." I'm like, "What the hell? There ain't anything like it."
Yeah, that's what I just don't get. Like I think people are talking about the graphic fidelity, but if you're talking about the art design, like there's no game that looks like that. So it's like I don't know what people are like crying about, to be honest.
Yeah,
They weren't
it's
going to
gonna be
play it in the first place.
Yeah, it's
Real-
going to be
real quick.
4K 60 anyway.
Yeah.
Real quick, Potion Sword Run says it was a great show, great case. You guys are all crazy, and you're.
Well,
bunch
he's
of
He's
we
an
know
Xbox.
he's an Xbot, so he's going to say that regardless. And to be honest, I've seen people who were diehard Xbox fan, and they were like, "Man, this was mediocre." And remember, I don't know if you guys know this, but they flew out people to see this show, right? Like in LA, they had this whole event, and they were hyping it up, and people got tickets, and they had like a bar and everything, and they were greeted with this monstrosity. Like if they were showing off like Hellblade and Perfect Dark and all these games that are coming out in then like the next how many years, and they show gameplay or more story details, and I'd be fine with it. But like to say, oh, the next 12 months, I was like, come on. Like they didn't even have Halo DLC. Like that's
What?
embarrassing. Yeah, no
news
Halo
on the
DLC.
no news on the Halo co-op campaign.
Oh,
None. I don't even think it's gonna come out.
sons of
Because
bitches.
there was a rumor, I think it got debunked, but something about it was like, I bet this is true, where they were saying that the Halo Infinite DLC, the story, like for the second part, that's not out until like 2024 at the
Oh
earliest.
my god.
And even though it did get debunked, at this rate at we're going, I feel like that's true. Like something about that is like it's not coming out next year or even this year because it would have been at the event if it was this year.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
All right. Flintlock, Siege of Dawn.
I think this game was actually pretty interesting. Is this the one with the girl and the gun and the axe?
It looked a bit Bloodborne-y.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
says
looked
new
Bloodborne, God of War a bit. That's what it looked like.
third-person action adventure game. It sees the player wield supernatural powers to reclaim the world from the sinister undead army.
Yeah.
Confirmed to be a Game Pass title releasing in early 2023.
Yeah, I mean, it did look better. It kind of reminded me of Forspoken a little bit, but better. So that was one of the games I did like.
We got Minecraft Legends. You're not excited for Minecraft Legends?
No, I could care less.
I thought
I have actually Minecraft isn't too bad. I've played a little bit with my son. I haven't played it in a while, but what is that about? I didn't even see that. What is
It's
it?
going to be an RTS game with Minecraft.
Yeah,
What does that mean? I don't know what
Real-time
RTS means.
strategy.
but it has like a third-person perspective a bit. Like it's not
Basically-
isometric.
Yeah, you're going to recruit, like, say, mobs of skeleton archers to fight other mobs of invading pigmen.
right.
Like I don't hate Minecraft, but I just don't really care for Minecraft spin-off games.
That's true. I hear you.
Minecraft Dungeons was pretty decent.
I looked at that and was like, nah. Yeah, I might
Was
as well
it,
just
though?
go and play Minecraft.
It was. I mean, for someone who's not really into Diablo-type games, I played a decent amount of Minecraft Dungeons. But then again, Sidekick Max likes Minecraft, and that's why we played it in the first place.
You see,
Shame it wasn't
I always played-
announcing
I would play-
Minecraft 2.
I would play Minecraft with my son, and I would always like spend all this time and make like a mega fortress. Like one time, I even built like a whole town with like a McDonald's and a movie theater. And it seems like
Jeez.
every damn time, somehow, I don't know what my son did. It would always like they get corrupted, and it would be like we could never get back in the. I did this like at least four or five times. Still, finally, it's like I'm not playing anymore. Something always
sucks.
happened to
Oh,
ruin my mega creation.
Then you got
That's what I like
Lightyear
doing in
Frontier.
Minecraft. I like building.
Yeah.
This game here, Lightyear Frontier, it says an open world farming adventure.
That was
That game
like,
looked weird.
yeah, that was like really
Boring.
bizarre. It was like, okay, you have a mech and it's like a farming game. Is that the game, the Lightyear?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, because it's like the name of it just sounds so bizarre for what was actually shown. I was like, what the fuck am I looking at?
it says with the help of a farming-orientated mech suit, players will be able to build up a homestead on a mysterious world through resource collection and crop harvesting.
Okay.
I have no interest in those kind of games. Those just seem so boring to me.
But this is what I'm talking about though. This is what they showed at the showcase. Like this is the showcase that you were hyping up for like a couple of months.
This showcase
You
wasn't
showed-
for you.
This
No.
was supposedly for us. That's what Phil Spencer said.
It's not for you. We had
He lied.
Gunfire Reborn.
Oh, that was the furry game.
What was this? Say again?
Gunfire Reborn is a first-person roguelike action game. 4-player
I don't
co-op,
remember this game.
cell shaded.
Oh, is this with the animals?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I looked at that and
First,
I tuned out. I was like, I don't,
it's a
I can't.
It's a
first
furry
person
game.
furry.
Yeah.
I mean, I love my roguelikes, so I'm probably going to try that one out. Like, and it's co-op, so that sounds good to me. But like, it doesn't sound great. It looked absolutely awful. Like the gameplay they showed, the graphics look bad.
Yes, that's what made me tune out. Was like, what the fuck am I looking at?
All right, what about this here? The last case of Benedict Fox.
This
the
was the
Metroidvania
other
title.
game. This is the other game that I was excited for. This looked really good. Just like the setting and the premise of it. It was. I thought this was a highlight. Like if there was more games like this, then yeah, I wouldn't mind it that much. But instead, we got mech farming, whatever the fuck that was.
Come on now. As Dusk Falls.
That looks terrible. Everyone was ripping on that.
A
It didn't look-
dynamic and branching story. The Xbox console exclusive is officially billed to launch July 19th.
The only
Interactive
thing that
drama. Look at that.
the only thing that made me somewhat interested was at the ending when it said it was like up to 8 players, and I'm like, but isn't this like a Telltale's game? So I'm like, because like with what's it called? Because I was just playing The Quarry, right? You can do like a 2-person, right? And so it's like you're watching with someone else, right? But like 8 players, I'm like, how does that work? Like, is there decision makings in this game, or like, I don't know. They showed this like I think a year ago at the last one. So the art style doesn't look that bad, but it's like it's whatever.
It is a original interactive drama that explores the entangled lives of 2 families across 30 years, starting in 1998 with a robbery gone wrong in a small town in Arizona. The choices you make have a powerful impact on the characters' lives, and the uncompromising story of betrayal, sacrifice, and resilience drive the lives and relationships of multiple characters in decades-spanning story across 2 intense books. So yeah,
Sounds
it's up to
exciting.
8 players locally or online, or a mix. So I guess you all pick different characters and have interactions, and that decides how the story progresses.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds interesting, but I don't know if like I'll get to do that.
It sounds interesting, but at the same time, it sounds like kind of a pain in the ass if the other players are affecting how my story ends up. I'd be like really
Yeah.
pissed.
Well, you're not a team player, Tony.
Well, it's not even a team play. You it's a story, an interactive
It's a story.
story that are being decided by choices other people make.
It
Oh,
sounds like it would sound interesting, but like based on what they showed in the story, I don't think it works for this type. You know what I mean? Like this works for something a little bit more like free flowing. Like I don't know. They would have to like this idea needs to be given to somebody else, not this team.
It depends how it works. Like, I mean, it'd be I could see it being cool if like you're making a decision one area and your friend's making another decision, and like the decision they make affects what happens to you later, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you could like kind of screw with each other or help each other.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
don't think
that would be cool.
I don't think that's the direction this is going, because it kind of looks kind of linear, and like you make decisions at certain times is how it looks.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
All right, what else we got? We got Naraka Blade Point.
Who cares?
Action adventure battle royale set within the mystical
cares?
world that
Yeah, the battle royale.
60 player matches.
Yeah, I've already
Is it
seen this
a-
game.
like
It's not
a-
a new game.
Well, it released in August 2021.
Yeah. That's why I was like, who cares?
What? Why would they
Just showing us
bother?
shit.
Because it's going to be on Game Pass June 23rd.
Oh,
And it's coming to
Like
console.
a-
It's a PC exclusive.
a ninja battle royale.
Something
Essentially, yeah.
like that.
And
What
you can
about
create your own crack? You can create your own character.
you can create your own crack? Sign me up.
Create your own crack.
You know where Bob's
Yes.
mind is at.
Hmm.
It's pretty easy to make crack. All you got to do is no.
That's for the after show, Bob. Say that for you.
Yeah.
We had Pentiment.
Yeah, this game, this is such a shame because I looked at this game and I like vomit. I had to like clean all that shit up. But then I realized, oh, this is Obsidian. What the fuck are they doing making this type of game? Because this is like the art style, I'm sorry, but I just can't get with the art style. With the game itself, I'm like, yeah, I would play that game. But I can't get over it. It's like Disco Elysium. It's like kind of like RPG story, right? So it's like, why would you pick this art style for this kind of game? It just looks so horrendous. Oh my god.
Oh, it does. I think it's supposed to look like an old manuscript, like an old.
Yeah. Like I get it, but it's like I don't like it's not a flattering look. Like I just don't like it. Right? It just feels so kind of cheap.
Yeah, I'll put it up on screen real quick. I will stop sharing this one because you have to see it to appreciate
Yeah,
it.
let me
Yeah.
see this.
You'll
looks-
understand why I vomit. Like
I should have gave a trigger warning. It looks like a cheap mobile game. I hate to
That
say
Yes.
looks pathetic, dude. That's exactly what it is. Like one of those like
this
free mobile
is
game or
Obsidian
something.
making this.
What were they
Fucking
thinking?
insane. I don't know, man.
Like I said, I know what they're going for, but it's not working.
Yeah, like someone needed to been like scrap it. Pick something else. Like pick like a hand drawn kind of like modern but new, but not this. This is like
Yeah, this
I'm
right
sorry,
here,
but yeah, go. Sorry.
I was gonna say this looks like one of those games where like people are hiding behind like click the tombstone that's hiding the person.
Yeah. Like I don't doubt this is going to be like a really good game, but like the art style is what is going to be really hard, which I know is crazy, but like if something just doesn't look nice and you're playing it for like 10 hours, yeah, that's going
Yeah.
to like kind of affect the game, right? It's going to
Yeah.
affect my experience. So
It looks.
If this was
cheap.
just the cutscene, that might work. Like just like a quick in between thing, but not for the whole game.
That
Not
literally
for the
looks
whole
like
thing.
placeholder graphics.
This placeholder art. This looks sad.
What is that?
It just does. Yeah. I think this is like one of those games where they're like, we got to get it out quickly because like Obsidian has like, they're working on a lot of games. They had Avowed, which was a game that was supposed to come out within the 12 months, but I guess it's been delayed now, right? They also have Outer Worlds 2, and then they have Grounded, which I don't care about Grounded, and I'm sure they're going to be working on something else, and I'm sure it's going to be like Fallout related based on like some rumors. So they're like kind of like Insomniac, but just for Microsoft. So, just to see this and the art direction was kind of disappointing in my opinion.
All right. Then we get Grounded.
Yeah.
The popular survival title Grounded featured at the showcase, with Grounded's official 1.0 release date being set for September 2022. The game sees players control children who are shrunken down to insect size, battling for their lives against now gigantic threats and common gardens. Ooh, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids is going to sue the shit out of them for that.
Yeah.
Rick Moranis, get your money.
I kind of like the look of this. Like, if there's loads and loads of different types of bugs, like that's something which annoys me about modern games. Is like there's not usually as much variety in the character designs and the enemy designs. So if there's like loads of bugs to fight, like that'd be pretty cool. I think
but then they're gonna have to put trigger warning all over the game because there are all those people that can't see spiders on a video.
Actually, the only thing I'll give this game credit that was very interesting is they have an arachnophobia mode. So if you click on it, it actually removes spiders from the game. The spiders for me,
I swear to
they
God,
don't look real. So
that is the stupidest thing ever. Look, I understand.
Not really.
Yes, really. I understand being scared of spiders. I understand if I had a spider in a jar and you're scared because you're like, oh, it might drop and break and the spider gets out, right? This is a video game. The spider's not going to come through the TV. It's not The Ring, and the spider's not going to come through the TV.
I think you are underestimating like a lot of people's arachnophobia because it is actually really bad.
Yeah, arachnophobia but it's a real spider versus a picture. Like,
no, it's not even that.
How could you be scared of a
arachnophobia is not. It's not even about the picture. Like there are a lot. I'm sure you have like a phobia that you don't know until like you look at a picture and you're like, oh shit, that fucking like just makes me like, what the fuck? It just like flips you out. So like I just think it's like a cool thing.
Things
like,
that are disgusting, right? And I'm like, I don't want to look at it.
Have you looked up triphobia?
Yeah, but it's not. It's not like oh,
like that
wow,
is like
it's a picture.
What the fuck?
Triphobia? What is that?
Yeah, I don't think you should look that up. It's like very simple. It's just like holes, right? But when they're like very close together.
Yes, I know what that is. Yes, I've seen that. That is weird that people have.
It's not real, right? It's not real.
What are you talking about?
It is real.
It was
no, it's not made up. It's not made up.
It may have been made up, but people have developed a fear.
People have it.
That's exactly what Dave said. It was made up, and then people started. Oh, I got that.
I mean, everything is these phobias are.
I've heard about that. Then
everything's made up, though. That's like
those phobias are all made up. Like I get, like I've seen people, and like I used to be scared of spiders, but now I'm like they do still look weird, but like, I kind of get it. I'm not gonna hate on people or hate this idea because it's like actually that is clever. There are people who probably could stand the other bugs and just want to play the game and not be scared of the spider. Like, you know what I mean? So, I mean, I just think it's like a cool feature that they added. It's not like it's not like how like Tony's getting upset. It's like it's just like a little cool detail.
I'm not upset. I just don't understand. Like
you don't understand because you're not the person who has the phobia.
If I was scared of bees, right, I wouldn't be scared of a bee in a book, a picture of a bee. Like, oh
yeah,
my
but
God,
that's not how that works, though.
Gonna kill me.
Like you're using your logic when it's like most of the time these phobias are more based on just like the psychological part. I don't know if I'm being like if you're joking.
But even psychologically, it's a video game. It's not real. It's fiction.
No, there's people who will watch something, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like it just doesn't
That's
matter.
what I'm saying,
Like
though. I
you
can't
could see it animated and you still recognize what it is, and so that's why it just like creeps you out. I'm sure there's like a spectrum of it, like where like if if they're like touching the thing, they would literally pass out, but then versus like an animated cartoon thing,
Yeah,
right?
but like even to extrapolate Tony's like talk anyway, it's like, oh, like why are there scary movies? Why are you scared of the movie? It's fiction.
Yeah, but I think you guys really don't get it.
Tony.
It's like there are people who have like will literally have like fucking panic attacks. It's like not everything is made.
I've seen Maury Povich where he's like, "We got a spider," and the lady's like, "Ah!" and she's like fucking convulsing on the floor.
We got a spider in the studio.
There's just sometimes it's linked to trauma. Like some people have like a bad experience with something, and that's how they develop the phobia. So it's like I'm not gonna really like I just don't get your guys' point of view. It's like, yeah, there are fictional
stuff. Are you scared of spiders?
People, I just said, like, I used to be scared of spiders.
He said he used to be, but now they're just kind of like, eh.
Yeah, it's like whatever. Because like I used to have to do like macro photography, and that's how I kind of just got used to looking at it. So it's like it's still a little weird when I look at it, but like I just don't get the take though. Like the take is really just weird, where it's like, yeah, like I'm sure most people who are scared of spiders won't play the game, but I just think it's interesting that they added that in there because they realized that, yeah, that is a common phobia. That's it. It's like people who are scared of heights, like they're not going to go on top of like a really high building. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but the difference is, so you're saying like if I was scared of heights, imagine I'm scared of heights, right? And I'm like, I can't go to the second floor of my house. Inside
that's not how it is though. Like that's so a bit of
it. That's ridiculous.
Well,
that's not what's going on.
Spider on a computer screen.
Yeah, people are like just the way.
I'm with you. I was trying to think of anything that I could
like you won't ever
possibly be afraid of in a video.
But it's like, but that's like trying to understand.
I need that removed.
Well, it's like trying to understand someone who has schizophrenia. It's all psychological, right. So that's why I hear you. I just don't get the take. It's like, yeah, because like, it may seem ridiculous to you, but it's like in their head.
Real. Well, I've got a
but it doesn't matter if it's not real. That's the thing. It's still psychological to them.
It's real to them.
I have hydrophobia when it comes to video games. I cannot stand underwater levels like 90% of the time, or like being underwater.
That's because they're shitty made.
And like I've got trauma attached to it, and it's like my mates had to force me into playing BioShock, and I was like, "No, it's underwater. I'm not playing it. Like I'm not playing it." Period. And it's like fictional game. I've got yeah.
He's been he was traumatized by the water level on Super Mario Bros. As a kid.
No, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh,
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, that,
so if
that
I hide
is pretty
underwater with a spider, I defeated half of the panel.
Oh, man.
Moving on. we got off on a tangent. I'm sorry to everybody
Mega
in the
tangent.
chat who's scared of spiders. If you're scared of spiders, I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Or supposedly scared of anything because walking up flights of stairs will give them like a heart attack or something.
If you're scared of spiders, there's one on you right now.
Don't look.
Erebin, Shadow Legacy.
Oh, that looks terrible.
I don't even remember what that was.
Cyber stealth platform.
That's how good it was.
Dystopian future.
Still don't remember what that was.
That was like a taking down robot game.
Yeah. You're like a ninja taking robots down in the future.
The more you explain it, the more I'm like, I don't even remember sitting down and watching that.
It. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That
Diablo
sounds
4.
like a winner.
As long as they don't put fucking loads of microtransactions into it, I'm going to be super hype.
I don't know. I think this might. I'm curious to see what happens because I'm like, the whole open world aspect was like,
oh god, it's open world.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kika Buttock says you swim in Assassin's Creed, Bob.
Yeah, I've kind of gone over it in recent years. It's not as bad now. But it's like
Wait, you
Water
were
levels
serious?
suck, dude.
I was serious. I had
Oh,
hydrophobia when it came to games.
And meanwhile, we're sitting here laughing. Fuck.
No, we're just taking the piss out of him. Don't worry. Is it only water? Would like under lava work?
No, it's just like underwater games. Like I could never play Subnautica. Like it looks like whenever
Yeah.
someone's playing Subnautica, I'm like, no. I think it's like the fear of like being trapped underwater and drowning. And
Yeah.
Do you have a fear of water in like real life like that, like oceans
no,
or anything?
not at all. Well, a little
wow.
bit. I don't go swimming in oceans because I was nearly like dragged out to sea in Brighton.
Oh, wow.
Dude, that happened to me and my son too, man. We got stuck in a riptide, and somehow like I
Ooh.
blacked out and grabbed
I was
him
waiting for this.
and power
comment.
swam through it.
I knew someone was going to say this. Bob hasn't showered in 35 years.
Yeah, I don't drink water. Drink liquids. I just sustain.
Just hold a cup of water, and Bob will be at your mercy.
There is a phobia. Like there are phobias that are like really, really specific, but this one is like kind of similar to Bob's, but it's actually just the fear of being near a giant boat in the water.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
I have yachtophobia.
I mean, like I kind of get it. It does
tall
look very
buildings
daunting.
too.
Like if you fell in the water and
There's
you're beside a ship, it would be kind of weird. Like I'd feel kind of like
Yeah, you could drown. You could drown. Like
yeah.
you got like right up beside it. Like that happened at this lake. This lake I used to go to a lot as a kid. Like I remember somebody drowned, like jumping from boat to boat, from one boat to the other. And they like fell in between the boat and drowned. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you'd be stuck down in that. And, like they couldn't get out. And like nobody knew. They didn't know because they were like drunk. Everybody was drunk, and he just like fucking fell in and died.
Everybody was drunk. Was it at a lake?
Yeah, Lake Lanier, Georgia was like a massive party spot, and a lot of people died on that lake. Like it's pretty bad.
Did the kid come back and like start killing people? Like he wore a hockey mask and just
this joke down the toilet.
Yeah, he did.
Chappie says Darius is right. Tony is faking his voice, and the world is flat. I have silenceophobia. That's why whenever there's an awkward silence, I have to fill it with stupid, cringy jokes. So I'm sorry.
Silenceophobia.
Silenceophobia.
Right,
For an alleged comedian, Darius seems to find it hard to understand when someone's joking.
I was kind of wondering if that was like
minutes of silence.
I was kind of wondering if that was like a troll thing, because I've noticed that that's what trolls do. Like they go with like something that's obviously not real, and they just like target it just to try to get you to focus on that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's almost like, are you that like? It seems so obvious to me that that's not accurate, because like I said in my video, like Tony would be like literally a award-winning actor to be able to go that far and this many hours. How many hours are you on the internet talking and never once slip up, and all the times that you've been drinking shots and stuff, and you maintain perfect every time English and everything. So I don't know, I just think it's silly.
All right, moving on. Diablo 4. That wasn't exciting for you, Blinded?
No, I said it was all right, but like some of the ideas, I'm like, I have to see how this comes together when it's released.
Then we had Sea of Thieves Season 7.
Again, what the fuck?
I
get it. I know. I get why they show it off every year, but like,
yeah.
I feel like last year was a better for Sea of Thieves because they had Pirates of the Caribbean.
Right.
That was a little bit more interesting.
What about Ravenlock?
I think this game got a bunch of hate for no reason. I thought it actually looked really interesting. I like the graphics. I like the
Well,
whole Paper Mario kind of aesthetic.
this game again, I like blanked out on. I don't remember this game at all. Not to say I hated it, but like I think I might have like gotten up or something. Because this is like right before another game.
Blinded was getting another slice of cake.
Yeah, I had all these like secret cakes, and I tell myself that I'm going to the gym, but I'm just eating the cakes.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for anything Alice in Wonderland themed though as well. So, like, yeah,
What it reminded me a little bit about like Coraline.
yes,
Mm.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
loved Coraline.
I might have to go
That's
back
a
and
good
look
one.
at this because I do like Coraline.
It says
I think
it's
people
a
had-
players will take control of a young girl. Oh, it's a 0 out of 10. Playing as a woman, we don't want that.
Oh,
Boo.
it's, yeah, terrible. Boo.
It's a mystical fantasy world, clearly inspired by Alice in Wonderland, fighting fairy tale enemies while navigating a dangerous prophecy. 2023 Xbox Game Pass availability planned.
That was another thing I have to say about this event is like everything just doesn't have a month or like a specific date. It was either the year or it was like the month and the year, and then like some games had like the complete release date. And it was like these games are supposedly coming out in the next 12 months, and you can't give us a month, a date. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm like, and especially with Xbox, I'm like, some of these games are getting delayed. These games are coming out, 2023, late 2023, like, and they kind of, it's just really annoying that fans were like, oh, this was so amazing. Like they were saying this is like a 8 out of 10 event. Like, are you kidding me? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, we have this Cocoon.
Potion Sword Run would disagree.
Yeah,
Well, like I
Cocoon.
said, he's an Xbot.
Yeah. This I thought was pretty brave, making a game based on the 1985 Steven Gutenberg film. I wonder if they're going to get Wilford Brimley to reprise, get some old.
I
footage
saw
of
some.
him.
I saw somewhere that he was only 50 years old when they made that movie, Wilford Brimley.
Was he? He's
Like
quite
that's how
young.
old. That's how old he looks.
Hey, diabetes.
Damn.
Diabetes.
Yeah, so this is a brave choice. Not something I would have went with, but
completely missed that game.
it's a.
He's getting cake.
Oh no, I think I remember. Yeah, I remember that
Yeah,
one.
these are from the guys behind Limbo and what was that other game they made?
Inside.
It's not this Inside. Yeah, it's not the same studio, but I think like the director or like the head left and created a new studio, and so they're
So
making
it's
this
from
game.
the lead gameplay designer for both Inside and Limbo, Jeff
Yeah,
Carlson. It's an ambitious puzzle adventure game, not based on the 1985 Steven Gutenberg movie. That was just a joke. Please don't get angry in the comments. What about this here? Wo Long Fallen Dynasty.
Yeah, it looked good. I know some
It's
people
from,
are looking forward to it.
Team Ninja. Feudal
Yeah.
China. Dark fantasy. Action.
Team Ninja
Yeah.
usually good for a game.
it kind of reminded me of what is it? Is it Neo on PlayStation?
Right, yeah, that's what I thought. A lot of people were predicting it was like Neo 3 before it actually released the name of the game.
Oh, okay. I'm sure Neo 3 would be a PlayStation exclusive based on
Yeah.
the
Right.
last two. So
This I know our good friend Gen X Gamer was excited about. Personas 3, 4, and 5 coming to the Xbox.
it's also coming to PlayStation and probably Switch.
Okay, but I mean, still coming to the Xbox.
Yeah.
This is the thing I was saying that I didn't get right. It's like they showed this and people were like, "Yeah, this was the highlight." I'm like, "This is the highlight? Like a highlight of games you probably played?"
Well,
Mhm.
if they're Xbox, they probably never played it. So
Then why are you excited?
Because they want to
Never-
play it, but they don't want to buy a
Because they want to
PlayStation.
play it.
They want JRPGs on Xbox, but they don't want to buy a PlayStation.
Right? Could you imagine
just-
if they said we're gonna put Super Mario Sunshine on PlayStation? I'd be like, oh hell yeah! I've never played that. I'll play it on my PlayStation because I'm not gonna play it.
Listen. You're
Nintendo
getting
console.
excited. No. You're gonna get excited for games that were
You're
available
scared of
on other
spiders in a
platforms.
video game. Don't you can't tell me about it.
I'm not scared of spiders in a video
That's-
game. I played.
That's
what's another?
rude.
What's a game with a spider in it?
Demon Souls.
I haven't
Giant
played Demon
Pretty
Souls
much,
yet.
pretty much all the NES games had some stupid spider in it or a bat.
Listen, I played Spider-Man. That counts. There's a spider in that. Okay?
Yeah, there you
Right
go.
at the beginning,
I have to like think.
it's convulsing until the cutscene's over. It's like,
Oh,
we got,
I can't take it.
I like turned into dust, and then I like reappeared.
all right, we got this one had some controversy. Hideo Kojima's unnamed.
Oh yeah, this is another bullshit thing they did. Okay, like they're
Threw a
like,
bunch
oh
of money
yeah,
at
games.
Hideo Kojima. That's, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. That's bullshit.
They're like, hey, games coming out in 12 months, and then they show a game that's probably not even gonna come in the next 2 years. So what the fuck was this about? And what I find weird about this was, I was like, oh, okay, they're gonna show us the game that was rumored, which the rumored game supposedly it's called Overdose, and it's a horror game, right? And somehow it like uses the cloud. So they just announced the cloud part of it and then nothing else. So it was like, okay, wait a minute. You could have done this with any other studio. Like we could have seen Perfect Dark. We could have seen the other games that, the Bethesda studios are working on, like Indiana Jones. Like what the fuck happened with Indiana Jones? Huh?
Look, you're gonna get a
We're-
weird presentation by Hideo Kojima, and you're gonna love it. All right, you're gonna get 6 more of these in the upcoming months, where he's gonna show you pictures of weird shit. And the game that you thought you were gonna get, you're not gonna get, but you're gonna be delivering mail, just like Death Stranding.
Except it'll be spooky mail.
Yeah, spooky mail.
I just
I've
think this
never-
was bullshit.
I mean, Metal Gear was a good series, but like I never really understood like the mad fan base Hideo's got.
Yeah, I like the original Metal Gear for the
Yeah,
NES.
same. Not that one.
Yeah, that one's bad.
No, that one's great. That one's fantastic. It was one of the best games on the NES.
You
I
must
don't
be being
like it.
hyperbolic.
It's not, I have some nostalgia for it because I remember renting it and just being like lost as fuck after like couldn't get
I was
far
never-
enough into it. But
We beat it. We worked it all out and we beat the game. And it was
yeah, but I
fantastic.
rented it for a weekend, dude. That was like my weekend rental, so it like ruined my weekend.
Come on, it had cigarettes right at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that is true.
Can't beat that. We had Starfield. This got to be the highlight. 1,000 planets, most of them empty, but there's 1,000 of them you can go to and visit.
Mm,
Oh, that annoyed me. Everyone going, "Oh, there's going to be empty," but like they explained in the trailer that there's going to be like habitable zones in the solar system where planets are going to have people, which I think is interesting if they incorporate like the physics and like that. The closer to the sun, the hotter the planet. Like if they incorporate stuff like that, I think that's going to be really cool.
Yeah, but you're
Mm.
also going to have like a whole bunch of just, hey, here's
empty.
like 76 ice planets. Here's 32 lava
Yeah.
planets. Here's an ocean planet.
I'm not denying that's going to
They-
happen.
They said that only 50 are handcrafted and the rest are like generated. So
Mm.
you know what I mean? Like,
So you got 950 just auto-generated planets and 50
yeah,
good ones.
yeah. Like at that point, it's like, what is the point?
Just to
I
say
like
you
it.
have 1,000.
Yeah, and it's more Todd
Yeah,
Howard lies.
exactly.
You know what I mean? It's like this. Like it didn't look bad. I will say, like, because we were talking behind the show and Bob was saying, oh, it does look like what I was expecting, and it's like, yeah, this is a fair point, but it's like, I feel like because this game, like, this is the thing, this game has been in development for so long, and people don't realize, right? Like, this was in development before even Fallout 4 got announced, right? And that was 7 years ago. So this game is almost a decade in the works, right? And they kept delaying it, and they were saying we're going to improve on it. And honestly, they like to show the game running at 30 FPS was not a good look. And I think the like people were saying, Scorn is like outdated. No, Starfield is the one that's outdated. This game,
Yeah.
if it came out, I want to say like 2017, 2018, I think it would have been a little bit more acceptable, right? A little bit more impressive, because at that point, the No Man's Sky patches and updates, they weren't even out yet, right? So, because this game does look very much like No Man's Sky, and the people who are like, "Oh, that's a terrible comparison," it's like, no, the games are very similar. Like the whole premise of it, the gameplay, you're looting things, you're traveling between different planets, you're building ships, you're exploring. Like, it's very
Yeah, that
similar,
sounds
right?
just like it.
Yeah, so you're like, come on now, like this looks like, it looks a little bit more like has like a realistic look. Like I know people are saying, "Oh, it's ugly." It's like, no, it looks like in the beginning I was like, "Oh, this kind of reminds me of like Interstellar," right? Like when they go on
Yeah.
that planet. So like I kind of get what they're getting at, but then at the same time I'm like, but this also reminds me of like Mass Effect or like this other game. And you're like, like this is just like a hodgepodge of different games, which is fine, but that's not what we were originally sold on. So like that's what I don't really like about some of these newer games is like they always hype it up and then it turns out to just be like what we already had, which is fine. And I'm sure it'll be an okay game, right? I say okay because Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 were not good games, so I'm very skeptical about this in general.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. I think this is going to be a game that's going to come out and people are going to be like, "Oh wow, what happened to that Bethesda magic? Like this is not that impressive." You know what
Yeah,
I
and the
mean? So,
combat just looked weak, man. Like
yeah.
I wasn't keen on the combat. Like it's like Fallout without VATS because the
Mhm.
enemies look very spongy. I just didn't like it.
One of the guns looked like almost like a remodel of the laser guns from Fallout. Like
Yeah.
the boxy, like you would have to go look for it, but it does look like a total like reskin. So, and this was like the one thing that was sold on the event, and it was just like, seriously, like, okay, yeah, you can customize your ships, cool, but then they started introducing that whole customizing your kind of like what was in Fallout 4, your settlements, right? And that was in your bases, right? Yeah, and in Fallout, it was like it was a cool idea, but when you actually play it, you're like, wow, this is like too much upkeep. This is like way too much of like you focused on this, and it almost takes you away from the main story and the side missions, which in my opinion, well, more so the side missions are why you're playing a Bethesda game, right? You're like going around and exploring and looking for, different things. And then on top of that too, this is because it's a new IP, I'm very skeptical about their writing ability and what they have to bring to the table in terms of like the sci-fi genre or like the space genre, right? So it's like I think this game just in general has like a lot going against it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think that's all the games they showed off, and I think that's everything that we can say about the Xbox Bethesda showcase. That will end the Xbox segment here on the show. We ran it long enough. It's almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been streaming for an hour and 43 minutes already. That Xbox segment went way too long.
Oh, you're just saying that because you're a PlayStation fanboy.
I really am. We got this interesting story. I think it is very telling. We're going to get to it next here. Because Blinded was talking about new IPs. And there is a new IP that I know people are excited about called the Callisto Protocol.
Oh, this article is quite interesting.
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about the Callisto Protocol and how it's planned to kick off a franchise. Game isn't even out yet, and they're already making plans. Very interesting. This is from PC Games N. So make sure you give them a like, give us a like, share the video, share the article, and of course subscribe to the channel because it makes me feel good. Makes me feel desirable. All right, so we got the Callisto Protocol devs aiming for the start of a franchise. I think just off the bat, that's not a good thing.
That's
Yeah,
bad.
That's a bad
Yeah.
thing.
The next horror game from the creators of Dead Space might stick around, as the team would love it to be the start of the Callisto Protocol franchise. It's not out until December, but the creators of Dead Space would love for their upcoming next horror game to become the start of the Callisto Protocol franchise, even as the team distanced itself from its roots as a PUBG spinoff. We spoke with Chris Stone, the chief creative officer at Striking Distance Studios and the animation director on Dead Space, about the developers' plans for the Callisto Protocol beyond the first game. I wouldn't have called it the Callisto Protocol just because the initials are not something I think is family friendly.
Huh? I'm gonna have to Google that acronym.
Stone told us that we'd love for
Ooh.
the CP to be the start of a franchise.
Oh.
Furthermore, the team has no shortage of ideas for where to take a possible sequel. Nevertheless, he confirmed that Striking Distance is now just 100% focused on making Callisto Protocol the best game it can be before the team truly thinks about moving on to a sequel. Of course, Callisto Protocol is free to become its own series. It's no longer associated with the PUBG universe. I didn't know it was associated with the PUBG universe at any point.
Same.
I was looking a little bit into that. It was apparently going to be just PV. What are they called? A battle royale set in the PUBG universe. Right, which we've already said.
Wow. I didn't even know PUBG had a universe. I thought it was just like a stupid game. As we worked on the story, it grew bigger and bigger until it became clear that it was its own thing. The Callisto Protocol is its own story with its own characters and its own universe. Still, there may be some Easter eggs left in there. We love PUBG, and we still have surprises for fans of the franchise. That's really it. This was a very short article. I think the developers are getting a little too big for their britches. They should just try to make a good game. And if there's a positive reception for the game, then worry about making a sequel and a franchise and doing all that.
Also, they have to watch out because I don't know. I think maybe they're getting ahead of maybe they heard that Dead Space is going to continue, right? Because we are getting a remake that comes out around the same time as this game, right? Like they're literally month apart, right? December and January. So if Dead Space does better than this game, then I feel like we're going to get Dead Space 2 remake and we might get Dead Space 4. So
We won't get Dead Space 4.
do you think we're going to definitely get Dead Space 4?
We're not going to get Dead Space 4 because they finished the story. It's over.
Yeah, but you know these companies, this is EA. If that remake does really well, they'll just make a Dead Space 4.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's why I think they're coming out and saying this, right? Because if their game is like successful and they're getting sequels, and then Dead Space comes out the next month and it does really good or it does better than this game, and people are going to be like, hey, why don't we get more Dead Space? Because that's what people wanted, right? They wanted the original Dead Space, not what we got in Dead Space 3, because that was like a fucking mess. And even Dead Space 2 was kind of like starting to lean in that Dead Space 3 direction. So, you know,
They could.
I think, yeah, go. Sorry.
Well, my point was, if you're going to say something serious, just keep going. My point was bad. To keep going.
No.
I had a bad joke, so just keep going.
Well, what's the joke? We got to hear the joke now.
Well, okay. Well, it's really bad. I was just going to say then, if Dead Space 3 was bad, they could redo Dead Space 4 and just say Dead Space 3 was all a dream. See, I told you. I told you it was bad.
That was definitely a groaner.
Oh boy.
I realized
They could
as
have
soon as I
Patrick
interrupted, he's
Duffy.
like, "Go ahead." I'm like, "This is not going to play well."
Oh,
No,
man.
I mean it would work perfectly. The dude's he hears the shower. You got Patrick Duffy opens the shower curtain. He's like, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
Dead Space
Oh.
4. Boom.
Uh,
That's a reference for all the old people in the audience. They all get the Patrick Duffy walking out of the shower reference. Everyone else is like, "Who the fuck is this old dude they're talking about?" I gotta look him up. Let me Google. Patrick
well,
Duffy.
I would have thought if the Dead Space remake's successful, then they'd do a sequel to that instead of a sequel to the third game, because the third game was a very definitive, like, spoilers for Dead Space 3.
Yeah.
Close your ears, Ninja Key or whoever. Like, literally at the end of the DLC, like, blood moons have formed and have, like, turned up at Earth to, like, destroy everything.
Mhm.
I guess they could continue it from there. Like, it was kind of a bit cliffhangery, but it was insinuated that, like,
Okay.
the universe was, like, fucked.
Remember, they are continuing Mass Effect, the Mass Effect story. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I just feel like I wouldn't be surprised if they turned Dead Space, just like the way that it's like positioned with this remake. I feel like it's gonna be EA's Resident Evil. That's like what I get from if it's
Yeah.
successful, right? You do remakes, right? You can, and then they're kind of like reimagines, right? So then you can have that original style, and then you have maybe like a spin-off, but it's like a number 4, right? Kind of like Resident Evil 7, which is like attached,
yeah.
but it's not attached. You know what I mean? So
If the remake does good enough, then you could just remake 3, change the ending enough.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that too.
Yeah. What I think is my fear is that this game is going to now end on a cliffhanger or some sort of,
Mhm.
Oh, yeah,
you're not going to get a
totally.
proper
That's
resolution because they're counting on that second game, right?
Yeah.
So
totally.
we'll see how that goes.
I mean, how stupid? How stupid? I mean, like, no shit, you're going for a franchise. Like, what a stupid thing. Like, no,
Mhm.
you're not making a game, setting it out to think, oh, I hope it's just a one-off crapper. You know, like, you're hoping that you can make some, like,
Make some
money
waves.
cow. That's such a stupid
Yeah.
statement.
Well,
But I
yeah.
feel they have to earn it though, because like I mean the game looks impressive so far. Like I have the game pre-ordered. I'm definitely gonna play it. But like I wasn't like, oh, there's like something about the story and like the world that's grabbing me. It's like no, it was just sort of like the gameplay and the visuals look cool. Like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't know why they would come out and say stuff like this. It's too soon.
They probably said it because they were provoked. Someone was asking, and they're just like, yeah, we want a franchise.
Yeah.
That's usually how it goes. Like I said, we'll see how the game goes. We'll obviously be covering it more when it comes out.
Can't
I
wait
wanna
to see that new
congratulate-
can't wait to see that new CP game.
Yeah. No,
Oof.
that's going to be on the Switch.
Yeah.
1-inch biceps got the Dallas reference. Boomer alert, you got it. Panel here, obviously never seen Dallas.
Yeah, that's an old show.
Where then, it was like who shot JR?
JR.
And it turns out he's still alive. He came out of the showers. Look, it was all a dream.
Yeah.
It's one of the original. It was all a dream. What up,
Shot
Brad?
Burns.
Chappie says the Dallas theme song is what runs through my head during sex.
Yeah.
How many repeats does it go? Or you just do one and done? Like
He gets like 20 seconds in.
he doesn't even get the whole theme. 20 seconds. All right. This next segment isn't an article, but it's more of a discussion piece because I've seen some people talking about this. I was going to make a video on my own, but then I was like, I got lazy. Then it became Saturday. I was like, we could just discuss it amongst the panel. Are turn-based RPGs going away? We all saw that Final Fantasy 16 is looking to be an action RPG and no longer turn-based in any way, shape, or form. Got a lot of people scared. We know that the new Pokemon game, there was some, I don't want to say controversy when you had Legends. Then you got this new one coming out. People aren't sure if it's going to be turn-based or what's going on.
It is turn-based.
It is turn-based? All right.
Yeah.
So just forget the last 30 seconds of what I said. But anyway, I want to hear what the panel has to say about this. Remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with your friends. Blinded Braille are turn-based RPGs going away. When I mean going away, we're talking big AAA franchises.
I think so. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I think it's going to depend though, because that new Marvel game, the Midnight Suns, that is a turn-based game, but it's not a traditional turn-based game. It's more like a free-flowing turn-based, where you're sort of in an arena.
Well,
And so
it's
it is
more like an XCOM.
No, it's not. It's not like XCOM.
Not even?
No. It's a turn-based game. Like there's going to be multiple people, but instead of it just being like you have like two different sides and then you just make your attacks, the whole game is actually about movement. So
Yeah, that's
like
how
you're actually
XCOM is. Have you ever played
No.
XCOM?
No, this is not like XCOM. Did you see the Midnight Suns gameplay at all?
Yeah.
Like out of curiosity? No, that's not XCOM. That's not how XCOM looks. No, XCOM is
I didn't say the look. I just said moving around on a map.
Sure, but I would not say that's XCOM.
I mean,
Like,
what else would you say?
The way that they described it, they said it's definitely not XCOM because I was listening to the developer interview and I read some of it. Like it is a turn-based. Like the way that it plays is a turn-based game, right? Like in a normal RPG where you have two different sides and they got to go each turn, right? And you're on kind of like opposing sides and it's very stiff. Like there's not a lot of movement involved, right? Like movement is not the point of a turn-based, right? I'll except like, I don't know, like a Fire Emblem or an XCOM, right? But that is more of like a strategy game where you're like, it's an open area. Like this is actually harder to describe now that I think about it as I go on. But no, like the way that when you look at it, you're like, no, those are like two different types of games, right? Even though they're in the same genre, right? Like it's a strategy RPG, but it's like they can look dramatically different. So, but I mean, that is still a niche genre in general. Like, you know what I mean? Like people, like maybe like, I mean, Fire Emblem sold actually a lot, like what, 3 million, 4 million now. So,
yeah, something like that.
I mean, that's pretty good for that type of game. But if you're talking about like what the next, like the Old Republic remake, like that's not going to have turn-based. It's all just going to be action.
I can't say that I've ever played an RPG that wasn't turn-based.
Well,
Is this like
Skyrim?
newer stuff? That's
Yeah.
Elder Scrolls would be a RPG that's not turn-based.
Elden Ring.
Scrolls.
Elden
Ring is?
Yeah. Horizon.
Skyrim.
Oh, okay. I'm
Fallout
done.
Witcher
I guess
3.
I guess it's anything that you're leveling up, then you're considering an RPG, like you're leveling
I mean,
up
it's kind of
character.
hard because it's hard to like define now. Like, I know people are like, is Horizon really an RPG? And it's like, no, it is RPG. But it's like God of War also has like a leveling system, and it is very RPG like. But I wouldn't say that game is a RPG. I don't
It has
know. It's
RPG
just,
mechanics.
it
RPG
does, yeah.
mechanics are being put into so many games these days. It's kind of
Yeah.
like making the
Bizarre.
genre kind of broader.
Yeah, like even Gotham Knights has RPG elements in it. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. But I think, like, I mean, The way you prepositioned it is a bit of a tricky one because you like major AAA games, but like in the JRPG scene, like no, like turn-based games are definitely not going away. There's always going to be a market for them.
Yeah, it's
So
like niche.
just to get back to this Midnight Suns, because I'm really here's the
Salty.
gameplay. No, not salty, because look, it's an open
No.
map.
I feel like this I've seen this one. This is not a good demonstration of it. Go look up the one where they're fighting against Venom. That's a better demonstration of what that game is. Because this, I know what you're talking about. You look at it and you're like, oh yeah, this looks like just a different perspective, XCOM. But it's like no, like the way that it's like playing out.
Battlefield itself.
Because this is an older trailer.
And smash your way to victory using the
Look at a newer one.
Enemies. Send the bad guys
like the whole gameplay one
into each other or just right over
So you're saying there's no movement. They're just that this is just the battle screen essentially. So you don't have to position. You don't have to position your character.
No, the way that your character, you only have one move, right? You can only move once, but at the same time, your attacks can move your players or your enemies, right? So you only have one move for the entire of your squad, right? That's not how XCOM works, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like movement, this is a turn-based combat, like in the traditional sense, like we're talking about like Final Fantasy, but there is a movement element, right? Where you can now take your enemies and slam them into a different area, and you can position it for a different type of attack, or like, you can get really strategic where you're like bouncing attacks off of different players, right? In order to get it like, a boost or whatever. So I would say, no, this is not playing like XCOM. Like the developers themselves said this is not XCOM. Like people are going to have that impression, but it's not XCOM. And when you look at it further, right? Because like I said, the snippets of it just doesn't do it justice. That's why when I saw the gameplay, because people were like, oh, I hate the card system in the game and yada yada yada. And it's like, no, if you actually see them like completely play out the whole game, right? Like from start to finish in a battle, you're like, oh, this actually looks really interesting, especially with the Fire Emblem elements of like the relationship building and stuff, and like how that's going to play out in the battle. So
all right, I'm going to pull up the Venom trailer. Hold on. Let me get to the.
It's not a trailer; it's a gameplay. Just like straight gameplay.
Yeah, Tony.
Which one? I got like 3 of them. The hands-on impression, the IGN one. Which one?
There was one from, I think it was Game Informer, because I don't remember if the heck. Actually, the IGN one is similar to the Game Informer one because it's like out on the street and stuff. It's with Spider-Man too. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be a 1-to-1. I was just like, moving people into position and then making attacks is what I was getting at as far as.
No, it's more like you attack based on movement. It's like the reverse. Like the goal is not to
this
move.
Means you might draw all Iron Man cards on a given turn and thus give Tony the opportunity to gloat later that he did all the hard work. Positioning is also important, but I found it kind of cumbersome to maneuver at first, and you only get one free move per turn. Not one per hero, one per turn. The levels themselves are almost all flat arenas, which is probably the most disappointing part of Midnight Suns thus far. There are a lot of environmental elements scattered around, like heavy objects to throw and structures to vault off of. But after the 5 or 6 hours I played, the fact that every mission
that's what I've been saying this whole time.
Open warehouse or an open street or in an open field started to get a little bit old.
No, I would say no
as well, and you can pull off some really cool combos.
The goal is not to move.
Every hero
the goal
has
is
a
to
unique ability of
you're
some
attacking,
kind, like Captain Marvel's ability to
and sort
go
of
binary,
aiming that attack in a
3
direction.
cards in succession,
and that's why
gaining a temporary boost to armor and damage.
Everything's an attack. There's just
Minion enemies like random Hydra goons go down in one hit with any amount of damage, so chain attacks that hit more than one foe can really change the tide of battle quickly. Against big brutes and bosses, Blade's ability to inflict bleed is really useful. No matter what team I brought, the personality
It
and
looks
fighting
weird.
style of the
Looks
characters
interesting. It's a
really
little weird.
shined through. And I enjoyed figuring
Not
out
gonna lie.
how they could set each other up.
All right, I think that's enough of that. We're straying too far from the main topic. Bob, what do you think down there?
Typical.
No, well, I mean, in the main AAA scene, the developers for Final Fantasy came out and literally said that the turn-based mechanics for the game was a limitation of the technology at the time. So people salty that Final Fantasy 16 is going in an action direction is like, well, it's the evolution of a series. Like, that's the direction
I'm
they're
salty.
going in. Yeah, well, be salty. But there's plenty of, if people want turn-based JRPGs, they just turn-based RPGs or JRPGs. There's plenty out there. There's loads out there.
Well, there's loads of
Yeah.
AAA ones coming out. I know everyone. That was the whole crux of people's arguments. Well, yeah, of course, there's always going to be the, indie RPGs turn-based coming out. The RPG Maker games, but no AAA studios because Final Fantasy is the only AAA turn-based RPG. But I think you got things like Jagged Alliance 3 coming out. It's turn-based.
But why would you want a AAA turn-based RPG on the level of a Final Fantasy 16?
I mean,
Why would you want that?
it's really what depends on how you define AAA. I mean, is Total
No,
War,
I mean look at Final Fantasy 16, right? The graphics and everything, but instead of it being, action oriented,
because I don't
it's just
like action
turn-based.
games. I want a turn-based Final Fantasy because that's what I want.
He's a boomer.
I am.
I just feel like this is the same thing with Gary that I just don't understand. It's like that's never going to happen, and I don't really understand.
It's like,
I know.
Go away, old man.
I know,
Blind
but
I am
Date.
an old
it just
man.
doesn't.
Final
to
Fantasy
me-
was always a turn-based series. So them going
Sure,
away
but I
from
would
it-
say that because it's an RPG, it's the way that the direction is going is like people want immersion, and I feel like turn-based.
Well, I'm not people.
If
is
it's
what I'm
not-
saying.
Sure, but I'm just giving you a counter argument, right?
I'm not making any argument. I'm saying personally, I don't.
Like
want
you're
it.
saying that you want it, that right? And I'm saying, well, the reason why you're not going to get it is because it's kind of immersion breaking.
Well, I know I'm not going to get it. And I know why I'm not going to get it. It still does not
Yeah.
relieve my desire of wanting it.
Okay.
Well, then get the Pixel remasters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Blinded Brand.
Yeah, you could do that.
You're the new Gary Blinded.
Yeah, sure. Even though I'm not the one giving out a really bizarre take. This is a take that
What did
everybody in the
Bryson say?
community
I want
agrees.
Final
Poor Gary.
Fantasy. I want Final Fantasy to be fantasy, not sci-fi. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the new Final Fantasy 16 is set more
Is-
in the medieval universe.
Yeah. Yeah, so that part is null and void because they are giving it to you. It's just that it's action oriented. The whole reason why, right? They will move away from the turn based, right, or their traditional style of whatever franchise like Zelda is because people want immersion. That's why people play video games now. It's all about the immersion and the depth in the world and trying to make it not realistic but believable. And that's why you have a lot of open world games, right?
Yeah,
It's because
and not just that, but it's accessibility as well.
yeah.
They make it action adventure, the RPG I'm talking about, like Final Fantasy 16. So it's going to be more accessible to people, whereas a lot of people find turn-based games archaic and slow.
Yeah.
Well,
And remember, it's supposed to be story driven, right? You care about the characters and what's going on. So
Yeah.
people want that sort of attachment where it's they're more closer to the action.
yeah. See, I'm with Potion Sword Run. He says, "I want a turn-based too. Immersion be damned. I know I'm not really in a battle. It's just what I like. I like turn-based games. I like Final Fantasy. Don't
It's
take
a
away my
generational
turn-based
thing.
Final Fantasy." That's all I'm
And I mean, they're still giving it to you. That's what I'm saying. But you want the newest game to be
Yes,
turn-based.
I want the newest game in the franchise that was based on turn-based RPGs to still remain a turn-based RPG.
and
They
it
could
hasn't
make
been.
they could make Final Fantasy 16, but just take the Final Fantasy name off of it, slap a different name on it, and we'll all be happy. You'd get a game that was action based with all these fantastic graphics. It just won't be Final Fantasy, and I won't complain about it. So
I mean,
win-win.
this is what I'm this, but this is the same take that Gary has about like Zelda or like Metroid. It's like the series has been around because it evolved. Like, let's be honest. Final
boom.
Fantasy exists because it evolved and it tried to do
No.
something different. Yeah,
Final Fantasy is still around because Final Fantasy 7 was fantastic.
No,
It evolved.
ain't just about.
Yeah,
No,
it
it was a
evolved.
turn-based
Yeah, he's
RPG.
right.
No, it evolved.
What did
It
evolve
was, but
into?
it was just a
Why-
different
It was
type
just 3D
of
graphics,
RPG.
and everyone
every
was
game,
like,
every
"Wow."
series that we talk about now is because it evolved and it did something different and it played with what came before, and they saw the future of what that series would be, and that's why it exists right now, right? So it's like I just don't get that take where you're like you want to go back to
Well,
the
here's
roots
the
of it
difference. Here's the
when it's
difference between a Final Fantasy and a Legend of Zelda or a Metroid. Every Final Fantasy game, for the most part, because I know there's this couple that followed, but for the most part, they're not direct sequels. They have no ties to each other. Right?
Hold on, I have to say this about Ninja Kitty, because Ninja Kitty is like, this is the same thing with the movies. It's like you think that, right? But the sales, like I'm talking about general, like I'm nuts, but I'm talking about the objective point. I'm looking at the sales and the community, right? Like the community is going in a different direction. The series is going in a different direction. And I mean, like, to be honest, that's why you guys are in a very niche, like you guys like retro games, and it makes sense, right? Like you guys aren't too into like the AAA space.
I'm into the
Right.
AAA stuff. I'm not retro.
Not really, like if I'm being honest, like
Yeah.
like you guys really aren't. Like you kind of, like you said, you
I
didn't
will
like.
admit I'm not. I like my old.
Like
old
it's
school
fine. Like I
games.
get that, but like you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like arguing, like the same argument that Gary's making, right? And like I get it from your guys' perspective, right? Like I'm not like, oh, I don't get it, right? I understand that you wanted to return to what it was, right? And I feel like companies do recognize that, and I think they should continue to recognize it. That's why you have like spin-offs or like diversions, right? Where you get like you know, the main series, but you also got the other series, right? Or the different types of games. So it's like, you know, if they continue doing that, yeah, Ninja Kid, you're like how old? Like I'm the 22-year-old who's like in the gaming community that's like listening to people. I'm not out of touch. I'm listening to what everybody else is saying and coming up with a conclusion. It's a lot of these games, like watch when Final Fantasy 16 ends up being the best seller in the series.
Oh, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, right? Like who's out of touch? Like that's what I'm trying to say. It's like you guys aren't seeing, like, people want open world games. They want immersive games. They want immersive sims. They want games where you're in a world and you can spend 50 hours. That's why people love Elden Ring.
Hold on. Because Final Fantasy 7 sold 18.4 million, right?
Which
So-
one is this? The original?
The original
Okay.
sales in millions, right? So what did Final Fantasy 8 do? It should do better, right? Because the series evolved. So
No.
no. So it shouldn't be better. Should it be
Final
better or
Fantasy
worse?
I feel like that's a bit of a straw man, because that's not what I'm trying to say. Like,
Final
I'm not trying to
Fantasy
say that
8 hold on.
evolve.
Final
Hold on,
Fantasy
wait.
8
Let me make my point. I'm not saying that because you evolve, it's going to equal to sales. I'm saying that the
But
community
you said that's what people
and the
want, right?
culture of gaming community, it evolves, and yeah, sometimes it's going to fail. That's the whole point of evolving.
Final Fantasy
It
8
fails.
did 9 million, 9.6 million. Final Fantasy 9 only did 5.9 million.
Okay.
Final Fantasy 10 did 9 million. So Final Fantasy 7
9 million is still pretty decent for a game. I mean, yeah, it's
but
obviously a drop off, but like,
a huge drop off. You went from 18 million, and that's not even over the lifetime. The lifetime is 24 million when you count all the Final Fantasy 7 stuff. But just the Final Fantasy 7 original.
how is this Tommy Tallarico logic? Like, you guys are the ones who are stuck in the past. I'm sorry to say, you guys are the ones who aren't going
Final
to be
Fantasy
the
12?
innovators. I'm
Final
sorry
Fantasy,
to say.
Look at Final Fantasy 12, 7.2 million.
like, come, Bob, you got to back me up on this because Bob is the only one that's
I'm trying to get in. I'm trying to get in.
Because like you guys really need, like you guys need to talk to.
You do realize that Final Fantasy VII was something incredibly special at the time because it was like the game which introduced JRPGs to a wider audience. That's why it's like sold 18 million, and they didn't advertise it like an RPG. People didn't know what they were getting. The trailers were all like very action oriented.
I will give you that. I'll give you everything. So Final Fantasy 15 should at least equal the sales of Final Fantasy 7, right?
No. But like 10 million.
All right, I have a joke. I'm going to interrupt with a joke again. A real bad joke. Y'all ready?
This is hilarious. All of a sudden now that I say this point, everybody's like, You're fucking you play Candy Crush and you're out of touch. And I'm like, you guys are like 40-something-year-olds who literally aren't even on Twitch. You guys aren't on Reddit and seeing what everybody's saying. No, you're not, because you would be saying your opinion, but you would see that this is the direction. Like, why do you think the gaming industry has become a billion-dollar industry? Is because games have now started becoming something immersive.
It's a billion-dollar industry because of all the whales. We just discussed $24 million
because of the
Diablo. Okay.
Yeah, but why is that though? Like you're not getting it. Why is people spending money on Fortnite? Why are people spending money on games like Diablo? Right? It's because there's some level of immersion, right? The immersion is what is carrying the industry now, whether it's multiplayer, whether it's single player.
Sorry.
I'm gonna die on this hill because like you guys are the ones who are not seeing it.
Candy Crush doesn't have immersion in it. It makes all
that's not what I'm saying. Potion Roar's son was Jesus. Now I'm like slurring my words. Potion Sword Blood was saying that I was playing Candy Crush because of what I'm saying. But it's like you guys.
But I said
you guys listen. Hold on. You may not like something, right? And like I said, I don't like a lot of games, but I get why it's popular. I get why it's selling. Why there's an appeal for it.
It's immersion, and I'm telling you, games on mobile that make lots of money are not immersive games.
Well, okay. Well, let's forget about. First off, my point wasn't even talking about mobile games. My point was really talking about console and PC, right? That was my main point.
What you said was the industry is now a billion-dollar industry because of immersion. And so I countered.
I would still say that.
But I countered by saying that the industry is making so much money because of all the profits off of the mobile games.
Microtransactions.
Yeah, from mobile games. Yeah. Not immersive.
It's not just mobile games. Like, Fortnite still makes $1 billion. Like, a year. It's crazy.
I don't think
I said, it's because...
Immersive. Do you think Fortnite?
I would say Fortnite. Why I would say Fortnite is immersive is because they're bringing in ads, they're bringing in characters and IPs that people recognize, and they're trying to build this hub where like everybody just goes to it and it becomes like a community place, right?
Well, that's community. Games. That's not immersion.
No, I would say that is part of immersion because immersion is about being in part of the game. Like you feel like you're part of the game. Like you can say Deus Ex is immersive, right? Yeah, like immersion in the gaming industry, like it varies, but it still means that you're part of the game. Like I get it. Listen. I get why I'm getting the hate because you guys are from the retro space. You guys like retro games. You guys like older games, right?
I like modern
and a lot
games.
of older games. But you said that. There's a lot of modern games that you said you were not playing. Like you're not playing the Nintendo games. You're not. I just don't play Switch.
I don't play them.
Well, you're not playing. Well, that's what I'm saying. You're not playing what Nintendo's putting out. You're not playing what Sony's been putting out. Sony's been putting out again quality level games like The Last of Us, God of War, Uncharted. Obviously, you play Spider-Man. I know that. Obviously, there's and they're continuing to do that. And Xbox is doing the same with Halo. Halo is another example of them steering in the direction of this immersion where it's an open world game that they're going to build upon for decades, right? Like they're like, you know what I mean? Like people in especially like your generation will see modern games as being bad, right? I agree. I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did, but I'm looking at the chat and what everybody's saying in the chat. Right, because like I know you guys aren't a bunch of 20-something-year-olds looking at what everybody's saying, right? Like you guys are in a different generation, and I expect you guys to have a different type of way. Well, my generation is looking at games a little bit differently, right?
Well, my generation,
like he's saying, like
playing a
Ninja Kitty's
turn-based-
saying, I don't know when I'm talking about Halo. I just told you something that is a fact.
Well,
Halo is moving in that direction where they're trying to support it for 10 years.
it's a
What did I
fact.
say is wrong?
It's-
You guys don't like what I'm saying, and then
It's
you're
a-
getting upset.
I'm
Give
not
me a
giving you
counter
a-
argument.
I'm
give me a
trying to,
counter
you
argument.
keep talking.
Well, I'm saying the chat. I'm saying the chat has got to give me a proper counter argument, because the last time Ninja Kitty was saying, I have all this experience in being working in the video store, as if that's equivalent to filmmaking and going to film school. But you know what I mean? Okay. So that's why I'm getting riled up, because I think this is the first time I've actually had fun doing this. But
the chat is just giving you shit because you're getting riled up.
yeah, because I'm getting riled up. But I want them to give me an argument, because they haven't given me an argument.
Well, I'm going to give you the argument that my generation bought more Final Fantasy games.
Talking about my generation.
Are you the generation who's going to lead the gaming industry though? With
if we die, we're going to leave the gaming industry. So.
No, but are you the ones who are going to leave behind something for us to now go and start developing, like for the AAA space? Like I'm talking about what we're getting right now with like Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild. I mean, I don't like Starfield, but Starfield is another example of that modern games that people are like
blinded. How about
what does this have to do with anything? This doesn't have to do with skill. This is looking at the business of the industry, the creative output of the industry, where they're going. This has nothing to do with like you guys are. Listen, I get it. I said that you guys are boomers. You guys are boomers. Like, let's be honest. You guys are really out of touch.
Boomers. I'm in touch. You're boomers.
But yes, Bob. Come on, Bob. The way that they're talking right now, it's like you guys are kind of boomer-esque.
What'd you say, Sonny?
I've got something I've been dying to say for ages. Blinded, there's one thing you're doing which is bad. You're doing a Gary, and you're saying you're using immersion too much, like he uses innovative.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that's another thing they're gonna say about in the chat. They're gonna say that I'm Gary because I'm getting riled up.
The interpretation, the message you're going for, I get. But I don't know if immersion is the right word. But like they're building. I would agree with that. I'm just saying because it's a word that when I'm like listening to a lot of people like in the industry and how they're talking about game design, or like when you take a game design class, like that's the word is like immersion, right? Yeah. And it's like I could see now, like like I said, you wouldn't compare Fortnite to Deus Ex, right? But at the same time, they're doing something that I believe is very similar, right? It's just that they're in a different genre.
Like Potion Sword Run says, all we asked for was a AAA turn-based RPG, and now we need hearing aids.
Yeah, well,
here's the question, Blinded. If they made the new Final Fantasy game a turn-based RPG, do you think it would sell less or more than the previous game in the series?
I would say less. That's like without a doubt.
And my belief is they would sell more.
Less. No,
but why do you believe they would sell more? That's what I'm saying. Bob, this is what I'm saying, though. Bob, this is what I'm saying. They are the ones that are out of touch and they don't get it. I'll die on this hill. They can call me Gary all they want.
Sonny, listen, real quick. If 14 million sales it wasn't 14. What did I say? 18 million sales for Final Fantasy VII, and the series has never reached that number again. My generation still exists. If you made a new AAA Final Fantasy turn-based RPG, we would buy it because that's what we want. And those people that bought Final Fantasy VII would buy the new Final Fantasy if it was a turn-based RPG. When Final Fantasy VII Remake came out and it wasn't a turn-based RPG, how many of us said, fuck it, we're not buying it? I didn't buy it.
I know a lot of people didn't buy it.
And why was it? Because it wasn't a turn-based RPG anymore. That's what we wanted.
Sure, but it wasn't also for your generation. That's why they remade the game.
It didn't make as much money as.
Why would they remake a game? Hold on. Why would they remake a game and make it turn-based?
Because that's what it was originally. They remade games and just.
That's the whole point of a remake, though. Is like when you're remaking it, you're usually trying to upgrade it in some sense.
Yeah,
right. You're trying to add, either change it dramatically or give it a good spruce up, I guess.
That wasn't the original plan for the remake, though. Did you see the original plan? Because they've
I always
changed
thought
it
that
in
was the
development.
plan. Oh, so they originally had it as. I mean,
Yeah.
I could see that, yeah, but like they probably thought that's why it
They changed
never went to
studios
market.
that was working on it. That's why the gameplay changed. They scrapped what they had in the original version of the Final Fantasy VII remake.
I think people hold on, because like just another viewer is like that's not what I'm saying. Like, okay, because okay, I could see now why you were saying this is like gone off the rails. I'm not saying turn-based. I'm not saying turn-based is archaic and old, right? Persona is popular because it's a beloved series, right? And it's very niche, right? It's not on the level of I don't know, of a Last of Us or Final Fantasy, right? Where it's like it's going to consistently sell 10 million
or
reach 10 million. Or Dragon Quest, Mass Effect, whatever RPG,
but
Western
Dragon
RPG
Quest
style.
hasn't changed being a turn-based RPG this whole time.
Dragon Quest is the new one is probably not going to be a turn-based.
No,
obviously.
The new one is going to be. The guy the developer of the game came out and said, "Hey, don't worry, we're not fucking changing this."
Yeah,
I think it's going to
Dragon Quest. Like, it's not as big as a franchise as Final Fantasy.
I want to see what happens to that game though, because I have a feeling they're going to spruce it up. The way it was kind of looking was like a reboot, right? Until they gave it that subtitle. But my point, like what I'm trying to say is that the gaming industry, right, is moving in a direction where it's trying to evolve. And so some types of games will always have appeal, right? Like I'm not saying turn-based games are not going to be appealing. Like I literally just said, Fire Emblem is at its height and hasn't changed at all, right? So, but at the same time, it sells a really lot, but it's not selling like Mario or Zelda, right? It's niche, right? And so the games that are going to accumulate a lot of sales, that people are going to get a lot of reviews, maybe even be considered game of the year, are games that are trying to now, that word that Bob was saying is, kind of a bit shaky, but immersion, right? That's why Elden Ring is getting a lot of good reviews, and why people are saying it's one of their favorite games is because it's an open world game, and it's something that the other Souls games kind of experimented with, but they haven't done it, right? And so this is a game that goes, okay, we're going to combine everything. We're going to evolve all the systems, the ideas that we had, starting all the way back from when we were doing Demon Souls, right?
Yeah, I wish
that is
being turn-based. They need an open world chess game. That's what we need.
Like not everything will be open world.
No,
right?
but see, I think you're missing the point, Blinded. We're not saying to take away open world RPG games. We're saying one particular franchise. This one particular
franchise is not. But I just don't. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense to do that. The way that they're moving, the way that they showed off that game, and how it's getting attention. If that game was turn-based, it would not get the same amount of attention. Where people who haven't played the series are now like, they're looking at it differently, right? In a way where it's like, oh, I might go and play this.
In a way that it's no longer Final Fantasy.
And you could say, you could say that if you want.
I did say that like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Let me give my dumb joke real quick. Tony needs to wear a red hat that says "Make Final Fantasy Great Again."
Yeah, I'd wear that.
Yeah, I mean, he can say that. He said
you've talked all about like Final Fantasy 7 to 13 to 15, but did you even mention Final Fantasy 14? No, because it's an MMO and it's the biggest MMO going, and that's not a turn-based game.
But they don't have sales. There's sales.
No, they're not sales on it because it's a free-to-play subscription game.
Right. That's why I didn't mention it, Bob, because I don't have sales data for a game that doesn't have sales.
Yeah, but
it's also popular though.
But it's massively popular. It's bigger than WoW now, and like you could look at the player base and how many people are playing, and I bet that'd blow you away. And also like the amount of money it's generated. I'd reckon. This
What's
is just
the gameplay like in that?
It's not turn-based, and it's like kind of like,
Active time battle.
yeah, kind of like it's not the same as Final Fantasy VII Remake, but it's kind of it's kind of action strategy kind of.
It's kind of like WoW.
But like it's that game pretty much had a massive influence on the future of like the Final Fantasy games, and like Final Fantasy 15, despite the sales, was like really popular, and they're like improving on that formula of the action Final Fantasy games.
Dorkside says, I have a great idea for a game. Hear me out. This game would be a Mario game. The characters would look like they were hand-drawn, and it would be a turn-based RPG.
Oh,
hey,
wow.
did you see the new
Great
Paper
idea.
Mario? Did you see the new Paper Mario?
I have not.
I've seen it. I don't know much about
That's
it.
not even a turn-based game anymore. They
Evil
changed it.
Knievel says, I'm on Twitch, and turn-based game streams are still super popular there.
That's not the.
Didn't
Okay, let me
Triangle
condense
say-
it into a sentence. Okay, I'm trying to say the games that are mega super popular, the games that are selling 10 million plus, the games that are on the level of The Last of Us, A Legend of Zelda, Halo, Gears of War, games that are like recognized big IPs they're ready to turn into movies, they're ready to turn into series. Those types of games that they're pushing, that they're spending hundreds, even $500 million on, right? Those are the games that they are not going to revert back to their roots. That's what I'm saying. And it's because they evolved and they are relevant for that, right? We are still talking about Halo 20 years later. Well, mostly because it is, maybe that's not the best example, but I messed up with that one. But let's
It's funny that you keep saying Halo. I've actually been playing Halo this entire time while we're doing this conversation.
Let's say Zelda, because Zelda is the one that's controversial among people who are more of the older generation, right? Zelda Breath of the Wild is the best-selling Zelda game.
And I
Why
hate
is
it.
that?
I can't.
Yeah, you guys hate
I
it.
tried to play it.
A lot of the people who grew up with Zelda, they don't like that game, right?
Nope. I like my original Zelda.
I like
And
the
that's-
best Zelda 2.
But that's what I'm saying.
Controversial.
It found a new sort of audience, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Wii had a massive Ninja Kitty. The Wii had a massive audience, and Legend of Zelda did not. Skyward Sword didn't sell good. Twilight Princess, which was a port, right?
Well,
but
hold on.
it still didn't sell as much as Breath of the Wild. The gaming audience is growing. They're seeing these IPs and they're trying it out, and developers are recognizing we got to change it up a little bit. And when they change it up while keeping what was there intact, right?
Hold on. I think Zelda's kind of a bad example. Because it didn't do gangbusters on the Wii U.
Or it's on Switch.
Yeah, but it was also on.
It was on Wii U too, but because nobody wanted to buy that because the graphics.
No. The reason why I brought
though.
that up is because Ninja Kitty was saying, what did he say? He said the Switch has the largest user base. Yeah, but I'm trying to say that if we go back in time, it should still translate, right? Like Breath of the Wild is on a super successful console and it did really well. But how come when we go back in time and we look at older entries on really popular Nintendo consoles, they didn't sell as well, right?
Well,
so and I get what Ninja Kitty is going to say about the Wii, right? The Wii is more of a.
What console had the same amount of
it's
sales?
A boomer system.
You guys keep saying go back to school, go back. Like Ninja Kitty, you were the one. I'm never going to forget that you told me that your film knowledge came from you working at a video store. So
Ninja Kitty likes.
I'm always going to get at that.
Hey, Quentin Tarantino came from a video store.
Yeah, but Quentin Tarantino's not Ninja Kitty. Ninja Kitty hasn't even made a film in his life. So it's like, what am I supposed to say? He hasn't picked up a camera, shot, edited on Final Cut or Premiere, done the sound. You get what I mean? It's a tangent. I'm just gonna keep going because he's going at me. So, I mean, it's all for fun anyway. But I just want to say this. I just like getting riled up like this. It's actually kind of fun. I see why Gary does it.
Juices flowing.
Because I'm seeing what everybody's saying, and it's like, yes, I see what you're saying,
What I'm
that
saying
I'm
is,
the one out of touch. I'm the youngster.
I didn't
But
say
I'm
you're out of
trying to.
touch. That's not what I said. I
No,
didn't
no,
say
no. I'm talking about the chat. I wasn't talking about
fuck
you.
the chat right now. What I'm saying is, what console had the same amount of sales as the Switch? The Switch's audience is monumentally
Yeah, but
larger
even
than
before,
PS4,
okay,
a
before it
PS2.
hit, sure, but before it even hit that milestone of passing, oh, I dropped out.
no, you're good.
I think he dropped his phone or something.
Gary plus Carl equals
Blinded?
blinded. No blinded. What we're saying is you're crazy.
Yeah,
So
you're
what
wrong,
I'm saying
crazy
is, I don't
blinded.
think that turn-based RPGs are going away. There are several new turn-based RPGs coming out in the coming year. Despite what
Yeah.
blinded might think, we are not out of touch.
MFFGA, right, Tony?
Yeah, make Final Fantasy great again.
Yeah.
And I think
Boomer.
with blinded, I didn't drop my phone, and I'm still in the chat. He's the one who boomered himself out of the conversation.
Oh, he did. Oh, he's gone.
Yep. So I think we'll just end it right there. Thank you, Blinded, for conceding. And
Yep.
anyway,
Blinded lost.
Yeah.
it's a forfeit. The two sweetest words in the English language: forfeit. Yeah.
What's next?
And Nat Murphy says the highest selling Pokemon game of all time, the time of the turn-based RPGs, and now in the past. I don't know. The new Pokemon games still going to be turn-based RPG apparently, and that's a huge franchise. Yeah, turn-based. That was the argument I was going to say. Turn-based RPGs in general were always niche. Final Fantasy VII was like when they broke through, right? It was like, oh my god, everybody was talking about that game. Pokemon,
I think
for as mainstream
I
as
think that had a
Pokemon
lot
is,
to do too. I think that had a lot to do too that it was on the PlayStation 1. You know, it was like a big title on that. That was like a system that was really getting popular at the time.
yeah.
A lot of people had PlayStation 1s as CD players as well.
Yeah, and I think it was just
I
the
found
graphics were such a step up. Oh,
Yeah.
Blinded, sorry, but we ended the topic. You lost.
Oh boy,
Potion says, thank
they're gonna.
Blinded for being a good sport.
That's-
Welcome back, Barry.
I'm the new Gary. Gary is Andy.
Blinded
Barry,
out.
did he call him Barry? Oh,
Yeah,
Gary.
Barry.
King of all buttocks says, blinded out Gary to Gary.
Yeah,
No, I don't think it is.
all the 40-year-olds are like, yeah, you freaked out, and we all won.
Yeah. Final Fantasy VII had the PS1 and massive advertising behind it, yes, but it was still a turn-based RPG at the end of the day. People knew what they were getting it.
No, they didn't. Majority didn't.
I don't think people are that dumb. I'm
They
pretty
are.
sure when they picked up the box and they went, "Oh, that's what it is."
When I picked up Final Fantasy VII, when I remember clearly going into Blockbusters, it was 2 for $30. I was picking out games. I looked at the back. I had no idea it was a turn-based game. Had no idea it was a JRPG. I know that's just me, but I'm just saying. I had no idea that it was a JRPG or an RPG at all. I didn't back. You didn't really back then.
You didn't read?
No, you didn't really know what you was going to get when you bought a game. There wasn't like YouTube. You couldn't just look up every game which is coming out. Like it was always a bit of a gamble.
Well,
trust
it
the
was
back
a
of the
Final
box.
Fantasy game. Yeah, it was a Final Fantasy game. So right off the bat, I mean, there's that being part of a franchise that's established as a turn-based RPG franchise.
Yeah. Well, Final Fantasy VII was the big one that broke out Final Fantasy as a series.
You're wrong. Just another viewer. You're wrong. I'm more intolerable based on what everybody. I mean, it's all fun and games. Like I'm not like it's just games. But I mean, like I still am very like Bob semi agrees with what I'm trying to say.
I mostly
I'm just like
agree.
so all over the place.
I probably like 90%
then.
agree. It's just your wording is a bit off.
Yeah, my wording because I'm getting like all flustered. Like I'm sure if I sat down and wrote an article about it, like that's the thing. I feel like we would need to. You need to have a lot more people that are kind of like. How old are you, Bob? Just so I can give a range.
I'm on the edge of boomer, 38 this year. I don't know. I'm 39 this year. Fuck.
Well, that's closer to Tony's age. So
Yeah,
I feel
but
like
I'm
you
less
need
of a
to
boomer than you guys.
you need to get like 18 to 30. Let's poll those people and like ask them their question and like make sure they're playing games, like not like, oh, I just play Fortnite. No, like play a wide range of games so we can get like a good
I
opinion.
play
Because like
a wide range of games.
yeah, but you're not in that age
acting
group.
like I don't play any games. You're like,
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like you're not in that age group.
Yeah.
You're not the one
what
with
he's
the
saying.
experience. You're with a different kind of experience, right? So that's why it's
my
like it's
money's
kind of
spent just
unfair.
as well as anyone else's.
No, but that's not the point though. That's why we go based on generations. It's like people grow up and they experience things based on what they played, right? And it affects their outlook and sometimes their creativity, right? Where it's like, if you're playing, within that age range, right? Like 18 to 30, they were like what? Early PS1 to now, like they grew up on, right? Maybe even like the PS2, the start of the PS2. That's a big difference compared to like your guys' generation where you guys grew up in the bit era, right? Like there's some people who've never played a 2D game. They just play 3D games. And that's a big difference. That's going to affect your outlook on games.
Totally.
Like same thing with movies and music.
Are you trying to say that kids don't like pixel art games? Tommy Tellerico?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that,
Yeah.
but like, no.
I would say a good
Minecraft-
chunk of them. Well, Minecraft is not really a 2D. It's not a. I wouldn't say that's a Pixar game. Like if we're looking at, there's a lot of people. I shit you not, on Twitter, they were refusing to play the new Turtles game because they said the graphics look bad. It was like, what the hell?
Yeah,
This looks amazing.
Too.
This is.
I wouldn't call them amazing. They look good. They weren't amazing.
No, but like when they say it's bad looking, they're like, hey, I can't play this. Is bad graphics.
I can't play it. It's so old looking.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Really?
That's what I'm saying. Like you have to hang out. Yeah, you be around people within that age group. They're going to tell you
Those
something
games
where
are
you're
the
like
worst.
shocked.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about the TMNT game. I was a bit worried if it was going to get backlash for being so pixely.
Yeah.
The younger generation. But like they weren't bringing that out. That game was for the older generation. That wasn't for the younger generation.
Yeah, it was for us.
Yeah, which is fair. Yeah,
they were cashing in on nostalgia.
Yeah, but like my point was to say that like that does exist, right? I'm not the one saying it, right? I just see that on Twitter. Like when you go on Twitter or you talk around or people in real life in that age group and you talk about games or movies, they have a very different perspective of like people that are like 10 years older. Right.
Yeah.
And it's just because they consume different media. Right. And that's why I'm like, when I look at the chat, I know most of the people in the chat are not my age.
Yeah.
Right. They're way older than me. Right. So it's like, I get why people are like,
why are you calling our audience old, man?
Way
it's
older.
true, though.
They're like 90.
It's true.
Those people are like parents.
Dude's like,
yeah, you guys are parents, if I'm being honest.
How old is Blinded? I told you he's like 17. He's like
I'm like 17. No, I'm like 22. I just turned 22. But it's like, yeah, like 50K is saying like my generation, there's some kids where I'm shocked. They're like, oh no, my first console was like the PS3 or 360. I'm like, you didn't even play on GameCube or PS2? It's like, what the fuck?
It'll happen to you, Blinded.
I don't even like Fortnite.
Yeah,
I know it's.
You be.
I don't even play Fortnite.
Don't lie.
I hate Fortnite. Who did I say? I think it was Dean or Dorkside. I can't stand Fortnite. Like it's one of the worst things. It's terrible. But like I understand why it's popular. Like that's the thing. I understand, but not like it.
Thank you.
All right. I think we should move on to the most important topic of the night.
The fan
We're going to be talking a small Intellivision Amico update. It's very tiny. Not anything groundbreaking. But we got to talk about it because that's what we do. We deliver the news. Let me remind you to like the video, share it with your friends, and of course, subscribe to the channel for more riveting Amico content. So, gentlemen, you might remember, I don't know, about a year ago, maybe a little more, I had mentioned that they had put in a trademark for the Intellivision Prism.
Ooh, yeah.
It was the same
Yes.
trademark application as the Amico. It was said that at one time it was a backup name. There was some issues with the Amico name at that time, and I said there was a possibility it could be a new name if they don't get the Amico name. Tommy said no. That's what they call their interactive lighting system, that they were going to use it at one point, but then they changed. They said, no, we're not going to put it as console name. We want the Amico. This is the interactive lighting. Well, all of that doesn't matter anymore. Because, gentlemen, the Intellivision Prism name, trademark, has been abandoned.
Oh,
Aw, aw.
So if you're looking to trademark Intellivision Prism, it's free. Go ahead.
Ooh,
Try that out.
let's do that. But it can't be in television Prism. It would just be Prism.
Yeah. So the Project Unicorn Prism is a go. Prism's
Jism.
dead. Yeah. Now, again, they were saying that this was the name of the interactive lighting. So I don't want to go out on a limb and say that the interactive lighting might be removed and there's no LEDs in the Amico as a cost-cutting measure, but it wouldn't shock me if that's what they did.
Got rid of the light show. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because, I mean, if they don't have the name,
Pointless.
it was pointless. None of the games really took advantage of it. And that is, extra cost. Get rid of as much as you can to save cost. I'm not
Yeah,
saying they're
someone
doing
tried-
that.
someone tried to boo-hoo me saying like, no, like the LEDs are like pennies for LEDs, but like it's not pennies when you add up like 200,000 consoles.
Yeah, that's a lot of pennies. Plus, you got to figure it. You got to add up the cost of the LEDs, and all the games have to use them.
Yeah,
You got to
it's
go
pointless.
through the time it takes to check everything to make sure that the game's functioning with the LEDs. That people who are playing the games are interacting with the lights. Do we got to make the lights brighter? Do they need to flash more? Now we got to put a warning on it because people might get epilepsy. So, not saying that it is a definite. All I'm saying is the only fact in this report is that the Intellivision Prism trademark has been abandoned. The other stuff was supposition. Please understand the difference.
Dazed Gaming, Geek Getaway isn't, but Dazed Gaming, we're going to say that it is true. We're going to go ahead and we're going to verify it. I've been talking to sources all day. Dazed Gaming is saying it's true.
All right. So the next bit of news is a more serious subject. And
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I have no verification. This is just two cult members saying a thing. So keep that in mind. But I do feel it is pertinent to at least discuss it because Tommy Tallarico was a big part of the Intellivision Amico story. He has been very quiet.
Yes.
There's been rumors, speculation. I think these two individuals who we might not like, I'm just going to put it out there, we probably don't like these guys. But they
Hate
probably
'em.
have more information as to this particular matter. So I'm going to go ahead and trust they're not lying and trust that they are, in fact, at least telling us what they've been told, right? I know that was a lot of setup for what I'm about to show you. But this was a comment left on Turbo Joe's. It was two comments last video. It says, Tommy has had some serious health issues and his father passing all while trying to keep the company afloat, which is why he stepped down. No one wants to tell you that. They just want to call him a scammer. It's so fucked up how ruthless people are over a video game console. Then Relic Gamer came in to say, yeah, what Turbo said, Tommy had some pretty life-threatening health issues and isn't something that will be going away or getting better. This resulted in him having to back away from his position. Not sure he will ever get better. Now, first off, it's kind of scummy to put out a man's medical history onto the internet unless he told you to do it.
Mm.
With that said, I do feel bad for also sharing the story, but I think once it's out there, people are going to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Is it? I mean, are we allowed to talk about whether or not we think that it's accurate, if this is true, or if
Yeah,
this is more cover? I mean, I don't want to be like the guy that, like, I mean, because if he is really sick, that sucks. I mean, but at the same time, it's hard to know what's real and what's not because of everything that's come out of this company has been so much cover for crap.
yeah.
So I don't know if it's.
I get the skepticism, and I get people who might say, "Well, Turbo Joe and Relic are lying. They're just trying to cover for Tommy."
Yeah, I don't
create
want to
this
say
story."
that. I don't want to say that they're lying. I just.
Yeah, 1 Inch Bicep says, "I don't believe it. It's a cover." Like I said, I get that. I get the skepticism. I want to err on the side of caution.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to someone's physical or mental health, like it's a bit like more serious, and you hope that you kind of give people the benefit of the doubt they're not going to lie about something as serious as that.
Yeah.
You would hope, and that's why I say, are we allowed to talk about that? You think? I don't know. Like, I don't want to be like a dick, because it is.
Well, no, like
It's not cool.
with the history of lying, I think it's a fair thing to bring some skepticism towards it. But I think on the grand scheme of things, we kind of got to give it a bit of benefit of the doubt. But like also, it's the sources. These are biased Amico people, and like we've had confirmation that it wasn't the reason that health. We don't know entirely the reasons Tommy stepped down, but we do know pretty much for a fact that there was two groups, one pro, one anti Tommy, and the anti Tommy group won, and that's why Tommy got ousted from his position. Maybe the health was a factor in that, but
that
there was definitely two groups.
Well, again, speculation. Okay.
Yeah, speculation.
But if this was a health issue that affected his cognitive abilities, that could have been a factor into getting pushed out, right? If they're like, "Hey, Tommy, whatever it is that you got is affecting your decision-making abilities and your rational behavior," then I could see them using that as a way to push him out.
What if that's the case? Do you think that could be the thing? You think that could be part of the problem with some of the crazy decisions he made? Like, what if that is something? Who knows? We'll probably never know.
Well, if it is, I will say this: if it came to light that the reason Tommy was acting so erratic and everything had to do with a health issue, not something that was 100% verifies that yes, this affected his decision making. He will, the reason he was lashing out and the reason he said those things about you and yada 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 was because this caused his brain to act in weird ways. And I would 100% be like, hey, we're square, right? I got no ill will.
Yeah, we're done. We'd be over at that point.
Yeah.
But I don't really know of a whole lot of life-threatening. I mean, I guess you could be if it was like a brain tumor or something like that can impact your personality and whatnot. But if it's just a regular run-of-the-mill disease, I don't really know how much it impacts your decision-making or your personality. If it's more of a physical thing,
he could have something like Alzheimer's. That
early onset Alzheimer's.
Yeah, that could affect his mental faculties. Like I said, a brain tumor, a head injury. There's various things. He had a bacterial infection that.
There's like a million things it could be.
So, like I said, I don't want to. If it's true, I want to err on the side of caution. I don't want to,
cautious
be like, no, these guys are
skepticism.
lying. Yeah.
We'll proceed with cautious skepticism. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything yet. I'm not going to jump to conclusions until we get more information. It's too early to really say.
And I don't think we ever will get more information.
Probably not.
So I would just say that if you are looking to take shots at Tommy or whatever, maybe consider not taking shots at this point, right? Like I understand we were kind of a dick in the past, right? That's fine. We didn't know, but now that you're aware of the situation or the potential situation, just walk away, right? It's not worth it.
My opinion, though, is
Well-
different, a little bit different to that, because there's got to be a separation between illness and business, like, you know, to a degree. Like, yes, I say, like, don't have a go at Tommy because he's got a health condition. Like, that's just wrong. And, like, maybe, I mean, this is pure speculation. Maybe the illness has affected his decision making, whether it's from like having a life-threatening issue to like without even affecting his brain. Like having a life-threatening issue is going to change your perspective on like the world entirely. Like if you're told you got like months to live or whatever, but like let's not like sugarcoat it here. He has categorically lied on record about certain things, and this whole Amico has been a shit show.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not
I
ready.
agree.
I'm not ready to give him the benefit of the doubt of just a random disease made him make all those decisions. Yeah, I don't know, but I do hear Tony's point. You know, like maybe
Yeah,
if he is dealing with something right now, we could be a little bit,
Well,
easier.
understanding.
To Bob's
Yeah,
point,
exactly.
I could see a situation where he had, maybe they were like, hey, you got this illness and you're gonna die in like 3 years, right? So he's doing whatever he can, making these very bad decisions, bad deals in order to get the console. I got to get this out before I pass, right?
Yeah.
So I can understand that. And again, it didn't affect his brain, but he's making bad decisions because he's trying to do something in a now, his
Limited
time,
time factor.
limited time, yeah. So I can understand that. And again, he's
It's just
not the
so hard to
CEO anymore.
know.
Right. But what I'm saying is he's not the CEO anymore, right? So there's really no reason to even bring him up in the conversation anymore. Like he did his thing. We criticized him for the thing he did. I keep seeing people bring up like these old points, like, well, Tommy said, it was refundable. And like, yeah, we've gone over this for the last like 6 months. We all agree he said a thing and it was a lie. It's not refundable anymore, right? Like,
You talk about
We-
sensible
we-
person's
yeah.
video.
it's
Yeah,
like,
at this stage, it's been so long since Tommy's not been the CEO and he's like just part of the company, like in name only. Like it is a bit like redundant to keep like bringing up Tommy Tallarico in relation to the Amico with current affairs.
yeah. The decisions that he made were made, not going to change. We've criticized them all along the way. I think we're at the point, focus on Phil, focus on their current situation, the things they're doing now. I know you guys want juicy drama and Amico content, but if there's nothing there, there's nothing there, right?
Should we still make jokes about Tommy Tallarico, like what he's willing to do for a cheeseburger?
Earlier, yes. Now, probably not.
So
It's also pretty like not to be funny. It is like that was a great video, but it is still dark making fun of someone like becoming homeless. But like at the end of the day, like comedy is edgy and like to censor
that's what
comedy.
that's
is
all my
bad.
comedy ever is. My comedy's always been edgy. I don't know how to be any other. It's hard for me to do anything else but edgy comedy.
Yeah, and I love edgy comedy.
Ninja Kitty says, when has Relic Gamer and Turbo Joe ever been honest? But I think, again, they might do a lot of things, but I don't think they're going to be like, invent a disease to win an argument online. Maybe they would. Maybe they would invent the
Maybe they would.
Tommy
That's the thing. What do we know? That's the thing.
But
Would
again,
they?
I don't know. Like, I just want to counter that. Like, is there any evidence that Turbo Joe's been dishonest? Like, I don't really watch the guy or know the guy, but in his defense,
there
like,
has the
Yeah,
whole
he has
controller
been.
thing, the upside down controller, and there's been other things where he said things and then he turned around, well, I was only trolling you guys, or
oh
I said
yeah,
it.
Yeah, he says every video that he's ever made about Amico is like trolling now, which is like bullshit, dude. You're freaking obsessed.
Yeah, Ninja Kitty says, have you not seen Relic Gamer? I have, but I could also see, if Tommy told him this thing that would be a reason why he's so upset with us, right? He's like, Tommy's sick and you guys are big assholes to him. You know,
From what I hear, Relic Gamer has stirred the pot a lot with the pro and anti side, like feeding Tommy like all these videos of all these hate videos he gets and all the Amico news.
Oh yeah, he's been a
So
big
Relic
deal.
is he's pretty close to, or he was pretty close to Tommy. But on the flip side, I've heard some nasty things about Relic Gamer, which I'm not going to bring up, and he's kind of a not nice person from what I hear.
No, Ninja
No,
Kitty,
he's not.
you make a great point. He says Relic Gamer was also told that Tony TGD was a stalker making death threats, so I should believe him. No, you shouldn't. But I'd rather take the side of caution and skepticism, because this isn't the only two people that I've heard this from. I've heard this from other people, right? And we've briefly talked about it before, where we're like, well, we heard maybe Tommy's sick, maybe Tommy's this, right? Atari Creep, I think he might have said it at one point in one of his comments. So again, I don't know anything. There's nothing for me to say. No sources have told me anything other than these two, and then one individual, who I'm not going to name, also mentioned that Tommy was sick, and that was it.
I don't know if I'm ready to just not be like, you can't give Tommy criticism. I do think, though, it's not fair, maybe just to not discuss this sickness thing, but I still think there's things that you could give Tommy criticism for, unless there's evidence that comes out that's like, okay, yes, he's got Alzheimer's or something. I mean, I still think it's fair to criticize him for the decision, because it's just been so insane. I mean, it's, to think about, and it is kind of funny to go back and look at some of these things that it's like, well, look what he said and look how crazy it is now. They can't even get their refunds. But I mean, I can see both sides, because you're not wanting Tony. You don't see the benefit of criticizing him anymore. It doesn't outweigh if it does turn out that he is dying or sick or something, and we're just like dunking on him. Like I get it.
I mean, it's that, and then at the same time, like I said, he has been so out of the public sphere for so long, so far removed from the company. And I don't even think he's worth bringing up anymore. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe I'm just an old man, like Blinded says.
And maybe I'm being soft, but I do want to put out there that, like, if Tommy does have this like life-threatening illness, like, I don't wish any ill will, and I hope he stays healthy as long as possible, and I wish all the best to his health. Like, I don't hate anyone enough to like wish him ill health.
Yeah,
no way, dude.
When I first heard about this, because like I said, I did hear somebody mention something about Tommy being sick. My first thought was that Tommy got COVID, and the reason they weren't telling anybody was because of all the criticism he had gotten for not wearing a mask. So for him to right? So that was my first initial thought when I first heard about this months ago. But I wouldn't think that'd be life-threatening and all that, and never being, healing. Again, they could be full of shit. We could find out tomorrow that this has all been a troll. Ha ha, we got those guys to feel bad or whatever, right? But I'd rather have egg on my face over thinking that Tommy might really legitimately have health issues than to be like, damn, dude, you're an asshole because Tommy just passed away and you guys were dunking on him last night, right?
Yeah.
So. Yeah,
Tommy Amico brings up a good point. He says we don't need to talk about Tommy as long as he stays off the effing internet. Like, like if he comes back and jumps on the internet and acting like a jackass, then yes, it's game on.
Yeah, No Square Gamer says it's fair to critique any previous statements Intellivision made. I agree. But there's people that then take it to the step further and like, Tommy's a liar, and Tommy is like, we've been there, right? We've discussed that already. When it was happening, we discussed it, right? It's like, do I need to like bring up statements from a year ago that we've talked about to death? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm getting sick of the whole Amico thing. I don't know.
I think
you're pro Amico now, Tony. Like Darius,
so.
You guys are pro Amico.
Well, I've always wanted it to come out because I've always wanted to prove that his whole idea that it was going to be successful was not, was wrong.
There's not really much. There's not a whole lot to really talk about. I mean, there still is, but I mean, it's definitely kind of getting a little stale. But it's still kind of fun to talk about. But like, see, look at the past. We've done live streams where you'd be talking about the Amico the entire freaking time. 3.5 hours talking about the Amico. Well, we're sitting here for like 30 minutes just kind of talking a little shit, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't know.
So,
like I said, I'm just bringing the news, just reporting what I see, letting you guys decide on your own. If you guys don't think it's real, if you guys think it's a story concocted to make us feel bad, hey, I'm not going to blame you.
You're a fake journalist, Tony.
Yeah.
Using reference material. You
Maybe
shouldn't
I'm
be
too
referencing
soft.
stuff.
I'm like Ben Silverpunk says, I'm being soft, but that's just the way I was raised. I was raised, don't kick a man when he's down, right?
Yeah.
It's the same way when Potion
his
Sword
father
Run
was sick.
Yeah,
you know.
But I'm saying, like, when Potion Sword Run recently, someone made a video about him, and he said some horrible fucking things about Potion.
Well,
and I know Potions has health problems, and for the things that were said about him were just fucking disgusting, and it made me sick to my stomach. And I don't want to be that type of person where I'm saying things that are making other people sick to their stomach because I'm insulting someone who has serious health issues. Again, if that makes me soft, then fuck it, I'm soft, all right? But I'm a Christian man. I'm a believer in God, and that's the way it is. Now, if you guys want to talk shit, that I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to ban anybody. I'm not going to fucking time anybody out for it. But that, that's my feelings.
I'm also a believer you got to treat people. You got to treat people how you want to be treated, and like Tommy having a life-threatening illness, if it's true, like I just want to wish him well, and like I hope he has good health, because I hope other people, if I had a life-threatening illness, they'd feel that way about me, regardless of the dickhead things I've done.
Yeah.
Well, let it be known that I made the video about Tommy giving out blowjobs for cheeseburgers before I knew he was sick.
Yeah. If we have any actual Amico news, we'll be sure to update you. Again, we just report things. We don't make them up. We don't invent sources. We just tell you what we know and what we've heard. That's kind of a downer. I didn't think it was going to be a downer. I didn't think we were going to go.
I didn't either. You made me feel bad about my video, Tony.
I didn't want to make you feel bad, but you're a bad man, Dazed.
I'm going to go delete it.
No,
I'm kidding. I'm not. I'm not.
Pong Show says if he's truly sick, then why not pack the bags on the Amico? Why leave Phil Adam in the cold? Still kicking the can around. If he got pushed out, Ben, it's not his choice
no longer
anymore.
his. Yeah, he's done with the Amico.
He's not involved.
I guess he still owns it, but
no, he doesn't own it. He's the president, quote unquote. It's like one of those fancy titles they give you and they stick you in the corner. He doesn't have any decision-making power, from my understanding, at all.
He's in a permanent timeout.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting. That's not the ending I wanted. I did not want the ending of Tommy getting sick. I wanted the ending of him coming out and the console being laughed at and him looking silly.
Tommy Amico says, I'm sure Tommy really told the cult those things, but it doesn't mean it's true. He just needs to tell them something, and that's what works. Yeah. I mean, I can see that too. And that's the
thing. It's like if he is, it's like that's the thing. That's the discussion. Like if he is at that point where he would use that, something like that, to try to divert any more attention towards him or like get people to feel sorry for him, that's literally the lowest shit that you could do. And that's disgusting behavior. I would hope that's not the case.
Really. Like it's pretty true that his father passed away, and this is information coming like third hand at this stage. So
yeah, the father thing definitely. No, that's true. I mean, yeah, it's Relic Gamer who's
track record isn't great.
Yeah,
but I like I said, I want to hope that there's a sliver of humanity in these people that they wouldn't say these
Me
things.
too.
unless
I
they at
want
least
to believe
it.
that. I still believe there's good in the cult. Oh well.
Yeah, it's now Phil's
Next.
job to answer for Tommy's Amico related promises.
Yeah, Phil Adams' new target. Fuck Phil Adams.
Yeah, fuck him. Phil, it's on, bitch.
Rabbit Dude
Yeah.
says, "Why did you get banned from Reddit?" I got banned from Reddit because a mod didn't like me disagreeing with him, so he just claimed that I was someone's sock account and then just had the admins delete my account.
Yeah, Reddit mods suck.
They're just like, "Oh, you're just sock account of someone else," and then he's just like, "That means you're ban evading," and they just delete your account and IP ban you.
What a fuck face.
I got banned from subreddits for really dumb shit. Like spoiling Daredevil season 2. That was hilarious.
I was banned. You know, one of the Reddits that everybody always brings up, they say Tony was actively involved in Kotaku in Action. That's like the Gamergate Reddit, right? I was banned from there like 3 times because they don't like my opinions on things because I'm constantly disagreeing with them. I'm going, hey guys, you know that female-led movie that y'all upset about? Maybe don't be so upset about it because it's not that big of a deal, right?
That subreddit always is featured on subreddit drama, which is a hilarious place.
Whoa.
That's got to be.
That's really extreme.
Who is that? I've never seen that person before.
I have. I recognize the name. He posts on Reset Era. I don't think he would just come in here and say crazy shit like that. I'm sure somebody at some point said something like that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
Right.
Yeah, I can say the moon's made of cheese, but it's not necessarily true.
But how do you know that?
Yeah.
I don't.
The moon's not real because the Earth.
We live on a flat Earth. Yeah, flat Earth.
The moon landing was fake.
The moon is a hologram.
Here's what I want to know. Somebody help me out. We might have some flat earthers in the chat.
Oh, I know a lot about flat Earth. I've watched a documentary on it.
Okay. The one thing I don't understand. Here's the thing that I don't understand. Let's suppose that the Earth is flat and they've been hiding it from us, right? Why?
Oh, I know this one.
Okay.
Because it's really weird and I don't get it. But like if people knew the truth, corporations would make loads of money.
But how do you
because like
what?
Antarctica is the only place in the world you can't like claim or like colonize, and because it goes all the way around like the Earth, like, and what's beyond it, like it'd be exploited by corporations.
Oh boy! But how do you explain experiments in physics that can prove that the Earth is round?
They're all lying.
They're like, oh, you didn't do this experiment and like do it right, and like they act like this. There's this big group of people who are like saying, oh yeah, this is how you do the experiment. And Dan Olson went to them and was like, I did that experiment and it came out wrong. And they turned around to him and said, you must have done it wrong. Go back home, sleep, pray to God. Pray to God on it and come back.
I can literally send a drone
Pray
up
to God
in the sky and see the curvature of the Earth.
Hold on.
Yeah,
these are probably the same people that believe like dinosaurs aren't real and the Earth is like 6,000 years old, like all that shit.
Hold on.
Isn't that like the
First
same?
off,
no longer hate Buttocks, you always liked me. I was burnt toast, remember? Or burnt shit toast.
Shit toast.
Yeah, that was a joke we had.
First off,
Buttocks
Gary
is
doesn't
funny.
believe dinosaurs are real.
Yeah,
I haven't heard him say
that's not true.
Gary with another hot take.
No, he did. He said we were joking about it last week. If you go back to the show last week, you'll hear me saying
show?
no, the regular show. When he's
Oh,
talking
the regular
about Jurassic Park Dominion.
I thought he was joking.
No, he was serious. Because we talked about
Gary.
it before the show. Before the show started, he said that. I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, He's like, "They're not real." I'm like,
No way.
so you're fucking with me, Gary? He's like, "Well, no." He's like, "There's no proof." I'm like,
There's lots of proof.
I was like, "Yeah, I didn't want to get into it." I was like,
There's a lot of proof. I mean, why do you think there's oil?
I was just about to say that. Yeah, where did all the oil come from?
Yeah.
Okay, but back to the flat Earth. Who is the one who's suppressing the information, Bob?
The government.
Okay.
No, it's not the government. You know who.
No.
It's them. It's they.
Okay, why doesn't them or they exploit the Antarctic if it would make corporations a load of money if they were able to do it?
I don't know.
It's the reptilians. Dude.
I'm
Yeah,
saying, like,
you're in
if the reason you got to keep it a secret is because somebody would exploit that and make a bunch of money off of it, right? You're telling me that this like secret organization that somehow found every person who's good and honest and would never use the information that they've gained to make a bunch of money.
Yeah, flat earthers, if you're listening, y'all need to work on that one. That's weak. Like, if you're going to get people convinced, you need a better thing than just, people will exploit it. There's got to be something like better.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even think of anything right now. Like,
yeah, that's not good, right?
It's also like a conspiracy to keep people like, don't know, like dumb, I guess.
There's just no reason.
But how about the belief of aliens? Because, like, I feel like that's a conspiracy that, well, it
depends what we're talking
now,
about.
I believe it. I do believe in aliens blinded.
I believe it too. There's a lot. There's
there's a lot of proof.
Like when you're talking about aliens, we've got to like categorize it. Like, I believe in aliens to a degree, but I'm coming from a scientific background on that.
Yeah.
Because, like, if you look at the Drake equation and you put all sorts of numbers in there, like, there's at least a couple of other civilizations or intelligent life in this galaxy. But, like, if you're talking about, like, ET and a UFO coming to land on Earth, that hasn't happened yet.
It ain't happening.
Like,
I feel like
there's scientific research which has shown that there's, like, at the moment, as far as our technology can tell, there isn't a super advanced alien species out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Like, NASA was coming out and saying that they have a theory for ancient alien civilization, and that was interesting.
Yeah,
like, they haven't given the
theories
evidence yet. Yeah, but there's a theory, and to be honest,
ancient
like,
alien?
just a theory. Yeah, it's supposedly it's like an ancient
I love the
civilization
ancient alien stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Anunnaki. Is it the Anunnaki?
No. That's just fucking bullshit.
No.
What we're talking about is
Come on.
That's totally different. Totally different.
That show. I used to love that show.
I know. It's a great show. So
if you look at the age of the universe and the age of the Earth, and like how many civilizations could have arose before, like, the Earth formed.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot of time there that there could have been an alien civilization come up, colonize the entire universe, and die out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Right,
and also, did you hear about China?
That's something I could see them being like hiding from us, like the actual.
I said, hold on.
You just muted it.
Oh my god!
How rude!
I know.
How
rude! That was like a digital slap.
I don't want to lose this comment. So Teletron is he's sharing the details. He said, he had more details about the whole Tommy killing his dad. He didn't mean it like Tommy put a pillow over the dad's face or something. He says Tommy's dad died in hospice care at Tommy's house. Tommy's dad and his stepmom both caught COVID at the same time, and Tommy's infamously careless for public health measures. He caught COVID himself after flying back and forth after his first and only concert.
Oh, okay, I see what he's talking about.
So it's highly likely Tommy spread COVID to his parents.
The timing fits.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, damn it. That sucks.
Well,
that's brutal.
that would, at the very least, that would definitely fuck you up mentally if you're like, damn, I gave my parents COVID and killed them.
Yeah.
But again, hearsay, conjecture. I hope it's not true. Speculation, yeah. Rumors.
It's so pathetic that we have to say that. You know, it's like, come on, can we not just like talk about things that obviously we don't know, or we're saying?
Yeah, Australia.
Well, you know how people are those days. Like, people
I know
just-
it's dumb. It's annoying. Like, he said it. They'll take it out of context and.
Yeah.
Australia is a made up country according to Gary.
So is Canada.
Gary in the audience.
Fuck Australia. No, I love Australia.
I won't go there because you know why. Actually, you know what? I feel like if Tony lived in Australia, he would understand why people are scared of spiders.
Yes.
They do some
I'm-
crazy.
if
Yeah,
I
they
was
do
in
got some
Australia,
fucked
I'd be
up
scared of
critters
drop
there.
bears.
They do
have
some
drop bears?
crazy ass shit. It's insane.
Look, I understand why people are scared of spiders. I don't understand why people would be scared of a spider on a television. It can't.
Because you don't have that level of crazy over the spider.
You do remember?
That's
in
exactly what it
cinema,
is.
You do remember the first time in cinema they had like a train coming towards the screen.
Oh,
like,
yes.
the whole audience shit.
Oh,
themselves
yes,
as
I've
they
heard
thought
That's
that.
a very good point.
Hit 'em.
Very good point. Yes.
But that's different. They lived in a time where they would take trains and smash them against each other.
No. Like in the early days of cinema,
know
when we
about
were
that?
looking.
They
When-
did. They were like that was so real to them. Like, oh,
Yeah.
a train
Yeah.
coming.
It wasn't just that train, but there's a lot of different types of movies that like it's not even movies. They're like just like short little clips, like a guy sneezing or like stuff like that would just like sometimes like people would have this like crazy reaction to it. Like, I mean, that's how cinema was born. So it's kind of interesting.
I love going back and looking like really old movies and stuff and watching how they made them. And like I went back and I watched, oh God.
Ninja
What
Kitty
is
says
that
he gets vertigo playing certain games and jumping off tall buildings.
I was going to bring up that point. The one time I played, I had a PlayStation 3, a 3D TV, and I was playing Uncharted 2, I think it was, in 3D. And one of the few times I had vertigo was like you're hanging off a train and there's all these jagged rocks, and like it was in 3D, and that like made me go, whoa, like I kind of felt like I was falling in.
I mean, but that's why people like movies and video games is because it feels real. Immersion.
Yeah, totally.
Nosferatu. That was the movie I saw. Nosferatu. You guys ever seen that shit?
Not actually, but I've seen bits.
It's
obviously.
shitty.
I mean, it's made in the 30s. God, relax.
Like if you look at, if you watch it for what it is, it's good. I think it's good. Like I was surprised I was able to sit through it all because I watched it as like thinking of like these early filmmakers like setting out and making a movie without following any kind of a pattern or something. They were like laying the groundwork for all this shit.
They're
Like,
trailblazers.
Yeah,
exactly. It's cool to think about it like that.
All right, real quick, I want to get through some of these comments. 56K Warning says Tony has a phobia of having a decent laptop.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
No call, no show says that's why it's called an irrational fear. There you go.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Right. That makes more sense. Now I can understand that because it's irrational.
Mm-hmm.
The Geek Getaway, JM Delos Santos wants to know what's your beef with Slotham? Slotham, why does the hairy dude hate you? He had no beef with me. Someone brought him up, and I mentioned that normal people would not continue to watch his content.
And also he's copying Darius because Darius has got beef with Geek Getaway. Slotham's just jumping on the hate train because he's just a knockoff Darius.
It's
like Darius said the other day that he's going to get him like a ton of views, so they're going to like probably team up.
It's you can go to the circus, right, and you can go to the sideshow. But you're not going to go to the sideshow every day, right? Once you've seen it a couple of times, you're like done for the year. It's the same way.
see the hairy man on the sideshow.
We shouldn't be making fun of people's appearances. Come on, we're better than this.
Just another viewer says that makes more
Hey,
sense.
like I said, there's a ton you can make fun of my appearance. Call me the Walrus Man.
The Walrus Man.
He's got the
My
walrus
beard looks like walrus. My beard is gray with walrus.
Oh, okay. I
All
see
right.
it. Okay.
Just another viewer says that makes more sense, Teletron. He's referring to the COVID thing. That's a bad take, Geek Getaway. You guys should wait for hardcore facts and not speak about it until you have all the facts. Then we wouldn't talk about anything. If we waited for the hardcore, 100% undeniable evidence of things, we'd have no conversations. The show would be over.
Or we'll be like the people defending Ezra Miller.
Yeah.
You know.
That dude is freak.
Yeah.
They are a freak, not he or dude.
Nah, he's
Oh yes,
didn't
you're right.
experience
You're right.
Hold on.
I'm not there yet. I have to still learn that stuff.
Yeah. Matt Murphy says Tony has never experienced a jump scare. I have experienced jump scares, but there's a difference. A jump scare is an unexpected thing. If they were like in 3 seconds, there's going to be a jump scare, I'd be like, I wouldn't be scared, right? But if it just happened, that's different. A spider on the screen, again, cannot come through the screen to get you.
actually, here's a better example of a phobia. Like that's just like pure sight. Like gore. Like people are like have like a really bad reaction when they see like someone getting cut open.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
do
can
have like a
understand
little
it.
bit of squeamish for blood.
It's like the whole point of like why people are kind of scared of spiders are just the way it looks. Like to be honest, it's not even really the fact that it will like attack you, right?
They're very
It's more
creepy
like
and
just-
alien looking.
Yeah, they're out of all the animals, I feel like they're the ones that are like, what the fuck created you? I mean, I get why you exist, but like, why do you have to look like that? What the fuck? Like every other insect,
Yeah.
you're like, I can't even tolerate a
Well,
scorpion.
spiders aren't even insects. They're arachnids.
True, but I mean,
Arachnids.
arachnids. But like a scorpion, I could tolerate. Like a scorpion, you're like, that thing looks badass. It kind of looks badass though. If I see it,
Murray wants to
like,
know
fuck.
why I'm still using the fake voice when you've been exposed as using a fake voice.
because he's got a voice modulator.
Yeah.
It's
It's because
Is that
actually,
how you're doing it?
here's the truth. I'm going to give you an exclusive. The person talking to you right now is not Tony. It's actually Tony's brother,
Tina.
Jeremy.
Oh.
Tony is the one who has the Mexican accent. When he started this channel, he told me, his brother, to come here and talk in his place. He's off screen or like off to the side. You can't see him. And he's holding up cue cards for things for me to say. That's why you can't see my face, because then you would see me looking to the right where he's holding up the cue cards so I know what to say. That's why I stay. That's why when I talk, I stop at really weird spots. And you're like, why does Tony talk like that? It's because he's changing the card. So then he's like, oh shit, now I got to change the card. You know how like the sentence doesn't fit all the way. So now you know the secret, guys.
How did he do it
Exposed.
with this one?
Can I answer D. Reed's question? Because I figured it out. Bomini and Dean TV beef, elaborate. I figured out what happened. What was that new? Yeah, Multiversus, like the beta or the alpha came out, and like Dean was all talking about it, and he tried to come say that I was saying it's a free game or something, and he tried coming at me or me and Tony talking about it because we were saying it's a free game, and Dean was like, "It's not a free game. It's not free." And I was like, "It is free." And we had this like back and forth, and I just didn't accept that what he was saying because what he was saying was just crazy talk, and then he banned me.
I think he really loves that game. That's why.
Yeah.
That's
So I don't
funny.
know
Like,
exactly the ins
gets
and
me
outs,
so
but he was like,
mad.
"It's not a free game," and I'm like, "Well, it is a free game." He's like, "Well, you can't play it now." I'm like, "No, because it's in beta." He's like, "Well, it's not free then," and I'm like, "What does
Okay,
it being in beta have to do with it being free?"
I want to hear Dean's perspective on this because I'm
I
like,
think Dean just wanted to feel special that he got to play the game early.
Yeah,
mm.
and I took some
Dean.
steam out his thunder or whatever.
Sometimes, most of the time, I feel like Dean is just like trolling.
Yeah,
I
it's hard to
don't
tell
know.
if- I wouldn't be able to know if Dean was actually pissed or not. I don't think.
I
just
feel
don't
like
think he
I
likes
feel
me.
like you could tell if he was pissed. Like I know sometimes when he's trolling and when he's not.
Okay, so like 56K warning, he says, Tony, give him the blood in, blood's out voice. There you go, essay. You got it. I'm gonna let my
Oh,
brother
Tony,
come back.
his real voice
and talk.
slipped out.
It slipped. It's just like I just let it
It
out
slipped.
every once in a while, just a little bit. Slip it out.
I feel like you have to do a whole show in that voice now.
I did a whole video.
you do.
I did like 2 videos.
No,
There's
we're
actually
talking
2.
about 5 hours.
We need a
5
whole
hours.
show.
5 hours worth of that.
Did Dean do an impression of me? Oh, I've got to see that.
Oh, he did.
I love it when
Dean.
Americans put on British accents. It's so terrible.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is.
Ninja
It
Kitty
is.
says, Tony say, what's happening? In your best Cheech impression. That was my best. All right. So
That was bad.
I was watching some of Dean's older videos though, and I was a little disturbed. He's got a lot of videos where his kid cries because he gets beat at video games.
Damn.
Well, it's not as bad as the TikTok video I saw.
Or is that who's that one guy that got run off the platform? Daddy O? Was it
It was
Daddy O?
Daddy 05.
Yeah.
There was a wife. It was a wife and a husband, right? Like
But they were like torturing
step-
that kid.
Step
they were doing like making the kid mad, right? Like they were just fucking with him.
Yeah, they were disgusting. There was one kid who
That
was
was
really not
sick.
interested in it.
it was.
And they
it
just
was.
kept bullying him into making videos and like traumatizing
He'd
the
get
poor
mad. Yeah,
Well,
Well, they would do
That
that
stuff
was
like
awful.
I know there was a video where they got the carpet dirty, and then they call the kid and they're like, "Why did you do that to the carpet?" And they're like yelling at him
Yeah,
for something that they
I saw
did.
that one. That was evil, dude. That made me sick watching that.
Well,
Yeah.
I was pretty like I was like, man, I see this video from Dean because I was just like, oh, there was nothing to watch. No one had made a video, right? So I was like, oh, let me watch some old Dean videos, see what he's put up, right? And it was like a father-son beatdown. I was like, oh, let me watch this because I think they were like playing Ninja Turtles. They were playing Ninja Turtles, right? Because I was like, oh, well, let me see this, right? They were playing the Ninja Turtle beat 'em up or whatever.
hmm
And oh my God, the little boy is just crying his eyes out. I'm like, why would you film that? Like,
What was he crying his film? Because he was getting beat.
Was it real crying, like real tears?
well, here, I'll play the video. We'll just watch the video. You guys tell me. Just consider this. We're at the after show now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put the banner. After party. Boom. Because I didn't even put a separate one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Father and Son Beatdown. I'm Dean. Who are you?
Jakeeson?
Jakeeson. What are we playing, Jakeeson?
Fighting.
Fighting what?
We're fighting Shredder.
Oh, so does that mean we're playing Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighter?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess let's see what happens.
We changed.
All right, you
Oh,
got.
he's got a hack snares, naughty
Well, then pick. Go
mini.
to it. Move that till you get on the wheel.
I got a hack Nest Mini.
Oh yeah, I hack everything.
I don't hack anything. I play only
That's 'cause
legit.
you're a nerd.
Absolutely
Nerd.
Pick Leo.
So press start. You
We're
get on.
fighting at this stage?
Yes, we are. What you gonna do?
Leave me alone.
You gotta move.
And I'm going to fast forward to the
Haha.
Yeah, get to the good bit where the kid's crying.
get to the good bit.
Okay.
Get out of my face. Again.
Because he beat him once, right? Then they both picked Shredder. He made him play a second one.
Stop it.
Well, come on and fight. Come on and fight. What
I
you
don't
doing?
want to fight you.
Oh, why'd you pick up this game? Why'd you pick up the stick? Huh? Why'd you do that? I ain't even that good. Let's see what this does. See what this does. Oh, yeah. We're going to do that again.
Stop!
Poor kid.
Get out of here.
Leave me alone!
Get out of here.
Oh God damn.
Oh, you just a pitch and fit little boy. Now, are you going to take us out?
Leave me alone!
Are you going to take us out?
Leave me alone!
Shut up. Hey, don't you yell again. Sit down. Now be quiet and say, this has been Father and Son Beatdown. Say,
I beat down.
say, I just got beat down.
I got beat down.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
Don't even touch me.
This has been Father and Son Beatdown. Ha!
Yeah, I can
mean,
kind of see.
Yeah, he might not should have uploaded that one. I mean, I had some issues because I made videos with my son too when he was little like that, and that just happens. Like kids just will start crying, and
Oh, I know. I have
like,
kids.
yeah,
I mean,
I know.
like-
I'm just saying, like, but I don't. I can't remember. Like, there was a couple videos where like he got really mad at me, and I've pulled them off though. Like I pulled him down. I don't know if I even really. I think it was only one time one was up. There was a live stream where he got pretty upset with me.
Ninja Kitty
So
says
I
my
had,
wife
like-
would chop off my dick if I did that to my kids.
Yeah, I mean,
I
like,
could see that.
on the one side, I want to say, like, to a point, it was like the kid was throwing a bit of a temper tantrum. It might have been a bit
Yeah, I mean, he
OTT
was-
on the kid. Like, he was
Yeah, oh,
putting
yeah,
it on
definitely.
a bit. But, like, making the kid sit down and, like, do the outro and just, like, extending it, I thought that was a bit dickhead.
I just think that once it went south, he should have been like, you know what, this is scrap
Yeah.
this video. We're not even.
Yeah.
gonna upload it."
Yeah, that's what I had to do with a few like that. I just like, this video's not going to work because you never know
Yeah,
what
that
you're going
must
to
have
get
been-
with a little kid.
Years ago though, because this kid is much older than that now.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, this is definitely years ago. This is like 4 years ago. But
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
there's more than one. Is where
That's what I was going to ask.
because here I'll bring up the share screen. And again, I like Dean.
But like, my
Mhm.
question is this how the kid reacts when he loses at any game? If that's how he reacts when he loses at any game, like, that's just a kid thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, why did the videos do that?
But then again, like, putting it on YouTube for everyone to see, bit of a scummy move.
Alright. For some reason, it went from 5 to 4. Some shit.
my son won't even hardly play any old games with me because I just destroy him. Like we played 007 the other day, the GoldenEye. I fucking
Well, see, look here.
humiliated
Power
him.
Instinct. Yeah, you see the kids crying in the thumbnail.
Yeah, that's why I call
He
it
got a whole
exploitative.
series of his kid crying.
This one's kids crying, kids crying, kids crying, kids crying
Yeah.
over here, kids crying here.
Damn.
That's what I call exploitative. I wouldn't call that abusive. I think that's a bit just exploitative.
The question is, I wonder if they did the kid want to make the videos, like was he like wanting to make them with him and they just always ended bad a few times.
Well, the way I see it, I don't think a kid of that age can be making that decision knowing the full consequences of being on
He
social
looks
media.
really young.
Right.
It was like 4
Yeah, I
years
think
ago.
I think any kid under the age of 16 like shouldn't have a YouTube and shouldn't get a say in they can get a YouTube. But I've got a bit of an extreme view on that. And even further,
I
I'd
feel
go
like 12 is good enough. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. Like, this stuff is online forever and can come back to bite you in the arse and affect you being able to get jobs and shit. Like, that's what I'd worry about. And that's what, if I had kids, that's what I'd be like. Like, no, you're not having a YouTube channel till you're 16 because you got to get a job. And if you do something stupid on YouTube, it could affect you getting a job.
I think when I think you gotta like monitor them. You know what I mean? Because if you completely cut them off, then
I'm not beefing with Dean TV.
No, Dean. I still. I mean, it's
yeah. I'm not. I have no problem with Dean. Tony's just showing us some videos.
It's on his channel, right?
Yeah, it's on his channel.
It's public. It's on his channel. He hasn't deleted it. There's multiple of them. It's fair game, man.
I mean, my son came to me. My son came to me and just kept begging me, Dad, can we do a YouTube channel? Dad, can we do a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
And I finally just was like, okay. So we just played some games and made a few silly videos. But then he eventually grew tired of it, and I just I stopped making videos and then randomly came back.
Mandy, some bad takes today. Dean is parenting the way he seems to be good for him.
I mean,
I never said he was a bad parent. I just said it's a bit exploitative. I never said he was a bad parent.
I just said I wouldn't have put it online. I've played plenty of games with Sidekick Max where he's thrown fits like that. I would never have considered, you know what, let me put that online so people could look at my kid crying and having a breakdown.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. I mean, sometimes it's like that one I think was like, I would have cut it out. You know what I mean? Like just
56K Warning says he finds it funny. Some people do. Some people don't, is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, but I'm also saying 56K Warning his next comment, Dean roasting his kid like we all got roasted growing up. Yeah, but like then there's like putting it online for any Joe public to see.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I mean, just the fact that there's not a consensus in the chat, right? Everyone's like, some people are one way, some people are the other way. I think that pretty much sums up, why some of us feel they shouldn't have put it online, right?
I mean, again, at the end of the day, it's like we've talked about. It's Dean's channel. I mean, he can put what he wants on there. I mean, we can certainly have an opinion on it, but he's going to put on there. And I get the whole parenting thing. I've done that with my son. Like when we get into a fight, I've like made him sit down and talk about it, or I mean, I get it. I don't let. I mean, if my son gets mad, I've gotten raise my voice at him and get him to do that. So, but yeah, I mean, I get the whole thing of maybe not putting it out there on the internet for everyone to see.
Yeah. I think it's comes down to opinion.
Ninja Kitty's joining us.
About fucking time.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, we getting him.
I was just gonna chime in about this Dean TV thing and kind of be a party pooper about it.
Okay.
I just wanted to say because I think I've told people I work in a policing agency.
Yeah.
And like I see a lot of it around work where there's a lot of cyberbullying is really big.
Yeah.
And you would be surprised at how many kids commit suicide after getting bullied for things that were lesser than that video. So that's why I'm like, oh, I see that video. I'm like, this is like, I'm sure his kid will be okay because most kids are, but there are people who find videos like this and then get teased relentless to a point where they kill themselves. So as a parent of 2 children myself, that's why I said it. My wife would cut my dick off if I did that. You don't do that.
Yeah.
What you're not seeing is Dean throwing a tantrum when he loses.
I think it is a little. It's just that it does kind of seem like what that Daddy-O 5 situation, because it was like you're gonna record the kid having a tantrum as like a, you know what I mean? It's not really a good look.
It's exploitive, so
yeah. If, in my opinion, if the tantrum ended and then the kid was like, "I'm sorry, Dad," and there was like a hug at the end or something, right? It was like, yay, look, he threw a tantrum, but then he got over it. And it's all lovey-dovey family. And I think it would have been better, but like, it kind of ended a weird, like, yeah, the kid's still crying. And
yeah.
To be fair, sometimes like I think you kind of just want to like record your kid doing everything. That's what kind of it seems like with Dean and his channel.
Thank you.
Like, I kind of get that point because that's like what my parents did, but like they wouldn't upload it online, or they wouldn't really upload my tantrums, or like when I did like something
that you know about.
Nah, they were like hell no, that I know about. Nah, they were like hell no. They would never do that.
Jim Tudor says that's not actually Dean's son. That's a 38-year-old actor. It's Gary Coleman.
Gary Cole.
How did you get that link Epic account up on Turtles Ninja Key?
I'm playing on the Xbox PC version.
Oh, right. Oh, crap. I think we got to add each other on PC as well or some shit.
Well, did you add me on Epic Store?
I didn't.
I did.
That would help.
Yeah,
No
because it says invite via Epic Store on your thing, so I have to add you. What's your Epic Store? Or do you not have one, Ninja? Oh, you can invite me there.
See if that worked.
Yay, it did.
If Days would jump in.
Is this game like actually?
What
really
do
good?
I need to do?
It's pretty good.
I don't have
Like,
an
how's it
Epic account. Do I have to have a dumb Epic account?
No, I
Go
don't
out to your
think so.
Xbox.
I'm playing right now. I've been playing Halo.
Are you under your Dazed Gaming account?
Is that
Yes.
Carl?
Where?
Is it that
Lavos
account?
Man?
Yeah.
He's got a new game.
Yeah, I think that is
Okay.
Carl.
So what do I got to do? Hit party up? Oh, you did it. Okay. I clicked it. Did it do it? I'm still in the...
Oh yeah, I should level up. Do I get my leveled up, Donnie? Yeah, I do.
Invite me again. It didn't take it.
One inch
Where's
bicep says
Retro?
we got this on Switch. I got this on both the PlayStation 5 and Steam because these guys are like, it's got crossplay with Steam and Xbox. Rabbit Dude says Happy Father's Day to all the fathers.
Yeah, happy Father's
you.
Day, all the daddies.
Yeah. Yeah, happy Father's Day, everybody who has a kid.
Yeah, and
Or a father.
condolences as well for having a kid.
Including Dean TV.
Including Dean TV.
Big love to Dean TV.
From the other videos that I've seen with Dean and his son, they look like they actually love each other and they have a good relationship. I just think that one particular, those couple videos were probably, I know there was a time where people were uploading those kind of things because they were getting views, right?
Yeah, and I think sometimes people don't like, even with like, sometimes people look at that content, but they're not looking at it in the way where it's like, this is funny that this kid is like losing and they're like making fun of the kid. Sometimes they're just like, oh, it's cute or whatever.
Yeah, I've got a good example of that of one I've seen recently. I saw a TikTok on Twitter of a little kid who was given a jalapeno to eat, and the parents filmed it, and the kid ate the jalapeno, and the end of the video is the kid like literally bawling his eyes out, drinking water, crying, asking for 911. And I was like, that's like child abuse and exploitive, and that was like way too extreme. Like, that's like just wrong. And people were like giving me backlash, like, oh, it's only a jalapeno. Oh, the kid wanted it, whatever, wanted to try it. But I was like, no, that's a failure on the parents. Like, you shouldn't let your kid like eat a jalapeno because it's going to be too hot for him.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair take.
You can like end up like, if you're not used to hot food, you can end up in hospital like eating it.
Yeah,
I have a friend who ended up in hospital doing a hot wings challenge at a local restaurant.
I know
Am I
someone who
in?
did that
Am
also.
I
They had
actually in?
capsation poisoning.
Oh,
Days, it shows you offline.
I'm
you got to appear
online.
online, probably. Oh, this is so blurry, man.
I'm online.
No, you're not.
I'm sitting right here with the Dumb Turtles game up.
You got to press continue or go into the story mode. Click story or something.
Says offline right there.
What?
Days
I'm
Gaming.
literally... The fuck, dude? It says I'm
Bombardier showing
online.
Does it show me online?
Yes, I see y'all friends 3 online, and it won't let me join. I keep trying to join your game.
Maybe he's got it set to private and he doesn't want you to join.
No, it's on private.
Maybe I should reset my.
Maybe
you're appearing offline on Xbox Dazed.
I know, but I was at one time, and I've got it. It says appear online. The fuck?
Who knows?
I'm gonna turn it off and try turning it back on.
You gotta change. Sorry, Ninja Key.
It's all good.
So this game, are we going to talk about this game? Do like kind of a little impromptu live review?
Yeah, because I want to know more about this because I haven't downloaded it yet.
Oh, I had crossplay disabled. I don't know if that.
Yeah, that's
Jesus
gonna
Christ. I take back anything I said about blinded.
No,
Days
Ninja,
is,
listen.
the Days is the dingus.
You could hold my criticism still. It's like it's funny. It's just funny. Like, it's just a bit.
I just give you a hard time.
Yeah.
I was gonna give Gary a hard time, much harder time today, but he's not online.
Yeah.
No.
Did you guys read Did you guys read what Gary's first impressions are of this game?
Game of the
Did you
year?
say it was like a masterpiece or something?
No, he said
No,
it
he
sucked.
hates it.
Oh, he hates it.
I'm like, he said it's slow and stuff. I'm like, what? I'm like, it's not. It's
What
fun.
do you mean it's slow?
Oh, I didn't even see his impressions. I thought he was gonna call this like a masterpiece or.
He started warming up afterwards because everyone was like praising it because it is fun. For what it is, it's fun.
It's good.
It does
It's not
look fun.
great.
It looks smooth though. Like
Yeah, it's fun. The animations are nice. The music's pretty banging.
because normally that's like my biggest gripe with like just beat 'em ups. It's like it's very kind of like stiff. So I'm like, I wish it was just a little bit more faster paced. That's why I really liked Street Fighter, or not Street Fighter, Jesus, Streets of Rage 4. Yeah, because it was just
Am I
like
able to
very
join?
like.
Am I able to join right now, or does I have to
pause.
wait till the end of the level?
Hang on a second.
No, you could join in the middle of a level.
It's
Yeah.
it's just blinking, joining, but it won't join.
What screen are you on?
The fuck? It says
You on
Shredder's
the main
Revenge. It's
screen?
the opening screen. It just says joining.
He's in Streets of Rage 4.
It-
Oh, I'm gonna grab it since you didn't grab it. Ah, where's all the enemies?
God dang it!
Bob, you gotta add me on Steam so I can join in.
Steam.
That's what it
Or
said.
Epic.
Didn't it say? It said you added me
I've
on
added-
Epic.
I've added you. It's Ninja Kitty's hosting. I don't know if I can invite you.
We'll see.
Daze wants to join in. One second.
Boomers trying to get cross-platform.
It's all.
fucking
in.
You're offline, Daze.
No, he's online
I'm
now.
not.
He's
I
online.
swear to.
He's online now.
I swear to God, it's like okay. I'm gonna show y'all what the fuck.
Ninja
Look
Kitty,
at my
can
thing
you-
here.
Can you add Tony and invite Tony as well?
I did not link my Epic account.
Look at the screen.
shouldn't matter.
Can y'all see the screen?
Should it?
Yeah, he's got to link the Epic account. Because then he's got to add me on Epic as a friend.
Well, it's like 2 clicks to add it to like.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Sort it out, Ninja Kitty.
Well, y'all look at my screen. Look at my screen. It just says Shredder's Revenge joining, and it won't even fucking do anything.
It's your shitty Wi-Fi then.
Have
Well, I'll go back to the
Wi-Fi.
main menu. I'll go to the main menu. Maybe it'll work. Return to map, maybe. Because maybe it doesn't like going
Get
halfway
out of
through.
the fucking.
Oh yeah, I think you got to be in the map.
No.
Is
I was playing on PS5 and people were joining in and out during the middle of the level.
Hold on, I gotta highlight this.
Blinded doesn't like this game because of the.
I literally think my game is fucking frozen. All right, hold on. I'm gonna quit.
Best Brightworks. I'm not
get
playing
back
that game.
in.
And you got
It's not
upgrade.
for Zoomers.
Are you trying
This
to
is
join
just-
me? You wouldn't have this problem if you bought an Amico, guys.
No, we wouldn't have online functionality either.
A game like this should be on the Amico if it could run it.
Probably
Yeah, I don't know if
could
it
if
could
they
really-
dumbed down like some of the stuff.
Is it running at 60? I can't really tell, or is it like 30? Just
You know what,
pretty
Bob?
sure
Why
it's
don't you
60.
host the thing, Bob? And then you can invite me, and Ninja Kitty don't have to do the whole.
Well, my invite isn't bringing up the Epic Store, so really Ninja Kitty would be our best bet to get the Epic Store invite. So he needs to like connect his Epic Store to his Xbox account, which is super easy. It's like 2 clicks.
Okay, I think I'm in. I think it's working.
Yeah, it
2
says
gamer
party
clicks
free.
away. It's like
I'm in.
an hour long.
Why? That was so
It's just
stupid. It would not let me
it's
join.
funny.
Oh, yeah,
fuck,
that's
that's funny.
based. Because I go to invite and I can't invite Tony, and it should all be set up to invite Tony right now. Let's see. Let's go down to T. I've got loads of friends online. I'm very popular.
Well, aren't you a fancy guy?
See,
I'm
Tony's
pretty
coming up.
sure that in the instructions that you showed us, Bob.
Yeah, it wasn't complete. Like it says, scroll down to Epic Games, but it ain't on my screen. But if Ninja Key goes to invite on his screen,
I'm going to connect my. Well, I have my Steam account, but I don't want to use that one. I use the Xbox. Or do I have
scrolling
Steam?
the names like Darius scrolls his old accounts.
Oh, it says you have to invite each other through Epic.
Oh, we have
Yeah,
to
you'd have
invite
to-
you to the game through Epic.
I think we all have to be in it. That's that
No,
way.
what they're saying is we have to go through the Epic store to invite through Epic.
Oh. One sec. My Epic Store's crashed. Fucking piece of shit.
I think
Typical.
Or else we could just not invite Tony because remember he's the boring one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
that's
Tony is not
the-
good at games. Just FYI.
What's that?
Nothing.
I think Potion just added me as a friend.
These boomers are struggling connecting online. Yeah.
Hey, it ain't as bad as Darius yesterday. It took an hour to connect to 2 people on Switch.
Oof.
Like,
The Amico never crashes.
we've got 3 people in the lobby much quicker than Darius did. We're not as boomer as him.
On Switch? It took that long? The
Yeah.
hell?
I don't know if it was lag issues or connection issues, but it took an hour.
This actually looks like it would play better on like a console than Switch.
Invite Carl, get him back on.
Oh, doesn't Carl not like this game? I thought
He does
that-
not like
that's
this
what he
game.
said.
Carl doesn't
Yeah.
like this game?
No, he
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Now
my
my
God.
You mean to
Epic Store-
text? You mean to text Carl? I can text him and tell him to play.
But he doesn't like the game. Don't make him play things he doesn't like.
I would want to hear his take though, because like I just saw that he's like, I don't like the game, and he was
He
like,
says the
roasting
game
it.
hasn't evolved and generic or something like that.
Oh.
Oh, fucking Epic
Not
Store,
enough
you
Germans in
piece
here.
of
We got a $2 tip here from Anonymous. Thank you.
Thank you, Anonymous.
crap. I can't invite you to the game. Yeah.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. Just I guess Ninja Kitty, Bomberny, and Dazed. Take care of it.
Let the
I just-
boomers figure it out.
I'll just play on my Steam Deck.
Oh yeah, of course, just another view. That's like comparing like an ant to an elephant. Tech-wise, Darius would be the ant in that analogy. What the fuck? I can't even see any sprites. All the powers are invisible. Go on my fucking feed for a sec, Tony. This is fucking weird. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's not immersive.
It's not immersive.
What the fuck? Is
0
going
out of
on?
10. Would not play.
I'm gonna have this is a weird glitch.
Do you want me to?
Just watch the screen.
Yeah, bring up Ninja Keys and I'll just try to move. It ain't even working, is it? I'm not playing.
You're not moving. You're frozen.
Yeah, I can't move. I'm gonna have to back out, I guess. I'll have to try again.
Have you updated your Netscape browser? That might be the issue.
Hold to open. Oh, okay.
The anonymous who tipped $2 says, "Can Days sing the TMNT theme song while you play this game?"
Who? Okay, we need to know who that was.
I can't tell you. It says anonymous. I don't.
I know, but they got to reveal themselves.
I don't want to dox anybody. I know who it is.
It was Darius.
It is Slot Ham.
Slot Ham. Yeah, we got to call him Slot Ham, not Slot Ham.
Has he made a rebuttal yet?
No. Everyone's waiting for that.
I think that moment has already passed for him.
No, there's plenty of time for a rebuttal. We can make a rebuttal anytime. I've got to
Yeah,
give
but
him
if it takes him like 5 days to come up with material, then it's lost its impact.
He doesn't upload every day, though.
Too busy playing tournaments of fighting games and thinking that means something.
Yeah.
Well, our audience said that they were impressed with the $150 winnings.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with anything?
Oh, we didn't do the polls this week.
Who cares if you won a tournament?
Well, I challenged him to a 1st to 10 on Street Fighter 5, and I've got to give him a bit more time to respond, accept or not, because maybe he can only play at the weekends because of his job, so I've got to wait for that. But I'm just saying, if you don't actually fight me, I'll win by default.
Well, I'll say this. When he made the first video on us, that was 5 days ago. Then 2 days later, he was able to make the follow-up video about the fake journalist, me specifically.
Right.
So even though he doesn't upload every day, there are periods where you'll get 2 videos real close together. So it's hard to tell.
If he's
got a good question. Who do you think is funniest, Slotham or Darius?
Slotham.
Carl.
Yeah.
Carl's way funnier.
Yeah, Carl's funnier than both of them put together.
I've watched more Darius videos, so I would say Darius.
I've never watched any Slotham videos. I would say Darius is funnier, but I
don't know. Like Darius is like going to the well too many times for the same people, and he brings up the same things, and he isn't like he makes the same fucking criticisms over and over. Oh, they're gay. Oh, whatever. And all that kind of jazz. It's getting a bit boring. Whereas like Slotham, he actually like
Slotham is kind of a bit creative. I got.
He's more creative, and
well, it's easier to be creative when you do one video every once in a while than compared to Darius doing like every day.
This is
true.
But he doesn't really, from what I've seen in his videos, he doesn't swear that much. It's usually like his points that are like the joke, I guess.
Yeah.
More creative.
He does.
You guys not?
He does talk a lot about how he's very charismatic, though.
Yeah.
While being completely not charismatic.
Yeah.
Does he have a 50 reasons to marry someone video? That's pretty creative.
Did Darius make a 50 reasons to marry someone video? Or I know he did the Ursha Gaming.
That's the one he's talking about.
Yeah.
Leo, get the food.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a Canadian gamer and his.
Okay, hold on. Where am I?
There you go.
I'm going to turn into a boomer and think that. Yes, it was a doubler or a tripler.
Oh, I hate this.
I just can't let myself act like an old boomer and like forget which character I am. Get lost.
That's why I picked Splinter.
Fucking Rat King.
Look.
Take that, you bitch. Fucking rats. I haven't played this level yet. I haven't gotten past level 3. I haven't played any past that.
I mean, Darius definitely. I mean, Slothan definitely has a funny sounding voice, so he's got that on Darius. He's like really squeaky. It's like his balls ain't dropped.
Oh, hey bastard.
Wait, so what did Gary dislike about this game? Besides
He
the
said that
slow?
combat was
something
slow.
about it was sluggish with the jumping or something, or like the jump kick.
He did say he played
said
on
the
the
voices
Switch.
sucked.
Yeah, I feel like this would be better with a Pro controller or.
I'm not
an
not
Xbox
playing the
controller.
music. That's Ninja Kitty's not playing the music.
I don't think you can stream the music through StreamYard.
Yeah.
Well, I could play the music if I didn't use my headset, but
Yeah, that's the problem.
I did like Slotham trying to burn Tony by like, oh, you don't play games, like as if that's some big burn, like
Oh yeah,
and that is copying.
You're not
that's
enough
copying
of a
Darius thing.
nerd.
You're not a real gamer.
But then he calls you a geek.
Well, I got
An
like
incel.
3,000 trophies.
I like how the
3,000
new thing
trophies.
is too that Tony lives in his basement.
Yeah.
But isn't that always the
That's
fucking
Darius's callback.
yeah?
Yeah, but there
It's
are
like,
some
yeah.
like actual people out there that are people you could say live in their basement, but like I wouldn't.
It's just
see
such a
Tony
weird
being
insult.
one of those.
It's such a bizarre insult, though. It's like, okay,
It is.
The insult is supposed to be that you can't afford your own place, that you gotta
You live in
with
your
mom and dad.
parents' basement. Yeah, you're a basement dwelling loser.
Those Canadians in their
Yeah.
headsets.
I'm just getting tons and tons of achievements here.
it's still weird to me. Some of
Dave,
the
I think we're
insults.
getting loads of achievements for playing co-op.
Yeah, you get a bunch.
You cuck.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the other one.
you
Everyone's a
cuck.
cuck.
Yeah, but everybody's a it doesn't even make sense, though. It's like
Not at all.
Yeah.
you gotta say that. You gotta say that while you're like married with like kids, or you got like a wife or something. You can't be saying that and be single. What the fuck?
Any wife.
Yeah.
Well, he
Oh,
says
no,
they're
the
like a
glitch
cuck
happened
for
again.
other men.
Well, I
that
don't know. If the woman that you really are into and made a video proposing to is banging some other dude, I think you're the cuck, no?
Yeah. I mean, I just didn't get some of the
Ooh.
insults. It was like, you got to be a little bit more creative.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to back.
They're
it
not
up
creative
then.
because they keep recycling the same insults of Tony's slobbers or whatever. So one person makes a shitty joke, they all copy that. So
Yeah.
it's like that joke it's ran its course. It wasn't even funny the first time.
Yeah. I think someone asked me my review of this game. I think it's a solid 7. Solid 7.
Yeah.
The combat. I played Streets of Rage 4. It's made by the same team. The combat is very reminiscent of the Streets of Rage 4. The specials are the only thing that's different. They function different. In arcade mode, you only get 1 super bar. In story mode, you can level up, so you get 3 bars. There's only 1 hidden character at this point, and that is Casey Jones. He's unlocked as soon as you beat the game. All the extras, like you could pick up diaries for Irma, headlines for I think it's Norm, the VHS tapes for the other dude, some bugs for the frogs. They don't really unlock anything. They just get you points.
Uh,
Hang on a second. Where's Bob?
I need another invite. My fucking game glitch. This is such a weird glitch. Such a cool glitch.
Oh, if it's similar to Streets of Rage, then I'll probably enjoy
it's very
this.
similar.
It's similar, but it's not made by the same people for Streets of Rage, though.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
It's Scott
Oh,
Pilgrim
I
people
thought
made it.
was.
Oh,
Yeah, no, those are the
I
people-
might like this better.
Those are the people that made the new Streets of Rage.
Dotemu, it's the same publisher, not the same developer.
Yeah.
But it plays
Very
better than
similar.
Scott Pilgrim, though. It's
Oh,
more
yeah.
fluid.
It's way better than Scott Pilgrim. I don't like how long it takes for the charge up attack. I think they could have.
Yeah, that does
Put
take
that
a little
back.
bit.
That one, yeah.
That's your second food there, Splinter.
Have you tried it with 6 people?
Yeah.
No. Oh, you have? Oh, sick.
I have on the PS5. The achievements or the little challenges are kind of pointless. They don't really unlock anything either.
Yeah.
Nice.
But does it get like hectic when there's like 6 people, or is it?
Yeah, there's more enemies. The more people that are joined up, the more enemies show up on the screen. Like this, I would have loved to play it as the frogs. They're fucking. They got them rendered. They got the sprites for
Of
them.
course, you would love playing as the frog.
Hell yeah.
I have
You
those 3
slobbering
frogs in my.
Incel cuck.
Okay, the incel cook.
I like the incel one. They clearly have never had a girlfriend, and they're calling other people incels.
Yeah.
Well,
Meanwhile, Tony, Tony has saggy at least. So.
Yeah, I got saggy at least.
Oh yeah, they've been saying like, they've been calling you Kermit and her Miss Piggy, and you should get married. They all think you like proper simp for saggy, which I find hilarious.
I feel like they throw around, like just in general, the internet throws around simp way too much, or it like dilutes the meaning of it. Everybody's a simp. You can be like some reject, and you're calling a dude with a girl, you're a simp.
He's
like, get the fuck out of here. It's like cocaine, buddy.
The levels are kind of short in the game too. That's the other issue I got with it.
Right.
Well, it's
It's
like
only like
arcade.
a 2-hour game anyway.
Yeah.
But the real question I was going to say is this game of the year material?
Oh
No
no,
way.
no.
Far
Yes.
cry from-
Oh, I was gonna call it Game of the Year material.
You were?
the Bug Gary.
yeah.
Because I mean, he's the one that
liked
was
it.
saying that.
He was all excited. He was all like, "Yeah, look at
Yeah.
all these different characters that are in the game and all these bad guys and all that." And I'm like,
It's why I
To-
generally
to
don't
be
get hyped
fair.
about games.
Yeah, because I was excited for like Mario Strikers, and honestly, I didn't like. I like the game, but I don't like it that much. When you play more of it, you're like, yeah, they needed more content. Not even content, just like
Mecha Turtle.
some better gimmicks.
"Yeah, well, they needed more content in this because they got the first boss is Bebop, then Rocksteady, then you fight the 2 of them in the truck, then you fight the 2 of them together."
Oh,
Yeah,
so
they
it's
needed
like,
more bosses.
There's
Maybe
there's
they
so
could
many
do-
characters that they didn't.
In fairness, Streets of Rage 4 wasn't that much longer.
yeah, I was gonna say that sounds very
I
similar.
prefer this to Streets of Rage 4, to be honest.
Yeah, but Streets of
Me
Rage 4
too.
has like the base game. Yeah, it's probably comparable in length, but with the new survival mode, it's like a roguelike survival mode thing
Mhm.
where it's got like little. You can unlock different power-ups that go through the levels with you.
All right. Well, that's all DLC. Like this game is definitely getting DLC.
Yeah.
Didn't the dev say that it's not like ever?
Oh,
What?
I don't know if they said that.
I that's what I was asking.
I think they did at one point, but they'll get
It was. I don't know if it was somewhere on Twitter. I read that because like they're like, oh well, and people were like, oh well, we got every character that we wanted so far, so it's like they can't really do much anyway. I'm like, I don't know about that.
Is
Well, once they-
Blitzkrieg
is in the alt?
Who's this
who is
Crazy John T?
it? No, Crazy John T is fine.
No, he's
Oh, is he real? Okay.
I don't know.
Who you
Don't see
talking about?
anyone. Not talking about anything. Yeah, it's decent. Like I said, there's no other hidden characters, so that sucks.
There will be.
I mean, I'm sure they could have. They still could have put in maybe like 3 other hidden characters.
The gallery is no gallery. Like I would have liked to see like the
production art.
the production
You
art.
want to see
right?
April up close.
Also, Also, there's no different costumes or anything. I would have liked to see them have
Skins.
skins for them.
Yeah,
Like
that's
you
like-
said earlier, those skins didn't matter when we were talking about it was $100,000 for that game.
No,
to be
I said you
completed.
don't need them to complete the character, but this is a different kind of game.
I love how
Okay.
Days brought up something, but it was all like
Out of context.
out of context and weird. It was like,
You're welcome,
I do want to
Blind.
say this is a budget game also, so I don't think it's not a AAA game, so it didn't have the budget, so then maybe they just
Yeah, I don't know, but they got Nickelodeon okay with this, so they could at least have the Nickelodeon versions of the Turtles, the 80s version skin.
but that costs money.
yeah.
And like Gary was saying, they would have had to redo all the animations or some shit.
No.
That's why they couldn't just do it.
They could have just did a black and white skin and say this is the comic book version.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Or
that'd be
or
cool.
one with yeah, that would have been
Oh
cool.
shit! Shit!
Don't you want us to be supported and be supported? I'm not
What
going to
the
join
fuck was
Mike
that?
Willis's.
There's pizza down there, Dazed.
But this game does feel like they would make a sequel. Like something about it.
Also, there's no voice acting in the damn cutscenes.
Yeah, that annoyed me.
But wasn't Streets of Rage 4 like that? There was only like a moderator or something.
Yeah, but this game made a big deal about getting the original voice actors for the Turtles.
Oh, okay.
It
I
must
didn't
have
even
been
know
paid by the line.
I thought Gary
So
said they didn't use the original
No, they
voice
did.
actors.
No, the
So
four
we're-
Turtles, the four Ninja Turtles, it's the original voice actors. So all their little noises are the original voice actors.
That's
That's what you brought them back to do, and not the cutscenes.
There's no voice acting in the cutscenes.
Oh wow, yeah.
What else is there? Like I said, it's a lot of little nitpicky things, but they add up and they're like, overall, it makes it.
Yeah.
For a free game on Game Pass, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it's not
Yeah.
free on everything else.
Yes.
Yes.
Like
it's
Tony
free for
paid
us.
for this. Didn't you pay for this twice?
I paid for this twice, yes. Once because
you-
they're like, so get it on Steam and then it's crossplay, and then apparently we're too boomer to figure out how to get this shit to work.
Mhm.
And then I bought it on PlayStation, where I beat the game already.
I feel like you have the right to like fucking nitpick. You better like.
What's the full price of this? 20 or 30?
I think
Digitally.
it's like 27 or
20,
something.
25 or something.
I'd say
Evil
towards
Knievel says,
25.
you remember,
For us, I think it was 35.
it was 22 on PlayStation and on the.
This is a great party game. I would have. This was a great game to have your friends over and playing
Yeah.
because it's easy to learn and it's just fun. It's not that hard either. So
Do you need instructions for this game? Because
A little
Tommy
bit.
says all modern games need instruction.
A little bit. Like there's some complicated like stuff about it. Like there's a backflip and like dodges and.
But those are like advanced techniques, though.
you could button mash and get your way through this, especially on
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
Bob,
What are
you
we
guys
playing
have played the game.
on? What mode are we playing on?
Normal.
Yeah.
Normal.
Okay.
Normal.
What the hell does the level 3 special do?
I don't know. I've not got that far yet.
The level 3 special is when you backflip and use it.
No, the one where it uses all 3 bars and then your turtle starts glowing.
I think
I
you
didn't
got to
notice-
hold RB to do that one. But I think you got to be higher level. I'm too low level for that attack at the moment.
Yeah, I seen that. What I'm saying is, if you do that one, your character starts glowing, but it doesn't
Right.
seem to do anything. It doesn't seem
I
to
think-
add any extra damage or speed or anything.
Don't know.
The other thing that I got a problem with the game is you got the stats, right? It doesn't seem like the 3-star strength people are 3 times as strong as the 1-star strength people. And they're not 3 times as fast. There's no they don't even seem faster.
Right.
I'm sure somebody's gonna make a video breaking it down, or already has.
Yeah, it could just be my perception. And it's like, yeah, look, it's 1 fucking frame faster, and this one's 2 frames faster.
Yeah, you could be Leo DSing it there.
Yeah.
Or you could be gearing it and saying this game's slow paced and or whatever he said.
It's fine as far as pacing.
This game is a lot of fun. It is definitely worth $20.
Yeah. One of the things that I find annoying about this game and a lot of beat 'em ups is the bad guys always have a block, but you never have a block.
Yeah, I want a block. There should be a block button. That's what annoys me a lot about beat 'em ups is when you don't get a block button. It's a bit unfair.
Yeah, I think they just do that because I don't know, people would spam.
Well, but I'm saying, but in this game, you have to hold the punch button to power up a like a
heavy
strong attack to break through their block, but it takes like 2 seconds, right? And if there's a lot of enemies, and then you got like 3 shield guys, and there's a bunch of enemies,
yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah,
that's why you just jump in
even
behind
that's
them and punch
useless.
them.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you don't even have to do that because you could just go behind them and fucking punch them. So the mechanic that they put in the game is then rendered.
Irma's apartment.
Yeah, see, you get 75 points to do what?
Days, you just said Irma's apartment. In the Switch version, the gangbanger.
They do. That's what I was hoping for.
Well, that's what Tommy told me.
You get 50 points, but what are the points for?
What do the points do?
Yeah,
levels you up.
High score.
Oh, don't want to go
yeah,
there.
but there's no status screen. That's the other thing. Like, it doesn't show. Like, there's no screen with status that shows your level. You just have the level, right? You have the little level in the corner, and that's it. You don't know. Yeah, but what are your total points right now?
I don't know.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. Like, how many more points do you need to get to the next level? Look, I will nitpick the shit out of this, all right?
Can't believe they.
You got
can't believe-
Wingnut. Where's Screw Loose? Why are you gonna have him? But where's the mosquito that's always with him?
Can you move?
Cool. We're on hoverboards.
It's gnarly, man.
You need Carl in there. That's what you need.
Carl would be. I don't know what Carl. He's too busy with the ladies doing duets on TikTok.
Yeah.
That guy says, "Why you guys so sleepy? You guys need a line of coke or something?" I need a
Hell yeah.
monster. These guys are the ones playing the game. I'm not even playing the game. Me and Blinder are just watching.
Are we sleepy?
Yeah.
I might sound sleepy. It's getting way past my bedtime, but I'm gonna be a trooper and play.
It's like 5:30 a.m. here, so I think I have a right to be sleepy.
No,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's crazy, Bob.
Nat Murphy says, "I thought Tony didn't like online multiplayer games." Well, I'm not playing. First off, Ninja Kitty Dazed and Bob's playing, and I've played this. You can play this solo. You don't have to play with other people.
yeah.
Oh shit, there's obstacles. I'm
And
like,
to
what
be
am I-
fair, this is like more co-op than what we would call like traditional multiplayer.
Yeah. One of the challenges, Days, is not to get hit by the obstacles.
I know. Fuck! I missed the pizza. Hey, buddy.
Tony isn't a gamer. I'm not.
Fake gamer, fake journalist, fake Mexican.
Fake
Fake
orgasms.
No,
Fake
fake,
Fake Mexican.
fake white person. Remember, I'm really Mexican.
Oh shit.
The white accent is the fake one.
Well, you can be fake white and fake Mexican. How about that?
Just
Yeah.
fake. I'm a fake human. I'm not even real. I'm a
Yeah,
hologram.
you're
AI
AI generated.
Yeah.
Jinx.
If I had a hoverboard, I would name it L Ron Hover. JM says Team NT would be great on Amico with 8 players. Hell yeah, 4 frogs and the 4 turtles. I'm down for that.
The only thing I would say it would be not good is that controller. Like, I want a traditional, you know what I mean? Like, no way am I like playing this with like a fucking touchscreen.
We need an official Jerry review. Yeah, I was surprised he wasn't on here. We were all like, talking about playing the game and fucking talking about the game. And the one person who was all excited for it,
Yeah.
I'm not going to be.
Because I wanted to hear his thoughts on it, and also
He's distracted from the play date.
I figured.
Just imagine if Gary was here, you would have had some backup on your whole RPG thing.
No, he would have been on your side.
Yeah,
I can guarantee that he would have been on your side.
You
I
guys
can't
didn't grab
get
the
the
pizzas.
pizzas. How do you get it?
I don't.
You
touched
gotta
it?
go over it, yeah. I can't do a Viva La
I
Raza
did.
Eddie style. I can't roll my R's because I'm tongue tied. So I can't roll my R's.
And that's a lie. You're not tongue tied, according to Darius.
No, I am. I wish I wasn't.
Wingnut.
Yeah, I got 3,034 trophies on PlayStation.
Fucking hell.
Only 10
Wait.
platinums. Only 10 platinums.
Is
You're
that
not a real
good?
gamer.
Oh, no. Only having no. I thought you meant 3,000 platinums, you joke.
No, fuck all that.
Fuck you. 3,000 platinums, nothing. 3,000 trophies is nothing. That's like
I know.
nothing. That's like
How many
3,000.
platinums do you have?
I just said I got 10 because I don't
Oh.
try to get all the fucking trophies.
So that's like equivalent to 10,000 gamer score, really.
Yeah.
I've got 73,000 gamer score.
Like I got 42% on the Ninja Turtles, and I'm probably never gonna get 100.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get the platinum because one of the trophies is like completed on hard difficulty, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do it.
I want to know Slotham's gamer score because if he's a real gamer, he'll have at least 30,000 achievement points.
30,000 is the.
Revive me!
I think I'm being generous there with 30,000 these days.
I'll tell you what. One of the trophies in this game is
You
to
sons
beat,
of bitches.
not you
I got
sons of bitches.
pushed.
One of the trophies in this game is to beat the final boss without getting hit.
Oh, I'm alive. How am I alive? Here, I'll take them out while you do that. I'll watch them. There you
They
go.
Are
revive
you
you.
live? Because you have four. You have
Yeah,
four
I'm-
lives.
Yeah,
Oh.
you get
Oh, you have two lives
more
now.
than one lives.
Yeah.
You get more than one life. You know that, right?
Oh, this isn't real life.
Is this the real life?
Potions
I thought I was
Run
dead.
has
I thought that
80,000
was like a
achievements.
continue.
See,
I thought that was like a
he's the next
continue
spot.
thing when I was down.
No. But like I
Bye
said,
bye, wingnut.
I don't got platinums because I'm not going to sit here and try to play the game and beat the final boss without being hit. I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
You're not a real
Some of the
gamer, then.
requirements for platinum are kind of bullshit, especially the ones online. It was like,
Yeah.
go fuck yourself. I ain't doing that.
Yeah. See, what happened with me is I
That
got
was
to,
cool.
like,
Did you see it turned to the turtle? It turned to the turtle blimp when it went over the water. That was neat.
I missed that.
Yeah.
When I switched to PlayStation, I was like, fuck trophies. Like, I'm just gaming for fun on PlayStation.
Yeah.
They got a little suction or a little toilet plungers.
Plungers.
Yeah, like I care more about beating the game.
Yeah,
than
exactly.
The stupid trophies or achievements.
I used to be an achievement hunter, but like when I switched to PlayStation, it just killed it because I was like, I'm not starting all over again.
Yeah.
Some of them are just unrealistic.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like I'm not going to invest 30 hours just to get a perfect score. Like
Exactly.
extra hours.
Some of them are so stupid. It's like collect this like minuscule thing. That's like, what the fuck? This
Yeah.
doesn't even impact the game.
It's just
Or like,
literally
man.
pad the length.
Hey,
Yeah.
Blinded, you want to get? You want to call me an old man? I'll tell you a story. Xbox 360 when it came out, people were really obsessed with getting high scores and everything. And I think one of the first games that had an achievement for an online was like Quake 4. I think it was Quake 4. And the achievement was be like ranked top 10 or something like that in the world.
Oh my god.
Wow.
It was something stupid like that. And someone can
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. It's one of the multiplayer games. I'm like,
Yeah, I heard about
no. Like, I can't do that. I guess
That's
I could.
really just. Yeah, like sometimes I have to look and see. I'm like, okay, is this feasible? Because sometimes they want you to run through the game again, like 3 times, and you're like I like the game, but I don't think I would want to do that.
Have you ever seen the trophies
Yeah.
on the Dynasty Warriors games?
no.
Oh, they're
They're fucking like
bullshit.
you got to get the secret weapon with all the characters, and it's like, oh, it's like 50 characters, so I got to like play 80 hours of the game for each character times 50.
Yeah.
Well, anyone who's played Gears of War will tell you how hard the get 10,000 kills is. Like, it's ridiculous.
Like, it makes me wonder
Go
if
ahead.
like the devs can even fucking do that. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like they just like put that in there. Like, let's see what fucking dumbass will do this.
Yeah,
Well, I'll tell you what.
do.
They do that. I'll tell you what. I got trophies on the PlayStation that no one else got because they took the games off of the store
Ooh.
before they were released because I got review copies.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you told me about this one. Yeah.
that's cool.
I like achievements where it's an older game with multiplayer and nobody's online, so you can never get it.
Yes, that's the bullshit I'm talking about. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
I did get platinum in the Senran Kagura game. Does that count?
Mm.
Isn't that the really controversial
Well, I
game?
did.
That's the one. That's the Dynasty Warriors type game. But when you hit the girls, their clothes come off.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's on the Switch.
Yes, it is actually. It's on the Switch too. They only go down to their bra and panties, so it's okay.
Oh, what a shame.
Unless it's a cutscene, and then
You hit the thing.
Ooh.
they're naked, but they're covered. Yeah, I got platinum on that one.
Is that code word that you orgasmed or fap to it?
Hell yeah! I got
me,
the
and
special
my mate,
controller for that.
me and my mates were so bad with the achievements back in the day. We'd get like all those shit games just to get like the easy 1,000. Like CSI and Avatar, Lost the game. There's just a bunch of games where it's super easy to get 1,000 achievements, and that was like literally the only reason we got them.
Yeah, well, you know what? I hate these fucking games that got the trophies, but they don't have platinum. They only have the fucking gold.
Oh, I didn't know they even did that.
Yeah, some of the older games because they all they have is the fucking gold, silver, and bronze.
Dean responded right
So
here
what?
to our beginning.
If you want to see crying turning into hugging, watch the Christmas episode you hovered over. Also, my kid isn't soft like Bomberny, so Ninja Kitty.
Ooh, fuck you, Dean.
Or you,
Also, the reason I shadow banned you, Bomberny, since you were wrong, is because you unfollowed me on Twitter, so I returned the favor. So
Hey, it's Alligator Guy.
I unfollowed you on Twitter. Really? I don't even remember that. I still get your tweets come up. I thought I unfollowed you after you banned me. Oh, I didn't know that. Why didn't you say something instead of just shadow banning me then, you dickhead?
Well, why did people give a shit if you unfollow them on Twitter?
I know, right? I never
have a problem with
unfollowed
that.
anyone on Twitter. I don't even remember. That must have been an accident.
Stop moving.
because sometimes it's like passive aggressive. That's why.
I unfollow people all the fucking time on Twitter. Look,
Same.
I told this to Zod writers, like, yeah, you unfollowed me on Twitter. That's why I was mad at you. I'm like, dude, you guys were just talking about Justice League, and I didn't want that on my feed, so I unfollowed you.
Yeah, they
I think
just
it's
kind of like
supposed
some
to use
people see it
words.
as like passive aggressive. You know what I mean?
I'm like,
Or
but I'm
like-
like, dude, it's not like I was like liking your tweets and retweeting you, then suddenly like I
Yeah.
unfollowed you. I'm like, I wasn't even interacting with you.
Yeah. So some people they don't realize that people aren't
He
like.
says because I'm petty as fuck.
But-
But that's fine.
Shit. Fair play, man. Like, sorry.
Crazy
I
John
didn't
T
even
says, get a
realize that.
trophy for seeing all the boobs. Tony, don't mind if I do. Yeah. Anyways, watch that episode. Y'all have fun. As soon as they beat the game.
Okay, that's fair.
I want to know is Dean who snitched off? Who tricked off Dean? Who went running to Dean to tell him we were watching his old episodes?
I think he might have just like watched the beginning.
Nah. I know how the internet works. Someone saw as soon as we watched it, someone went over there and was like, they're talking shit about you.
Yeah. I followed you on Twitter, Dean. Sorry.
What's up with Turbo Joe being soft?
Yeah, you're right. It does turn into a blimp.
You didn't know that?
Oh, that's cool.
I have the freaking blimp, but it doesn't like inflate all the way. I need to get it fixed.
Tony, have you ever 100% a game before? Yeah, I just told you I 100%ed
Astro Smash.
Astro Smash. I got a couple platinum. I got 10 platinums. That means I've 100%ed at least 10 games.
Yeah.
I had to unfollow AWO because there's mass tags that had absolutely nothing to do with it. Yeah, fucking Aaron World Order. He's always like tagging like 37 people just for no reason.
Oh, that guy. Is that guy actually like a producer or something?
He makes content.
No, he just makes. Yeah,
Do you reckon he's like associate producer on the Batman Reverse?
Oh, that's just a joke. It's just a meme.
Oh, haha! Sorry, didn't laugh. Not funny.
Crazy John says they make a pill for your blimp if it's not inflating.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cialis.
I mean, I'm not that old, but Days might be.
Nah, I'm still working proud.
That's what the hammock's for. It relaxes them, gives them the mojo.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, damn it.
Donnie, get the pizza.
Oh, okay.
Steal all the pizza even if you don't need it. Assert dominance.
That's the sushi. That's for
Assert dominance.
Assert your dominance.
Oh, you know what?
Move.
You know what I forgot about the Amico portion of the live stream here? The
What's
dude
that?
who
I'm getting roasted by
Flying
these
Tigers.
bombs.
You are. The Flying Tigers dude said the game's 98% complete.
98.
He said almost 99, but it's 98.
Like, how did these dev like get to that percentage? Like,
No idea. I just asked him because it came up on my feed, his Twitter. He was talking about this other game he's working on. And I'm like, well, how's fucking Flying Tigers doing? He's like, 98, almost 99% of the development. Like, okay.
Didn't we hear those numbers before?
We have.
From different stuff, not maybe that game, but nothing.
That was weird.
Oh,
Also,
VHS.
someone got mad at me because I made fun of Boogie's weight.
ooh,
Boogie liked the GIF I put, but apparently someone else was mad on Boogie's behalf. Internet's weird, is what I'm saying.
yeah. Don't make fun of the guy's weight. He makes fun of his own weight anyway.
Well, that's what it was. He put a video. He got a new camera. He's like, I got a new phone that's waterproof, and he was showing himself in the swimming pool. And I was like, oh, this is a. I feel sorry for the people in the splash zone. And then I showed like a GIF of a whale splashing some people.
Oh, gosh.
Yo, Andy's here.
He's finally here. So you can tell us what he thinks about this game.
Yeah, come on in, Gary. Click the link.
Oh man,
Click the link. Jump in the chat. Come on,
Gary Meat Bear.
Gary Meat Bear.
I thought we agreed that Andy was Carl.
I'm not sure because Carl hasn't been on the show in months.
But
Yeah,
like,
he didn't
I
get
don't know
that
who
joke.
Carl is though.
Because Carl, I think, on his thing has Andy in it.
He does, but I don't. I think that's just a coincidence because
That is
again,
yeah.
Carl hasn't been on the show in months.
Yeah, but
And-
Darius always refers to him and Slotham copies him. So
Yeah, but so
But he calls him
Slotham went to
Carl.
my Twitter. So he went to my Twitter and saw Carl and interacting with us and just assumed that Andy was. I don't know.
I think it was just like a mistake, to be honest. Barry, Gandy. I mean, it is
Gary.
4-letter words, so it's like
He can't read. He got it. He's looking for his headphones. All right, Gary's gonna come in with his hot take on the Ninja Turtles.
Gary versus Barry.
But like the Jerry
Oh, shit.
has an origin because someone in the chat was like, "Fuck Gary." No, fuck Gary. And like we're like, who the fuck's Jerry?
Yeah.
But like Andy's just come out of nowhere.
The Andy meme is gonna stick.
I don't know about that.
What's my opinion on Nikado Avocado? What happened to him now? Is he still fat or did he get back skinny? Still not.
No, that guy's gonna be forever fat.
Whoa, what's up with Days there?
I'm getting big hits. Look at that. Look at those points.
That's a glitch. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that happen before.
Glitch. Is it like moving
How do
for
I
days?
skate?
Or... Oh,
You can't. You got to go back.
He's gone from my screen.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, he's gone now. Yeah.
He's gone.
I'm still there's Mouser.
Does this game have like a decent amount of bugs?
What do I do? I'm still.
Where are you?
I'm still going on my own.
Yeah, just you guys playing. This was like the second bug, which to me is
what the fuck?
Like
how do I get in? How do I get back to the game with them?
You got to join. Press the button.
I don't.
Invite. Send him another invite, Ninja.
He's not showing online.
What the fuck?
Come on, Dazed.
I am though. I didn't touch anything. I've literally touched nothing. Try it. You can't
Do you
even
have
invite
crappy-
me.
Are you using Wi-Fi?
No, I've got it plugged in.
I've had a friend who had issues like this when he was using Wi-Fi. Oops.
Should I return to main menu?
Yeah.
And go back online.
Dorkside's going to be playing this on the 25th.
Nice.
Oh, he is showing online
gotta
here.
come in one time and talk
It
with
says
us.
no games found.
Poor Dave.
You have to go to invite, Kitty.
Is this what it's like being on Xbox?
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
No, Xbox is smooth.
I'm
We'll invite Carl while we're here too. What the hell is this guy?
Oh, I've not seen this boss.
That's Metalhead. Not,
I know,
yeah.
but I've not seen this boss in this game. I haven't got this far in the game.
Me neither. Oh, he got the dolls and punch.
Why does it look so much clearer on Ninja Kitty's screen than on Bob's screen?
What? I'm disgusted. Why does it look better on Ninja Kitty's? No, this is Ninja Kitty's you're showing.
Right, and this is yours. It's less good.
Mine is better.
Less good.
Less good.
Really?
Oh,
Wow.
that range.
It's more bad.
Gary,
I just
things
keep
that
jumping.
are deviants, keep at the things that waits for idiots, DGD, who doesn't speak housekeeper, what a crazy bunch of guys. Fighting, Tom, trying to expose a scam, 6-hour-long podcast.
This reminds me of Weird Al.
Not just get away.
Yeah.
Fighting, Tom, trying to
That's a good song.
April,
Oh, burned.
always right.
Trying to get a volt.
Not just get away.
Fuck it, bro.
Fucking retro, bro.
He's like
Watch out.
trolling me in other
Gotta
people's
go
comments,
inside.
like asking me, like saying, like, I have to
Yeah,
do
he's
this on my
always-
diet.
Who?
It's like, well, fuck business is that
Thank
of
you,
yours,
Donatello.
man?
Who's always trolling
He
you?
calls me.
Avol.
Volt.
He's like, oh, I heard you're not sticking to your diet, and I'm like, what business is it of yours?
He calls me. He used to do that to me too.
What
Like
the
always
fuck?
would say, like you need to lose weight, dude. You need to go on a diet. Like,
He's
always,
telling
like,
he
fucking
always
with
tells
me.
people to go on a diet. He was telling that to Cyrus. You need to go on a diet. You might get COVID. COVID don't like fat
It's
people.
so weird. It's so
Maybe
strange.
he's really
I mean,
fat.
maybe he's
Wolfie's
like-
a.
Or maybe he's like, I love how all these people are like, oh yeah, you're so fat, but like can't even lift the fucking barbell.
Maybe he's an incel. And
Oh,
a
he's
cuck.
definitely an incel. He's
Maybe
definitely
he's
a
one of those people that are like the size of a mattress. Just fucking.
No,
Size
go
of
lift the
the
barbell. Go to the gym. Go
He
do
just-
some squats.
He can't. He just washes himself with a rag on a stick.
Go do some deadlifts.
I'll wash
do some
myself
bench
with a
press.
rag on a stick.
What happened to Gary? He was getting headphones and he's never popped in. It's like 20 minutes ago.
He fell into the drawer that had his headphones.
He's looking for headphones, and then that was it.
Yeah, it's running.
Legs.
Oh, speared.
Is that Ninja Kitty with all that tapping?
No.
No, that's got to be Dazed.
Dazed and
Mm-mm.
I can hear tapping, so Dazed is tapping and I'm tapping.
I think yours is a little bit muted, but like Dazed, he's almost like
Tap, tap, tap,
slamming
tap,
that
tap.
controller.
Hey, I played Halo during the entire. I was playing Halo during the entire
And I can hear
stream.
you playing Halo.
Yeah, we could.
Could you?
Yeah. We just pretend like we can't.
I thought
because
I had it covered, like my hands covered with a blanket, like trying to cover the sound.
Oh, that's a good idea. I've got a little
You
And it
created a little
still was
barrier.
loud. It was still loud.
I thought I
your
was
wife's
like
just gonna see
doing
you with your
something
hands
good.
under a blanket. What are you doing
Just
over
like-
there? Nothing.
As he's watching Japanese commercials, like on stream.
Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Rabbit says, "I think Gary is dead." Don't say that about Gary. Not Gary.
Or the headphones got him.
Oh, lazy game. They just they recolored the Triceratops lazy.
They did.
You know,
Yeah.
it's because the developers were cucks. That's why.
And incels.
Damn.
And
They
flat
also,
earthers.
they also programmed this in their basement too.
Splinter, you need pizza.
They did also. Did you see that they covered up April's tits?
Oh, I heard people
cleavage.
complaining about that. It's like,
God
what the
damn.
fuck? You guys are so...
Desexied her.
All right, here
I
he
need
is.
my
Hello.
It's the man.
Fine.
We were waiting for you.
Gary.
We're like, where the fuck is Gary?
It's a business to take care of tonight.
Oh shit! Who'd you kill?
Oh,
That's gonna say, who did you
business.
kill?
I only needed 20 minutes to hide the bodies.
All right.
Oh,
So,
fuck.
what do you think of this game, Gary? We all gave our opinions. What's your opinion?
I thought it was good. I was kind of right on the boss list. It was everything that I thought it was going to be. There were a few surprises in there that I didn't expect. I thought the final, like I knew we were going to get like 2 fights with like Krang and 2 fights with Shredder. I like that they did the Statue of Liberty Krang. That was like a nice touch.
Whoa! You just spoiled it. Some people haven't made it to the end of the game, Gary.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Like
spoiling it. I don't
me.
give a shit.
Or me.
The game's
I
been out
don't
for
even
2
care.
days. It's 2 hours long. If you haven't
I
seen
don't
it,
even care.
I think it took me about 4 hours to beat because I was kind of screwing around in the game. So it's pretty lengthy. I think it's as long as it needs to be. There are a few minor gripes with it. I definitely had an issue with. I almost had to reset my game. I got frozen to place when I was doing a jump kick off a ledge. It was weird.
Yeah, you just had
I think
that bug show up here.
you've had a few bugs.
Yeah, so I don't know if that was just a Switch thing or if that's all the.
I just told you
all
we
the
just
versions.
we just had
That
that.
seems
bug
like
show up
that's
here
all versions.
Grab it.
on the screen. I had that bug on the PlayStation 5, and they just had it here on the Xbox.
The jump kick.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, okay.
Dave was literally frozen in the down.
But I was
motion.
doing shit on
Yeah.
my screen.
It only happened once to me throughout the entire game, and it was like maybe like 3 seconds, 5 seconds. It wasn't that long, but it was definitely noticeable. You're like, what the fuck's going on?
Like, look, that was weird. Did you see that? If
I
drug the
played,
enemy dead on the ground.
I played as Donnie, and for some reason, Donnie, like the actor who did Donnie, he hasn't aged. His voice hasn't aged well, and to me, it sounds off. Now, Kurt, what's his name? Kirk Cam or Cam
Kirk Cameron?
Clark? Cam Clark. No, Cam Clark does the voice of Leonardo, I believe. Either that or
I don't know
Raphael.
who does
but
the voices of any of them.
Cam Clark's a really big. That's Cam Clark plays not Solid, Liquid Snake.
All right. Who's the one who does Raph's voice? Because he's like mega famous. He does everything.
Is that something Coleman? I think Gordon Coleman or something. They're one of those names.
Gary?
But anyways, some of the voice acting's okay. Some of the voice acting's a little off.
I didn't like that there was no voice acting in the cutscenes.
That doesn't really bother me. I think the cutscenes are nice, done really well.
You had them there though. Why wouldn't you get them to fucking voice the characters?
Because they were trying to keep it to a minimum. Because these guys are old now. I mean, they're like, aside from Cam Clark, the other guys are probably not as still in the game as they used to be. I know Cam Clark does like all kinds of stuff. He's like one of the best voice actors out there. Aside from that, I think it was really well done. It's a beautiful game. Aside from the few issues here and there, it's really good. It's really solid. A lot of people were really enjoying this on launch day. I know some people were having an issue with the Switch version. I know Mad Little Pixel had
Gary, you complained about it the first day too, though.
You
said it was
here's
slow.
the thing. I didn't.
You said the action wasn't right or something.
No, so when you dodge, you can I think you can attack out of the dodge pretty quick, but you can't jump out of the dodge really quick. There's like it's like a, I don't know, when you play beat 'em ups, it's just a feel thing. Like you want to jump out of that dodge roll and you can't. You can attack, but you can't jump out of it. And that's what was bothering me. I was trying to jump and it wouldn't register. And it's just because you have to wait for the animation to be done.
You can't jump out of a run either, and that kind of bothers me.
Yeah, so there's things here and there that bother me with the game, but they're minor because just everything's kind of packed in here. There's a lot in here. A lot of characters.
Question, Gary.
There's a lot of
Gary. Is this Game of the Year material?
Yeah, I want to know that from him.
It isn't. It was close. The combat had to be perfect, and it's not perfect.
Is that really what's holding back the game, though?
Yes, for a beat 'em up, yeah, those are very minor things, but they're not. They're huge in a beat 'em up because
you just lose Dazed again.
No, me, I got glitched.
I'm here.
I
don't know who's playing who. Apparently, Bob left. You got a glitch.
No, he glitched.
Yes, I left.
I'm
so
Leo.
That's another glitch.
You know, the funny thing was that right around 9 o'clock, because I knew that was what it was going to be, was 9 o'clock. I started playing for about 2 hours.
Yeah, yes. Well, you kill these guys first. Right.
All right, I'm gonna go get something to drink. Don't do anything crazy while I'm gone, guys.
All right.
But I was playing this for about 2 hours, and then I got the notification that my playdate came in, and to be honest, it was like all playdate the rest of the day. I mean, I beat the game, but it was like I wanted to mess with the playdate more.
And what's your thoughts on that?
You got a lot of toys at once.
I know, like I said on Twitter, it was like Christmas.
Fuck.
Everybody should fucking have one. It's fucking amazing. We're gonna do more, I think, next week on it because it's just I'll have an extra 2 games. I sideloaded, I think, 3 or 4 games on it. Every game that I have on it right now is what's that?
Sideloaded. That sounds like piracy.
No, it's a feature.
Oh no, it's part of the feature. So I was you're given 2 games each week, and There's probably about 150 games that you can get right now. A lot of it's like pulp stuff, so it's kind of just mediocre, average stuff that you can use with the web browser game development type thing.
Right.
I downloaded games that were more on the like actual side of games, not used from the not used from pulp. And
whoops.
I think one's 8-bit invaders, the other one's another UFO shooting game, and then who's smothering their mic over there?
Not me.
What's the price for the games? Like? Do they charge you for the games? Are they free games?
So the ones that I sideloaded were completely free. I got like a Dr. Mario clone. That's pretty cool. So yeah, I think I sideloaded 3 of them, and then the 2 obviously are part of the season. So I didn't spend any extra money, and I have 5 games right now. I was really loving the Whitewater Wipeout game, the surfboard, the California style NES game, and that's a blast. I haven't put too much time into Casual Birder because I just kind of been busy with stuff, and it's more like a RPG adventure where you're taking pictures of birds. And then, like I said, the other 2 games, like not Galaga, but what's the other one? Like games like Galaga or Carnival, or that's basically what it plays like. They're Invaders, Space Invaders.
So,
that's what it is, Space Invaders.
Why do you think everyone should get one then?
Because it's a blast. I know a lot of people don't like the fact that it doesn't have a backlight, but the backlight thing does not make any difference. It doesn't. The light reflects off of it, and it looks gorgeous. It looks gorgeous.
But what about the games? Not too many people like Galaga.
The crank is not a gimmick. It's just a sideways analog stick is all it is. But the way it's used,
It's not a gimmick.
It really isn't a gimmick. It really works for the games.
It may work for the game, but it's still a gimmick. That's the selling point. That's the USP.
Yeah.
It's a gimmick.
Or like the Wii remote.
I would no. Here's the thing. I would say like a Wii remote. Guess what? That gimmick is, but it's not a gimmick if it's still continuing to be used today in today's technology. That's what I say. A gimmick's almost like a one-trick pony, and it's not really a one-trick pony. It's like it's useful and it's nice. It's actually a nice way to control certain things in a game.
Like
you wouldn't think
motion
so.
Control and gyro aim are kind of different, though.
But what I'm saying is, like, it was gimmicky when the Wii was around, but it's still used in games today. I mean, isn't like games like the
Gary, gimmick doesn't mean it's bad. Gimmick just
well,
means
I understand. I mean,
what's the gimmick?
Add a gimmick?
Hey, what's the gimmick? I don't know what you're talking about. What I missed?
The
They're saying that
Tony, your voice, Tony.
Shit!
Back to normal. Get that modulator.
I said,
oh my God, what are you guys doing over there?
But what did I miss? What happened?
It's got like
someone's right over their mic.
That was me, like clapping my knees.
I don't think
that's
right. What the hell are y'all talking about?
I don't think so. Okay, so they were saying that the
go ahead, Don.
Everyone gets the health there.
Well, Bob was just saying like it's a gimmick. It's the selling point of it.
Okay. So if let me answer this. If a game uses the D-pad and the analog sticks, would you consider analog sticks a gimmick?
No, that's a feature.
No, they become standard now. They're no longer
that's
a gimmick.
Standard. Yeah.
If every controller has a crank, then it would not be a gimmick anymore.
Yes.
A gimmick is like a one-off.
Well, so the gimmick works then. So yeah, motion controls are not a gimmick anymore because they still use those in today's game.
Well, like I said though, it's gyro aim. Like it's a little bit step above of motion control.
Yeah, but that's not a gimmick either. That was on a 3DS.
I'd say motion control's a gimmicky still, regardless.
I would say gyro aim is not a gimmick. Like I would say that it's way better than an analog stick.
Common.
Oh, okay. Why do you want to know what does TGD stand for? It stands for Thank God Daily. because I'm
All right, we're
highly
getting off
religious.
topic here.
I don't think mass adoption makes something less of a gimmick or not a gimmick.
I think
Either
it does.
way,
because I think
I mean, you could say the PlayStation 5 controller is gimmicky.
Yeah, you could. The adaptive triggers are gimmicky.
Yeah.
It's a gimmick.
But if
I
everything
agree- I
had
agree- I
adaptive
agree with
triggers,
Bob.
there wouldn't be a gimmick no more.
Well, I mean, it won't be because Xbox is going to do it.
It loses
And it's-
the gimmick.
And the Switch kind of,
Right.
they don't have the
And
triggers,
what
but
I
they
was-
have the.
That's what I
haptic
was trying to
feedback.
say is that while you might consider the analog crank a gimmick, or the crank a gimmick, it's all it is a sideways analog stick. That's all it is.
No,
so-
not really. An analog stick can go in 360 directions. 360 degrees.
That's
Plus-
what it does.
Yeah.
Plus,
got it.
hold on, it can go.
Oh, plus
over.
you can click it in.
And you can go over. You can go from. I can go from 90 degrees to 45 degrees with an analog stick. Can the crank do that?
No, it can't.
All right, that's the
It
difference.
has to go. It has to go in its
around.
rotation.
Yeah.
Yes, it has to revolve. So okay, it's slightly different, but it's similar, very similar. We can agree there. It's similar. It's slightly different. So, anyways, I think it works. I think
No,
it works good as
disassemble.
an input.
Great movie.
I think the games work well with it.
But why do you
it-
think everyone should get it though? To me, that seems
Because
more
I-
niche
because-
than anything.
That's what
Because I think if the biggest thing holding you back is the backlit screen, that is such a non-issue.
But what
and I
about
think
the
games,
games being really micro games?
Yeah.
I mean, well, you're either. I mean, if you don't like smaller, like score-based games, if you don't like playing old-time arcade games, then maybe it's not for you. I mean, if you ever played Pac-Man in the arcade, did you like?
What did you say? Because I heard that slogan before somewhere.
Yeah, same. I was thinking that.
Why?
If you don't like
said it's
family
not
fun
for
house
you.
co-op games, if you want games with rape and
No.
children in sexually compromising positions, then get a Switch.
Ooh,
I
this looks
mean,
good.
No,
Gary's going for the Amico defense.
I hate the play
It's
date.
not an Amico defense. I
Thank
mean,
you
just
for
want to point out-
helping me with my opinion.
I just
I
wanted
needed
to
it.
point out that Gary said everyone should pick it up, but then change his opinion if you
No.
don't like arcade game, blah 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 blah.
No, no. So here, let me finish what I'm gonna say. How long is Turtles in Time, the game you're playing? On the board, it's an average of 2 to 3 hour game, right?
Yeah.
So there's a game. The first game you get in the season is Casual Burger. It's a 4 or 5 hour game. It's an RPG. It's a bulky game.
Can you play with
Not
4 people
small.
online?
Maybe.
You can't play with other people. Can I play it on my TV?
1 Inch Bicep says, "Don't listen, Gary. These guys are gaming racist."
Yeah, they are. Oh my god.
Gary.
I want to know. I want to know why should I buy it?
Shit.
Do you think I
Why
should buy
should
this,
you buy
Gary?
it?
Yeah, knowing you know me, right? My taste. Why should I buy it?
Well, you should buy it because you're a hipster.
I'll tell you what, dude. Like,
It's a good point.
everybody's comparing Casual Burger to Pokemon, which is such a weird comparison because there's no battling or fighting.
Is everybody comparing that? Because I've never even heard of the game, and I've been part of everybody.
You're part of everybody.
Well, you would be too.
There's a little bit of Ninja Kitty in all of us.
Everybody who's played it. There you go. How about that?
Fair enough.
Gary, real quick, before I walk away, do you want turn-based RPGs? Yes or no?
Yes.
See, I told you he would have been on our side. He wasn't going to back.
No, I told you that. What are you talking about?
I think you're mistaken.
That guy just went flying.
No, you stole my take. What the heck? I
No,
said he
he's
would have been
right.
against
Blinded
me.
is right. You said, yeah, blinded is right.
Yeah,
Me
I
and
said he
Tony,
would have been
me and
against
Tony
my
have
side.
talked about this multiple times. You should have never
Yeah.
bet against it.
No, I know what Gary was gonna say. Like I always knew he was gonna be against what I was saying.
Yeah, I knew Gary was going to have another boomer take.
Right.
Physically, he may be younger. Mentally, he may be an old man. Nothing wrong with that.
That might be a little trip.
No,
These
it's
guys are a
not
bastard
blinded.
to
It's
attack.
Barry. It's Barry. Come on. You should know this. Come on.
So hold on. Now I got like 3 names: Barry, Jerry.
No, I'm
No,
Barry.
blinded is Barry. Blinded is Barry.
I had a Gary moment on the stream. Okay, it was me against everybody. Okay, it was like John Wick.
I was on your side.
It's rough, ain't it?
Sure, but it sounds better when everybody's against you. For the memes, for the jokes.
These things.
But yes, he was on my side. Bob was on my side.
Yeah, the one actual gamer on the show.
You know why Bob is on your side? It's because he's a blinded braille simp.
Oh, he's a simp.
A blind? No, he's a cuck. A blinded bro.
Cuck.
Blinded cuck.
And he breathes deeply and whatever.
He's
Doesn't
right
use
into the mic.
that English accent is fake. Darius will prove it.
Yeah, he's got a Canadian accent.
Who we
No,
talking
I've got
about?
an American one. I buy chili dogs and French fries.
What the?
Chili
was
dog. Get you a chili dog.
Hey,
Super
dogs.
Smash Brother is very immersive.
What's up, dogs?
He said I'm addicted to the crank.
What the hell?
Hooked on the crank.
Who said that? Who said that?
Barry said Gary would side with Terry. Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Gary, Barry, Terry, Derry. We got to have one for Bob, though.
I'm waiting for my Gary moment to get my nickname.
Bob is Andy. Bob is Andy.
General Trog.
Andy Bob.
Oh crap!
Yeah, that he wasn't a surprise, but when I seen the intro, I didn't think we were going to get him, being that there were only a few levels left.
Spoilers.
Well, obviously, when I didn't spoil
What
nothing.
the hell was that, Ninja Kitty? That was a really
Spoilers.
Yeah.
That was my Slotham impression.
I was gonna say he was high pitched like Sotham.
I mean, Tony, what do you think? It's a pretty good roster, right? It's pretty impressive.
I was a little underwhelmed.
I really wish there would have been one more. I think one more boss would have rounded like a really oddball boss. They put in all the safe characters. Let's just put it.
Well, they didn't put in. Like I said, they didn't put in Screw Loose with Wingnut, so I didn't like that.
Oh, they weren't gonna do that though. Even when Wingnut was in the other game, was Screw Loose in there?
I think so.
He was in Turtles in Time, right?
They could have put in Muckman. They could have put in Mutagen Man.
I really wanted one of the two of those, Joe Eyeball with Muckman or Mutagen Man. I think Mutagen Man would have fit better in this game, and it was kind of disappointing not to see him.
Who's the rogue?
Metalhead's Scumbag. They didn't put Scumbag in. They didn't put Worm. I would have loved to see like the toy version of Worm. Even the comic version of Worm's really cool. Yeah, kind of a bummer that we didn't get to see Mutagen Man. I was like kind of shocked by they kind of really stuck close to Metalhead's design. Whereas I think in the Sega version he looks more like the toy, whereas in this, and then I think Turtles in Time, I can't remember because I always get those two confused. Like I get Slash and Metalhead confused on how they make them look. And Metalhead looked very like their design on him was like close to the cartoon, but he seemed like he was bulkier. But he was really cool. I liked it. I liked most of the bosses
like
in
he
this.
was roided up or something.
Yeah.
I mean, he just looks chunkier. I thought they did Leatherhead.
Pound Tony.
Yeah.
I think they did Leatherhead. I thought that was a fun boss to fight.
Mecha Shredder.
Some of these bosses.
Oh, no, never mind. That's Chrome. Never mind.
Chrome Dome is like stupid. This boss fight was dumb. I destroyed him instantly.
I was gonna say this is an easy boss fight. Once you know the gimmick.
Yeah,
throw those guys into the.
You gotta throw them. I don't remember. I don't know how to throw.
Down.
You grab them and you down. Yeah, there you go. Boom.
Down and X.
Yeah, there were a few boss fights in this that I kind of felt like, why the hell did I just like smash this guy? Why was he so easy? I wish there was a little bit more to their like.
Is this on easy or hard difficulty? Whoops, wrong button. Sorry.
I play.
Down
I
in
think
B?
there's 3 modes, right?
You have to grab
Normal,
'em.
medium, and hard, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I played on medium.
Medium is what we're playing now. It's pretty easy for a medium.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very easy.
But that's what makes it fun.
After I beat the game, I played a little bit of Casey Jones. I think I played the first level, but I played the arcade mode, so I didn't really get too far into that. Casey's weird because Rat King sounds like Casey Jones, and I don't know if they took the same voice actor, but there's a part where like if you don't have any special and you try to use Casey's move, you know everybody makes a noise to indicate that you don't have any special meter. Casey sounds really surfer kind of weird, whereas when he's hitting, he sounds like he does kind of from the cartoon. So I don't know why there's that large gap in why he sounds different, but for the most part, when you hear Rat King talk, that's basically what Casey Jones from the cartoon sounded like. So I'm kind of sad that when you do that little, you try to use that and he makes the sound effect that it's kind of off. I don't know. Some of the voice acting in this game is a little off.
Yeah, that's what Tony was saying. Or who was it, Tony or?
It's pretty. A lot of people have complained about it.
Yeah.
So I kind of don't understand. Like I understand they wanted to get the original guys involved, and that's so cool. And like someone like I said, Cam Clark is like he's still on his game. He sounds like he did back in the day. It's just off to me why they wouldn't pull the clips instead of getting these guys. I guess for what they could have. They could have.
I think because they would have to go for the rights.
Really?
Because
well,
the clips for the original voice actors, they would have had to went to the company that had the rights to the old Turtles cartoons.
So it was like Viacom or some bullshit like that.
Well, this is Viacom though.
No, it's Nickelodeon.
Is it?
Yeah, Nickelodeon is owned by Viacom.
Well,
I think it probably is something else. Yeah.
And also,
it could be something else.
Would have been quite
I'll look it up right now.
It might have been hard to get the isolated voices from those tracks as well because there would have been background music and
correct.
They don't need to do that, Bob. Have you played Rambo? They just took the voice clips in Rambo from the movie.
I've seen your video, man. Like that looks so shoddy. The audio in that game is terrible.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was no surfing level, was there?
No.
That was a big bummer on my like. I was expecting at least one surf level. They gave us 2 flying levels and then 2 cheapskate levels.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was kind of bummed that they didn't have surfing.
The original Ninja Turtles cartoon was animated by Toei. That makes it an anime.
No.
That's a Japanese animation company.
Yeah, it doesn't make it.
Oh man, you have another debate here.
Why it's so good, Tony?
Well, what makes something a Japanese animated cartoon? Being animated by Japanese people.
No.
Anime is a genre, Tony.
But what if they're Koreans working in
anime
Japan?
is not a genre. Anime is actually not even a real word. It was a made-up word. It's
just more like a cultural distinction. Like when you look at it, you're like, that's anime.
Not even what it is. Because anime literally was just the word animation shortened.
No. But I mean, like now, like when we refer to it, it's like you look at it and you're like, okay, that's anime, just for like culturally. I mean, it has distinctive traits. I couldn't really list it to you, but like you could tell, like a Japanese
is like animated, like animated cartoons in the style of Japanese manga.
What did you say about?
Yeah, you could say that.
Animated cartoons of Japanese manga generally in the art form, in the art style of manga.
So if it's an original IP that didn't have a manga, it's not anime?
No, it can be anime if it adopts the
that style
choices of manga.
What's the style? What's the style of anime?
Big eyes, big tits.
Okay,
Big
so
eyes,
then,
big
wait.
chibi, almost
Wait,
like a chibi.
Hold on. So then you're saying Speed Racer is an anime?
Yeah, Speed Racer is an anime.
They don't have big eyes in Speed Racer.
But maybe the
Yeah, but
Master
I
Rack.
was being hyperbolic. I was joking.
Okay, well, what about Astro Boy, which was done in a Disney style because that's the style they emulated at the time?
Astro Boy is most definitely an anime.
Well, so then it doesn't have a distinctive style because it's changed over the years. It's
Well, that's why we're saying like
animation.
it's cultural.
It's
The
evolved.
argument about what's anime is gone on for ages.
But when you watch an anime compared to American animation, like there's very big differences just with the story alone.
Yeah,
where
all
you're
those
like,
tentacles raping girls. Yeah.
Only in the
You don't see that.
outro.
You don't see that in Pixar movies.
Potion Sword Run says, I would disagree. Most of our cuisine in the U.S. is made by Mexicans. It's not Mexican food. Okay, that's
Who is he disagreeing with?
me. He's disagreeing with me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was like, I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
I mean, my question to you would be like, so you think, what do you think about Western places which do anime-inspired stuff? Does that count as anime, or is that?
Yeah.
Well, that's why they usually call it Western animation.
Here's my problem.
No, they call it anime sometimes.
Here's my problem. I don't like the word anime because it doesn't mean shit. I like Japanimation because Japanimation was literally Japanese animation.
But people just hate that. Every time you use that, I've noticed people are like, stop saying that. That's what like they fucking say.
Literally what it was called, Japanimation, Japanese animation.
It makes more sense. Yeah.
Anime is literally just animation shortened because the way
Right, because animation is
not really. Where's the E in animation?
But when anime was first coined, every single animated cartoon was considered anime because it's literally just animated pictures.
Art.
Yeah. So Disney, when you were in Japan and they're like, you're watching a Disney cartoon, you were watching anime. This whole idea of anime being Japanese cartoons was adopted by Americans to describe their kind of animation.
Their style.
Yeah. But there isn't even a style because, like I said, anime is so broad. You have the ones that try to emulate Disney, like Astro Boy. You have the more
But like you can still tell it's not American though.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying there's no one style, right? Like the Disney style is the Disney style. That's Disney style animation. You can go that's Warner Brothers style animation. But then they just go that's anime, and it's just like this huge bucket of different styles, all
together. Yeah. Like
because
the
you
drawing
could tell
styles and stuff.
Toriyama. You could like that's a fucking Akira Toriyama shit, right? You can just tell. Right off the bat.
All day.
And that's what I'm saying. So like his style is completely different from someone else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean, I hate when they call like those Netflix shows anime when it's not an anime, like The Witcher fucking spinoff. They're like, oh, it's an anime. Yeah, it even says it. It says it's a Netflix anime. Stuff? No. There's a
cartoon.
Yeah.
Well, cartoons are anime though. It's animation.
Western
but it's not an anime.
The anime style.
But
I think like your disregard of anime as a genre, as a cartoon, is like kind of like throwing aside the years of cultural significance the term anime has when it comes to like us otakus.
Bob. Do you know how many years of cultural significance the N-word has? But I'm going to throw that away. Right?
That's different. But like, it's still used in rap music, though. People they've.
I was talking before rap music. I was talking like before.
I mean, it's not even that it's been reclaimed. It's just sort of.
I'm just saying that sometimes things can have cultural significance and still be shit.
Yeah.
That's the point I was making. Like
from your that's your point of view, though.
But I'm saying like because they have this same debate like about the abortion thing, right? They're like, this has been in law for years. We can't overturn it, right? Well, fucking segregation was in laws for years, but we definitely wanted to overturn that because we agreed it was stupid, right? So
Right.
we can't just be like something's codified in the law or something has been around, so that's what it is, right? We can change and evolve, and we can say, "Hey, we thought this was a good idea to call it anime."
Anime has changed and evolved, and it's taken on many different influences over the years. It's a bit different. Like
I think that's like a case by case basis, though.
I think, like Tony, you're talking about binary situations where like things were either like right or wrong from the perspective of the time, whereas like anime has been like an evolving art form.
But it wasn't even called anime when it first started, is what I'm getting at.
No, but like before anime, we had manga.
But we as Americans and Westerners are deciding what to call their art. You don't think?
Well, because no, I don't. I think it's fair because we don't typically would consume other countries' entertainment. It's like when you differentiate, like, oh, this is a Bollywood movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
but what does Bollywood mean? It literally just means a movie made in Bollywood, right? It's not.
Well, no, I would say a Bollywood movie is. Yeah, I would say a Bollywood movie do have style. Like there are a lot of it is musicals.
Oh yeah.
Like, even if it's an action movie, it's a musical.
Oh no, I froze.
Like general themes. And...
Oh no.
There you go.
If there was a straight action movie made in Bollywood, no dancing, no.
No, I would. If it's Bollywood, because you have to remember Bollywood. There's Bollywood, and then there's this other part of the industry in India. So that's how they differentiate too. Is like, oh, this is a Bollywood movie where they put like a bunch of money. It's like how we say, oh, there's Hollywood, and then there's like indie.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Speaking of Bollywood, how did we all feel about Miss Marvel?
I liked it.
I only watched the first episode.
I thought it was I only watched the first episode. We just watched it tonight. I thought it was fantastic. I loved the opening of it. I loved her.
Well,
she was
the second episode.
I thought she did a good job.
I might binge watch it.
First episode was fantastic. I thought it was really good.
It was long, which I was surprised. I was like, oh wow, this is the longest of all the pirates.
But that was really good. Did we all get through the Star Wars Episode 5 Kenobi?
Hey,
no, I dropped that show.
Oh my God, get with it, guys!
I want to say
I dropped it.
I watched it.
Is my mic muted or something?
No.
Okay, let Bob talk. Let him talk.
I want to say about Miss Marvel before we go on to Star Wars. But I really like the cinematography. I like how it was.
Yeah, they did a good job.
There's fuck you jumping in what I'm saying. No. I like all the graphics and the stylistic choices they made with it. That felt very comic booky, and I'm surprised.
It was very Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, and that's what I'd love to see more of that in the MCU. And I felt that was probably one of the best MCU movies series because of that.
Yes, I agree.
Leaning on its comic book heritage, but some of the acting is a bit sketch. Some of it is a bit over the
scene. The one scene that I really dislike from the first episode is that high school scene, because it was like Spider-Man actually did a good job at portraying high school, modern high school. Well, this feels very Disney Channel.
Yeah,
it's so fucking cringe.
If Biceps is leaving, he don't want to get any spoilers for Obi-Wan.
Well, don't worry, it sucks.
It was great.
It was amazing.
Because it sucked.
I dropped
because
it.
you were wrong.
No, I didn't even watch it. I asked my friend, I'm like, oh, everybody's saying it's good. And I'm like,
it was good.
There's a flashback.
It was
and he's
fantastic.
like, yeah. I'm like, I knew it.
It was really good. That choreography.
Because it was a flashback.
No, the fight scene in the present with Reva and Vader is fucking awesome.
I still think that's a little weird.
You're spoiling
not the fight
it
scene.
for other people. Ninja Kitty's
not the fight scene, but Darth Vader and his relationship with her. It's
you might as well leave Ninja Kitty.
Spoilers.
Ninja Kitty's hosting if you leave the game ends.
I'm just ignoring y'all.
Yeah, but we can talk about it without.
Yeah, you could talk about it without spoilers.
You guys
have spoiled so much stuff already.
Already spoiled.
I'm not even worried about it. I'm not even.
What did you say about Bob? What did you say about this game? Oh, it's 2 hours long and it's been out for how many days? Well, the show is only 45 minutes long and it's been out for how many days?
Yeah.
I know. But
I mean, I'll watch the whole series when it's done, because at this point, I'm like, the first 4 episodes were.
Motion Sword runs. He said it sucked, but he didn't watch it. Okay, Barry.
No, I watched 4 episodes and said it sucked. You gotta listen. You gotta listen, man. I said I
we
watched
weren't
4
talking about the
episodes
series.
and I
We're talking
dropped
about
it.
that episode. Episode
Barry.
5
Yeah,
is
I
where
asked.
it's at, though.
Yeah, so I asked my friend watched it, and I asked him, "Oh, I saw everybody liked it." I'm like, "Was it because there was a flashback scene?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Well,
No, it wasn't
yeah."
because there was a flash.
No,
I disagree with
It's
that.
part-
It wasn't because
I think
of the
that's part of
flashback
it.
scene. The
That's
storytelling
part of it.
was
Happened with
really.
Splinter there.
I'm glitched. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to
getting
know
him. We're
about the
killing him.
storytelling.
No, it was really
it's
good.
okay.
Unplug my controller.
They juxtapose the flashback with the current situation that's going on, and it fits perfectly.
Sweet.
The choreography that ensues in the entire episode is well done. This was exactly what me and Tony were right on the mark when we did our review back about a month ago. We nailed all the points that were going to happen in this episode, and it was good. It was
Dang.
exactly
And this
what
is
I wanted.
what?
Fifth
The
episode,
fifth
one
episode.
to go. Yeah.
Yeah, I
They did a
still
good
my
job.
criticism still holds up, even if me not watching that episode. I think
Well,
the
the-
show
like-
should have
like
been either longer or it should have been a movie.
It should have been 8 episodes. There's no doubt about it. There
Yeah.
probably should be 8
Or-
episodes.
Or in my opinion, just make a movie. I think this would have been better if it was a movie because there
The
it's
last
that
episode's gonna
first.
be an hour and a half. The last episode's going to be an hour and a half.
Is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
most
So
likely.
yeah, you figure.
but I still feel like
they
so
couldn't
much of the
cram-
show
they
is
couldn't-
padding. It's a lot of padding. Like this is not even
Third-
like you guys are
after-
like, oh, this is amazing, but I'm like, you guys should watch The Boys.
No,
The
not,
Boys
no,
is
no,
like
we,
The
no.
Boys
leagues.
is incredible.
leagues above
Yeah,
this.
but like comparing anything to The Boys is like hard. Like,
Nah,
The
I mean,
Boys is
there's
so
way
good.
better shows right now than both Marvel and Star Wars.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not
Like
why people
Peacemaker
watch it. They watch
was
it 'cause
10
it's
times
Star
better.
Wars. They watch it because
Yeah,
it's in the Star Wars
and
universe.
and that's why I think Star Wars has gone downhill is because they don't really care about the story. It's just like
well,
we got to get it
for
out
the
there
most
because
part-
it's Obi-Wan.
I mean, for the most part, they fuck it up a lot. But what
They
they
fuck
did
it up
here,
all the time.
I think
Yeah.
they redeemed themselves for episodes 3 and 4. 5 really came
Mhm.
back and hit hard. I'm excited to see how they end it, but 5 was really
feel-
good. It doesn't get it's not going to get better than 5. I'm going to tell you that right now. 6 is
Yeah.
not going to top episode 5.
I feel like this is going to be a Moon Knight where they just like they rush to the ending.
He dead?
It was the choreography was really
He
good.
did.
I can't say enough about how amazing some of those moves that were being pulled off were. Like, I was like screaming at my television. It was so good. I loved it.
Also, I also have to say that the show feels really cheap
Ooh.
compared to like
I mean,
what we've got,
I'm-
even
I'm
with
sup-
Book of Boba
I'm-
Fett.
Oh fuck, Shredder.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't. Like, everybody was making a big deal about them not de-aging Christian Haydenson, and while I feel like it was a little slightly distracting,
Oh,
Hayden
you
Christensen.
don't say that again. Don't say that again. This is like a spoiler.
Days, are you still there?
well, that doesn't matter.
No.
That's
who
not
did
a
you
big
say?
spoiler. Christian Haydenson, right?
Isn't it
What is
Hayden
his
Christensen?
Yeah.
Hayden Craig. There you go. Whatever.
I thought you said it backwards, but I wasn't sure because everybody was.
Oh
talking.
no, Days. Where do you go?
But yeah,
This is
a
great
their
tune.
choice not to de-age him is slightly odd. Like, not even that they had to do it digitally, but just put a little bit more makeup and get rid of his like
His
old man
wrinkles.
marks.
Yeah, it was
Like,
weird seeing both of them. Like I saw that clip. Just
no,
because
see,
I
a
was
lot
like,
of people,
oh, that's the
yeah,
clip.
a lot of people bitched about Obi-Wan, but I think he looks just like he did. Like, he reminds me like just like he did in that movie. So that wasn't an issue.
Yeah,
it
it
was
seems
more,
like he's wearing a wig. I don't know why.
What's going
Sorry
on with
about
Days?
that.
I
Did you
think he
fall
looks
asleep?
okay.
Probably.
Yeah,
He is
it's not a
old,
big
man.
deal. It's just a nitpick, but yeah, I wasn't like like the show just didn't have me
I had
that
to pee.
interested.
I
And
thought the
that's
level
why
was over.
that's why I just couldn't watch
Oh.
that last episode.
Days. This
Fuck.
level goes on for a while.
Yeah, it
I
does.
thought we beat Krang and it was going to go to another level. Damn it.
I was kind of hoping that you'd get to fight Krang in the Walker suit. It was at least nice to see him in the Walker. But I really wanted to fight him in the Walker, in the android body, and then like a giant sized form. So they almost did it.
I mean, I feel like Obi-Wan's been like one of the best things to come out of Star Wars in a long time.
Really? Not even Mando? Mando,
Mando was long and boring. And
I feel like Mando is the reason why people are even watching these shows.
Yeah.
I think the
Like
first
Mando
season of
was really good.
The second season of Mando was kind of.
Yeah, the second season's, but the first season, in my opinion, was why I even
it's really
consider
solid,
looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it is very slow, but I think it's the production value and the story.
The payoff is really good.
Yeah.
I think.
I'd agree.
Mando struggled when it started having those other Mandalorians show up. What the fuck's her name?
Yes.
But you know what's funny though, because in Book of Boba Fett, when he shows up, that's when the show gets like 10 times better. I don't know.
I disagree. When he shows up, it just derails the whole thing.
Yeah, it derails, but you have to like think about it like this: if that was a Mandalorian episode, what would you think about it?
Oh, that was no, dude. You guys complained about that, and I'm so irritated that you guys said it was like you didn't like it because I absolutely loved that whole series. Like I thought,
that
like
show
I didn't
was
have
a
a problem
mess.
with.
That was like the
It was
biggest.
fine.
No, it was
fine.
all over the place. It was all over the place.
It was fine.
It was like watching two series that they like cut up together, and it was jarring.
But that's this.
I think.
Yes, they did. I agree, but I don't think it was bad at all.
I think
it wasn't that it was bad. It was boring, which is worse in my opinion.
I think
it did not fit. You shouldn't have had the Boba Fett stuff inside not the Boba Fett.
No, I agree.
Well, they butchered his character too. They butchered his character, and I think that what they have right now, it could have been really compelling. But to me, it's like
what the hell?
You made him
He's
very.
not a bad guy anymore.
Well, he's not conflicted. Like there's no conflict with him. He's just like he has to do the right thing.
Why does there always have to be conflict?
Oh shit!
Because that's why you watch movies.
Is Boba Fett Mandalorian?
Yep. It's called compelling conflict.
Hold on. No. Rabbit Dude wants to know who's your favorite turtle. My favorite is Donatello.
Raphael.
It's
also,
Donatello,
you guys should read.
In this game, Donatello's slow as dirt.
If you guys haven't read The Last Ronin, read that comic. That's a great comic. I won't spoil it.
I've read The Last Ronin.
It's a great.
Hurry up, jerk me off.
Whoa.
I called who the character was going to be when they first announced it. I knew instantly who it was going to be. It was so obvious.
I feel like it was pretty obvious. Yeah, that was the
You guys sucked. You were supposed to throw those guys into the fucking Statue of Liberty.
Oh,
I kind of wished it wasn't that character though, because it's just like it seems really obvious. Just from like I kind of wish it was like Raph.
No, because it had to be who it was. It had to be.
Yeah, but you kind of know.
Everybody was guessing that it was either going to be Leo or Raph, and it.
I don't know. I have a bias for Raph. Ouch. I just like that character, and I was thinking about that one movie where he was kind of like the Ronin, so that's why I was like, maybe.
So the first movie when he goes out, and that's when he fights Casey.
That, but the animated movie.
No, I haven't really watched the animated stuff.
The animated movie has something that's kind of reminds me of the comics, so that's why I always thought it was him. I think it was. No. This is like.
Damn it! No, he's talking about like the 2000
yeah.
like
sorry,
2004.
Sorry, Ninja Kitty, yeah. I couldn't get you.
That wasn't that bad.
That's Bob.
Yeah, the ones that have.
Oh,
right.
Sorry, that's
looking
right.
heads and shit.
Yeah, the CGI one.
Are we talking about fucking Turtles or The Last Ronin?
The Last Ronin is a Ninja Turtle comic.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you should check it out if you haven't.
Well, it's TMNT, The Last Ronin.
Yeah.
Right.
All the other turtles die, and there's only
one taking the glory, guys.
Yeah, and he carries and all.
I was alive at the end.
This is not the end of the game, guys.
Oh, I thought
spoilers.
Well, you're gonna
Spoiler.
see it. You guys were fucking all celebrating.
I mean,
Spoil.
this is okay. Okay, first of all, there's no spoilers in this game, anyways. Because if you're a big TMNT fan, you knew that Super Shredder was going to be in the game. You knew that
not a
Crank
big
was
TMNT
in the
fan.
game.
I'm just
They should have
kidding.
got
You're all
Kevin Nash
fired.
to do the voice.
Kevin,
I've already seen it.
he's been doing a lot of work lately.
Well, he plays fucking Super Shredder in the movie.
Oh yeah, Super Shredder.
Hmm.
Oh,
Why do I
you so
constantly
bad?
keep
Secrets
falling
of the
down like a
Eve.
piece of shit?
Because you're low on health.
You got to dodge. This Super Shredder was easy too. He's the joke. All you do is you wait until he does the sliding thing. You go and taunt. You get a bar, jump over the crap, wait till he goes down, hit him with the thing, rinse and repeat.
By
This
the way,
game
I
is
have
super
to,
easy.
I have to
I
say
don't know
this is
how
off
to get
topic.
it. What do you mean taunt? What do you
R1.
taunt for?
RB.
You taunt for a
Power
bar special.
Wait, can I say this? Because
Oh,
I saw Lightyear.
But but here's the thing: if you get hit at any
I need
point
you guys
and the
to
meter's building up,
sacrifice
you lose
yourself
it.
to save me.
Oh man.
You still have 4 lives.
Can I say this? Can I get
No,
my
I need
review?
sacrifices.
All right,
Review
Blinded, what do you got to say?
I was gonna say that Lightyear is getting a lot of hate, but it's a really good movie, and I recommend it. Don't listen
Aren't
to
they
people.
talking about it being like woke? Wasn't that movie supposed to
Yeah,
be
they're
woke?
like it's like woke and everything, but I'm like, this was, in my opinion, like one of their best movies. Like I was actually surprised that it was, like the story was really good.
Anyone who complains
Captain
about
Lightyear.
Yeah,
Anyone
it's
who-
the whole movie's about Buzz, so I don't know why people
What
are
happened,
like,
Bob?
I'm just saying, anyone who's like, "Oh my god, it's woke," like
Yeah.
your racism and
It's
homophobia showing.
Ah, fuck.
it's not
sorry.
even like the whole story is always it's all about Buzz. So
Yeah.
and that whole lesbian thing, it's like a literal blink and you miss it moment. And it was weird because like
thing.
yeah, because
In a
she has
Disney
like
movie?
in a Disney movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was
It's literally
lesbian-
she just
Hold on.
it's literally she opens the door and you see that she has like a
It's
kid
nothing.
and her wife.
Well, the Rise of the
literally not a big
Skywalker
deal.
has a lesbian couple kissing, Gary.
Yeah.
They
I
do.
learned
Yeah.
today that
I
Peppa
know they
Pig
do.
has a
I seen it.
girlfriend.
I'm just fucking with you guys. Good God.
Oh, okay.
We don't know, Barry. It's hard to tell.
Rise of Skywalker. Are you being serious? There's a female kiss. Who kissed who?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the background though.
It's like 2 background characters are just kissing.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Tony's talking about the
It's like
porn
whatever.
knockoff that he watched.
The porn.
Dudes.
Twice.
Princess,
even porn knockoff
Princess
bro?
Leia.
Oh boy.
Oh shit! Hit him. He's down.
Bootleg. We call that bootleg here in Michigan.
No, but the
Gary's
movie
like
is
talking
not.
how easy this fight was, and I keep getting my ass kicked.
Oh boy.
Save me, Splinter. Sacrifice.
It'd be easy if I had
But I'm
a
a-
crank.
But see, this is why I said something like Maximum Carnage ain't that bad, because I play a lot of beat 'em ups. It's not as hard as everybody says it is.
Actually, you know what? They should make a new Marvel beat 'em up game. What the fuck?
No,
is?
if they did a Avengers like this, oh man, that'd
yeah,
be so great.
that would be. But they gotta have like a
Give us-
big roster. In my
Well, they
opinion.
gotta yeah, they'd have to have, I'd say, at least 8 characters. Give us 2 different kind of Avenger teams, and then they have to
8 is not
incorporate the
enough. You
original
gotta
Avengers
have at least.
Potion Sword.
it's
No,
gotta be
8.
big.
Hold on.
8 would
8
be
is
enough.
enough.
12 would be
According
nice.
to the
Help
TV
me.
show.
Nah, according to
No,
what TV show?
Splinter,
We're talking about
die.
Avengers.
They did
Hold
make
on.
an
8 is
Avengers.
not enough.
You can just let me die if you want.
No, I know about that,
I saved
but
you.
like, we're talking about modern day.
Yeah. But Potion Sword Run says you guys spoiled the game for him.
Oh, I'm sorry. What happened?
He's bullshitting. He's bullshitting. You know he's trolling.
So you guys said you want to beat 'em up Marvel game? There is one for the Switch.
That's not a
Yeah.
beat 'em up.
That's not
That's
a
not a
beat
beat
'em
'em
up.
up.
Yay,
You don't
we
consider
did
Marvel-
it.
Marvel
Ultimate-
Alliance?
You want a
That's not a
modern
beat 'em up.
retro.
It's an
You
evolution
want
of
one
a beat 'em
exactly
up.
like this.
I know what you mean, but this is not what I was talking about.
Oh no!
That game is good, by the way. People shit on that game, but it's actually
No,
decent.
it's not good. I played it.
Captain
Tony
America-
I
said he
disagree.
liked it.
I like it. Captain America:
Yeah, it's
The
a decent
Avengers
game.
on Genesis is a beat 'em up.
I would like to get it, but it's always expensive.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I said it needs to be like
I
that.
wish it was on sale. That would be nice.
I got it.
I think
on
it's
sale.
because
We
it didn't sell well.
It was
So
on
they
sale
just-
once.
It's also a
play
first party
well
game.
either.
Yeah, it
it was
is.
on sale because I got it on sale on the Switch shop.
The most I've seen it is $10 or $15 off.
That's still a sale.
Yeah.
You didn't say that. First, you're like, it never
Okay.
goes on sale. Now it's only $10.
Actually, no. I agree with
Fucking
Ninja
make up
Key.
your
It
mind.
rarely goes on sale. Like, I don't even think by the end of
But
this
he
year
said it
it'll
never
go on
went on
sale.
sale. And then he literally was like, yeah, it's on sale for $10 off.
The digital copy, maybe not the physical. I haven't seen the physical
Yeah.
on sale.
Look, the frog's got
Well,
all
you
the
can't
glory.
even find physical copies.
The
Like, when I
frog
go and
stole
look,
the hype.
even online, it's like they're all sold out.
Wow, that's a great ending.
Felt-
That's all you get.
Fellas, I'm going to bed.
All right.
He's eating sushi.
Damn.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
Night, everybody.
Rip days. No, a classic Marvel beat 'em up, pixel art in this style. Who wouldn't buy that? You gotta be stupid.
In this style, Carl wouldn't because he says this is not progressive or whatever. he
I
said.
don't know. It would be kind of weird because how would it even work with the
What?
with the Avengers, like with the Hulk being so strong? He's just gonna one punch
You just
everything.
Have you played Marvel's Avengers? Like they just scale it.
Yeah, I know, but that's
Yeah,
always,
just-
I always think it's so dumb when you do that. So,
Tony with the
Yeah.
nitpicking, the power level scaling. Who cares? I just
I
want
get
to
it.
punch people.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Like I just get pissed off. They keep nerfing Hulk in everything he's in, apart from the comics.
My theory is they hate Hulk. Everybody who touches Hulk, except for like who's the guy who just did
Mark
Immortal
Ruffalo.
Hulk? No. MCU they murdered. That's not even the Hulk.
He's too powerful. He's the strongest one there is. He can fucking regenerate from.
No, they always throw Hulk under the bus though, and he has like really good stories. So why are you throwing him under the bus? Who cares if he's overpowered? No, you can't use that. No. Marvel has the rights now.
Not the film rights.
Not the film rights.
No, they have the they have the rights now.
What do you mean they have the
When?
rights?
Yeah, same thing with Namor. Because Namor was tied up.
Namor was Fox. That had nothing to do.
No. Namor was Universal.
I'm
It was
pretty sure
they
Namor was
Universal.
with
No,
Fantastic Four.
I'm pretty sure
No,
my
no.
Twitter would have blown
No,
up. If
listen.
Marvel-
No, it's-
he's-
no.
Listen, he's right because if you go to like the Universal Studios, they had the Hulk ride and the Spider-Man ride.
No. Namor. If you go and look, Namor was at Universal, and for the longest time, Marvel couldn't do anything with Namor. Like even in a side project, kind of like what the Hulk is. So now they've recently sort of like worked out a deal with Universal. That's what like is going on, right? That's why we have the She-Hulk show. So I don't know if they'll eventually.
The She-Hulk show is essentially their way of making a Hulk show because they don't have the rights.
Not really. No.
They don't have.
They
the
were going to make a
distribution
She-Hulk
rights.
show. No. I'm telling you, you will eventually see a Hulk movie because they've been like working on it, and the She-Hulk. There's even like rumors of what's going to happen in She-Hulk because they set up something that is like you can't do that in someone else's movie. That has to be like a Hulk movie. Or even a series. I think a series would work better, but I don't know about the budget.
Hold on. In 2014, Kevin Feige said that Marvel, not Universal, owned the rights to Namor.
Yeah,
But
that's
he-
2014.
Wait, hold on. Why do you always cut me the fuck off?
Okay.
He claimed that entanglements and older contracts prevented them from moving forward on a Namor film because
Yeah.
Namor was also attached to Fox with the Fantastic Four.
No, he was also attached to Universal. You'll look it up.
That was the we just
Universal.
finished the
Hold on. No, Universal. I'm telling you, you just look it up. Universal was going to make a Namor movie, and it was
Listen
in
to what I
production.
say. This is why I say blinded. You have to pay attention.
Okay, but you
Feige
do.
offered an update
I-
on Namor when he said Marvel not.
I
Universal
heard what you
owned the
said.
rights. because Universal did own the rights prior to 2014.
Oh,
At
okay.
that point, they acquired the rights, but he said he still couldn't make a movie because older contracts and entanglements prevented
Yeah.
them. Because
I'm gonna
entanglement
guess
was
because
Namor
character-
was supposed to be in the Fantastic Four.
yeah, that's what I'm going to guess that multiple Universal because the way that the rights worked with characters was based on how they appeared, right? So if like Kingpin appeared in a Spider-Man comic first, then he would technically be allowed in a Sony movie, but he can also be allowed in a Marvel movie because he's not predominantly a Spider-Man character. And so Namor is one of those characters who has like fallen under a lot of different characters, right? He's a mutant. So he's also technically part of X-Men, but he's also worked with the Fantastic Four and the Avengers.
It wouldn't really matter.
And Black
because
Panther.
The X-Men and Fantastic Four were both Fox.
Oh, both Fox, yeah. So like there was characters that were split up. So I'm guessing different rights. Like right now, Marvel owns pretty much all of Spider-Man except for the film rights.
Yeah.
Right.
But
And that was just because I think a deal that Sony made.
Was
No.
Yeah.
Sony owns the entire
Nope.
roster of Spider-Man.
Nope. It's only film rights. Disney owns the merchandise, the
all
video.
all the characters Sony owns.
Only in
Spider-Man.
film. Only
in
for
film.
film.
Only in film, but
Yeah.
they own all the
They
characters
traded
in film.
Sony made a deal with Marvel, I think maybe like prior to Amazing Spider-Man 2, or maybe it was like at the end of the Tobey Maguire movies where they traded the rights. And so that's why there was like a Spider-Man cartoon that everybody loved, and it got canceled because Disney now owned the rights, and Disney didn't want
Was
to.
that the one that was like on
making the show.
MTV?
No, this was Spectacular Spider-Man.
What was the one with like wasn't it on MTV and it was like
I know
Mary
which one you're
Jane?
talking about.
Yeah,
that
it's like
was a good show.
CGI.
That was terrible.
Yeah,
That was a good
it was like it was supposed to be a continuation of the Tobey Maguire one. It was weird, even though.
Hey guys, can Ninja Kitty tell more Carl stories? I don't know where Ninja Kitty went. His screen is blank.
He left because he was spoiling every fucking thing.
Who's playing Mega
Who's
Man
this now?
Oh, he's playing Mega Man?
I had to go through the options to get the sound down. It was ridiculously loud.
All I'm saying is, when the Hulk gets a series or a movie,
He
you'll
is
know
getting
why.
a series. They're gonna have World War Hulk go on Disney.
Yeah,
Plus.
World War Hulk. Yeah,
Nah.
yeah, that's the
World
rumor.
War Hulk.
That's the rumor.
Because supposedly they're gonna have the
His son.
Abomination is gonna show up, and She-Hulk obviously, and then that's
Hulk's
gonna
son
lead,
though is going to show up.
yeah, to more Hulk stuff.
They have Red
supposedly.
Hulk?
I don't know if they're going to do Red Hulk anymore. Actually,
And they're
because
probably
the
not gonna
actor
do
died.
Red She-Hulk either. There's gonna be no Red
Yeah.
She-Hulk, no Red Hulk.
That's a bummer.
Yeah,
I'd like
that
to
was
see
like one
Red
of
Hulk.
the.
They're
I'll
probably
be-
not gonna do Rick Jones's Abomination either.
But they're not
That
doing
would
the
be an epic
Thunderbolts
fail.
anymore.
No, they
Rick
are. They
James?
just announced the movie. It's just that
good.
Red Hulk. The theory is because obviously William Hurt died that they're not going to use Red Hulk. They're just going to use Abomination instead.
Well, they could go back to the other actor that played the.
Marvel. I don't think Marvel's going to recast. To be honest.
No, it wouldn't be a recast because there's two different
Edward
actors that
Norton?
played. No. In the
No.
first Hulk movie.
In the
Angry
yeah,
Bear.
even though that's not MCU canon, even though it kind of is, but it isn't. It's not really part of the MCU. It's
But
just
it
that
kinda
that
is.
it kind of is because Incredible Hulk is following up on that same story.
So you just put Sam Elliott back in the role as fucking General Ross.
I don't think they would do that just because people would then criticize them for not doing the same with Chitala.
But William Hurt is
Black
dead.
Panther.
Who is there to put in the role of Black Panther? There was no previous Black Panther.
No, you're recasting at that point.
You're not recasting though, because
Yes, it is a recasting.
Sam Elliott played the character.
It doesn't matter. It's a recast.
It's in the same universe. It's literally.
It's not in the same universe because William Hurt was always the MCU version of
because
the
the Edward Norton Hulk movie references the other Hulk movie as canon.
Yeah, but it's you still don't understand. Once you bring in a new actor, it's a recast. It's a new actor. It's people
God,
aren't
but
gonna be familiar with it.
Gary's not here for the whole episode.
It is a
You guys
it's a
really go
recast.
at each other.
Yeah, they recasted Sam Elliott with William Hurt, and now William Hurt's dead, so they're gonna bring back Sam Elliott.
It's still a recast. I don't understand. That's the terminology that they're going to say. It's a recast.
Recast.
No, it's not
So
a
what-
recast. You're recasting the character that's in the MCU.
So you're telling me they're never going to recast a character in the MCU? Is that their?
Yep, that's
Well,
their
they
MO
already did-
now.
They already did it with Terrence Howard.
Yeah, but
That
their
That was a
MO
long time
now.
ago. That was a long time ago.
By the way, Tony, that's a totally different studio. That was like Disney came in and then they recast him.
I understand they got recast. All I'm saying is he played him in the past.
No. Disney for Iron Man 2 came in, and that's when they recasted him. Disney wasn't involved with the first Iron Man. It was Paramount.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they recast him because he wanted more money.
Yeah, you want to
lot of
yeah,
people
but
don't know
now
There's a whole story there, but
no, I think
Word to
people
your
know
mother.
that. I think people know that now. But like the
Yeah.
MCU, like they haven't like officially said it, but like it seems like they're moving in that direction because T'Challa is never coming back. Like he's never going to be recast.
The rumor is that he's coming back, that he's not going to be dead.
No, the rumor is he's dead,
Isn't
and
there
he's
CGI?
definitely not getting recast.
Hold on. The rumor that I heard, blinded, is that he is quote unquote dead, right?
hmm
Then Shuri's going to go
Controller.
to the ancestors' plane to go get advice from T'Challa, and he's not going to be there, and she's going to
Yes.
run into the other guy. What's his name? Michael B. Jordan's character.
So, well,
Supposedly.
that rumor has been like shaky because people are saying that
That's why I said it was a
Michael
rumor.
B. Jordan. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean they're all rumors at the end of the day, but I'm saying that
Creed?
the reason why that it was shaky is because
Yeah, Creed's going
I
to
don't-
show up, Gary.
Creed is I think Killmonger can actually be in the ancestral planes based on obviously what he did.
I don't know how it works in Black Panther. Heaven.
Yeah. I don't know how it works either, but that's what like people were kind of arguing and
Ninja
saying it
Kitty
wouldn't make
suck.
sense.
are
Like
you
it would
not-
actually be
also-
in poor taste if it was.
Are you
he
not
was there.
concerned? Are you not concerned that once we get to Secret Wars, all rules are going to go out the window because they could?
They already
possibly
Secret
use
Wars is
that-
a cartoon,
Man
though.
6?
Did you see the Multiverse of Madness pretty much kind of threw out the
Bob?
rules?
Isn't Secret
Yeah.
Wars going to be a cartoon?
No, I don't
No.
think so.
That's
It's
going to
gonna
be
be
like Endgame.
Series.
No, there's
What?
like a Secret Wars show coming out on Disney.
No, that's Secret Invasion. That's
Oh,
not Secret Wars.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have a
That's
question.
two different things.
I have a
I
question
think
for you
that's
guys.
what Bob was referring to, though.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Secret
Tony.
Invasion.
Oh, Secret
luck.
Invasions.
Good luck.
Oh,
What?
Tony,
What?
no.
you're not
What?
reading the
Like-
chat. E King has asked Blinded if he's played Alien Isolation. And what does he think of the game?
I haven't played Alien like
Ah.
Isolation. I actually don't really like the Alien games.
I know you just want to cause trouble, Ninja Kitty. That's why I was avoiding this.
I'm reading the chat.
Yeah,
No,
the
he's
game-
reading the chat. No. He's not.
Yeah, but Alien Isolation is the game that Gary loves.
But he wanted. But this E King wanted my take.
Right, because he wants to fucking poke the bear.
I mean,
Ninja Kitty, is Mega Man 6 the best looking Mega Man in your opinion? Yes or no?
I'll
No.
probably play it eventually.
You don't think it's the best looking Mega Man?
Hell no.
I think the
Yes,
Of the
it is.
original
It's
series,
graphically, it's yeah, for the first 6.
Oh,
It's
see,
graphically
now,
the
now
prettiest.
you put fucking. Is it the best Mega Man? No. Well, for the first
I
six.
said the best. I know. I originally said the original series.
The original series is still 7, 8,
1, 2, 3,
9.
4, 5, and
E
6.
King,
No,
I haven't
7 is
played
Super,
Elden
it's
Ring.
Not the original series
How is 7 not the original series?
because it had to step up on Super Nintendo. It's not. You can't compare 8-bit to 16-bit.
But that's not what you. It's still the original series. Not like they changed studios or something. It's still
No,
part
we're
of the
talking
original
about 1 through
series.
6.
Yeah, the last game out of the 6 that were made is probably going to be the best looking one, Gary.
Well, but
That's
I
a
mean,
safe
you could
bet.
argue that 5 is about comparable. It's just as good. Depends.
Tony
But 6
loves
is
to
better.
argue.
What's that?
There's
Bob?
instead you
Tony-
love to argue.
He loves to argue. He loves picking apart your arguments and like finding problems.
I do.
But there's a reason. There's a reason why 6 is actually like the prettiest. When you get to Tomahawk Man stage, like that sunrise in the background.
it is pretty nice. Yes.
Well, okay. What was Bob
I
saying
just-
about
I
Secret Invasion?
Like when that comes around, are you worried it's going to like completely change the landscape? Because that could be a way for them to like switch
Bump off a
characters
character.
up, bump off characters, change up characters, and maybe even like introduce like a new Black Panther, a new Iron Man, a new whatever.
To be honest, based on what I've heard, I feel like it's not going to be like the comic. Like, I feel like maybe there might be one character that's going to be a Skrull, but it's a very insignificant character, like War Machine. And I also think there's replacing Jessica Drew's role with whoever. What's that girl from Game of Thrones? She's playing supposedly a Skrull queen, right? So I think she's gonna get the role of what Jessica Drew had in the comics,
right?
Where she doesn't actually know that she's a Skrull,
yeah,
and she kind of like figures out. That's just kind of like my theory and what I've sort of read. So I don't think it'll be like what the comic was, and it feels yeah, because that's what the MCU kind of does.
Amelia
it's in name only.
Yes,
really.
Amelia Clark. Yes, yeah.
No, E King, I do not have a worm light. In fact, they've already stated that the USB Type C actually does not have a power going out from that plug. So even if you did have a worm light that had a USB Type C, it wouldn't work.
Hmm.
So they'd have to have like some kind of magnifier, like the old Game Boy or whatever. I'm telling you, guys are making such a big issue over it. It's not. You don't have to have ambient light. You don't need sunlight.
Who's making a big issue of this?
Fluorescent light. A lot of people
on Twitter.
Not
it's
us.
the biggest.
Gary always yells at us for other people's takes. Like these motherfuckers
You said
are
you
always
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's the universal phrase of the other.
I do have one pre-ordered.
There's a few people in the our comment section that have said that they didn't know that they wanted to get it because it didn't have a backlight. I'm telling you, the backlight is a non-issue.
Okay, but
Such
more importantly, Black Panther 2, they're gonna
It's
have
gonna
the
be
Black
trash.
Panther he's gonna pull off his mask and it's gonna be fucking CGI Chadwick Boseman.
No, you know who it's gonna. No, this is what they're gonna do. It's gonna be two people.
I used
it's
to
gonna be
post it. I
Shuri,
used to.
and it's gonna be M'Baku. That's what it's gonna be. I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be two people. It's gonna be two people.
That's what they said,
Because
but I don't think it is.
the reason why I say that is because if you do, because it wouldn't make sense if Shuri is the only Black Panther. To be honest, it's like, what the heck? Now there's no dude as Black Panther. What the fuck? That was like the main big cultural significance of Black Panther. It's like you're gonna just axe off the dude and just have like female character. It just doesn't make sense. That's why if you have both, then you kind of like it's like solves both problems.
Yeah,
What would
but
happen?
Duke
I have a question. What if it's
Yeah.
like Darth Vader and he takes off and it turns out to be a white dude?
Oh man, people would fucking riot.
Yeah.
Well, technically, in the comic, he does have
There's
a white adopted brother of the Black Panther that exists.
But obviously you can't do that in the MCU because Bucky is White Wolf. So yeah.
But
I mean,
like,
he's gonna be what's that? What's the mantle that Cap took on?
Captain America? No.
No. Nomad. Yeah, he's gonna be Nomad.
But you could have that the Hispanic one that turned into the Black Panther for a little bit.
You mean White Tiger?
E King, Ninja
Kid
is not a part of this.
Yeah,
show.
he was the Black Panther for like one issue.
They still have to introduce White Tiger. Actually, I feel like they should have introduced. Well, I mean, it is a female and a dude, right?
Yeah, there's like 3 White Tigers though. I think in the comics.
3,
But, like,
okay.
They just keep recycling the fucking names. That's why.
Yeah.
There's Hector Ayala.
I don't even remember the names. I just know that it was the dude in the. Yeah.
Angela Del Toro, Hector Ayala, Ayala.
I just think Black Panther 2 is going to be.
Casper Cole is the one I'm talking about, though. Casper Cole was the Black Panther. He found the Black Panther's costume, remember? He became the Black Panther for like fucking a small bit, and then T'Challa took the costume back, was like, hey, you're still pretty cool. I'll make you a white fucking tiger.
Yeah.
But there's no.
I mean,
that's like the best way to do it.
What's that?
There's
I was
never
telling
going to.
King. He said if Gary, do you have a headlamp that you can use for the play date in the dark? I said that's probably your best bet. Is a headlamp.
Damn.
But they're never going to put Chadwick Boseman back into Black Panther. Like they've said, like
No.
multiple times, they're not going to disrespect his legacy. Like he's not going to turn
How
up
is
in
that
CG or
But
anything.
That's
that's what
not
I say.
disrespect.
That's what I say. And even his brother was saying
That's
that
honoring it.
it's more disrespectful if they just kill off the character entirely. Because now that character is never going to appear ever again.
What? They're not going to bring up another Black Panther?
No.
I mean, I could see both sides of it because it's like sports. When you hang up a guy's jersey, you don't ever use that number again. I get both sides of it, but I would say I'd rather see him try.
But
I mean, if
it's
they
like
could-
it's
they
like
do
if
it
Tom
real
Holland
quick-
died. Imagine if Tom Holland died. So they're like, "Oh, we can't use Spider-Man again." What the fuck? Are you serious? Get the fuck out of here!
Well, you know
I'd
what?
be like,
Just here's what they do. Baron Zemo shows up. He throws adhesive X at the Black Panther. He can never remove the mask. Boom! I just solved your problem.
boom. Now he's just like CGI.
Now he's just in the mask permanently. The mask is now
Yeah,
bonded.
you
to
never
his
see
face.
him.
You never see his face, and he
Oh
can't
my
talk
God.
because the mask has closed his fucking mouth hole.
Yeah, but it's
You
a
don't even-
nanotech suit. It wouldn't like you can't just like.
You know what adhesive X is? It's a fucking
He's-
mystical comic glue that doesn't exist in the real world, right?
Yeah, we'll also talk.
Magical bullshit will solve this problem.
Mm.
In the comics, they threw the shit on Baron Zemo's head and his mask. glued
Yeah, I
to
know.
His face. And he
Face.
still somehow was able to eat Bob. He was able to eat through the mask that had no hole in it.
Yeah, but like,
So
when was
stupid.
it? When was this?
Well, in fairness,
This was like the 70s, but still.
Yeah, the 70s was a wild time, man.
Loaded drugs in the 70s.
LSD, baby.
was it just a mask, or did he have other? Was his whole body covered?
No, just the mask. He could change his clothes.
Did you ever see that episode of South Park where they found a new way to eat?
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
jeez.
Did we talk about this last week?
Did
He
you?
Actually
I don't
brings
did.
it up at least once a month about sticking stuff up
So-
his ass.
Oh, my God.
Speaking of like last week, have we had any
Speaking
of
of
our
sticking up
favorite?
your ass,
Gary, will they port a Frog Bog clone to the Playdate?
No. Only if you really want it.
Chappie says, yeah, we were real wild, and we were all dipping our masked heads in adhesive.
No shit.
So, did we have any of our favorite haters on the show tonight? Were they in the chat room? Any Darius Truxtons out there? Any
No,
Canadian
no,
gamers watching us?
they're watching.
There
us.
was one cameo in the beginning.
Yeah,
you
you
want to
missed
talk
it,
about
Gary.
fucking Murray? Murray's alt account was here.
Oh, can we bitch about Mario a little bit?
go for it.
I've done a little bit of research. I've only looked into 2 of his giveaways, but they're looking pretty sketchy to me so far. Like, in the giveaways where he announces who won, I haven't been able to find the usernames in the comment section. And I used, like, Control Find, and I should have found it. And I did scroll down quite a lot to make sure he was registering, and I tested it, like, a few times. So, I mean, those giveaways seem dodgy to start with, like what he's giving away. Like,
Actually, the giveaways are illegal.
are they?
They're 100%. YouTube's terms of service distinctly says you cannot require anybody to sub to your channel in order to be part of a giveaway. Secondly, if it's a giveaway, there's laws in place. for giveaway laws.
I could swear that YouTubers, I've seen
Did we
YouTubers
do
right
it.
now
Oh, they do
doing
it.
this
They
shit.
do it all
They
the
do.
time. Yeah.
Just because someone
Nintendo
does
Prime
something,
did
though,
one.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't make it legal, right?
Like YouTube isn't like cracking down.
Tony,
that hard.
didn't we do a giveaway last week?
No, we didn't. We had a game that we required nothing.
But technically, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anybody
You
could
have to win.
have popped in and done it.
Yeah.
That's exactly why I said you didn't have to sub to the channel, like any
Now-
videos, nothing.
Oh, okay.
If it was only for like subscriber mode in the chat, then that would have been a different story.
Yeah. I make sure I
Can it
cover
be
all my bases before I do things.
Can it be suggested to subscribe and
No,
like? Oh, okay. Damn it. Fuck.
But I mean, if you're watching the video and someone says subscribe, though, I mean, it's not related, but
No.
That's a
Yeah,
great
but if you're
area.
like subscribe and comment and like to be entered into the contest, that's
By the way, we're
Yeah.
I've seen
that's
people,
weird.
yeah.
Well, like people break the
Well,
rules all
no,
the
yeah,
time.
Nintendo Prime during the Summer Game Fest. That dude, Nintendo Prime. I don't know if anybody's familiar with them. They did a whole weird, cringy thing for the whole week, and yeah, he was basically having people subscribe, comment, use your email. We'll send you whatever bullshit he was sending out. That dude's kind of cringy.
Slotham is Baron's.
Here you go. I'll put it up for you guys right now so you can see.
That's funny. Slotham's very hairy.
He is.
Is he?
That's why I said we could throw him to the Velcro thing and he'd stick. Velcro board.
I'm going to put up a little thing here so you guys can see. Because I researched this when I was checking up
Terms
on
of service.
No, on the Tommy Tallarico thing.
Oh,
But it says right here, legitimate sweepstakes are free and by chance. It's illegal to ask you to pay or buy something to enter or increase your odds of winning. And then it says, are there any rules about ads for contests or sweepstakes? Sweepstakes type promotions that require a purchase by participants are illegal. Other agencies, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yes, this is true. I remember I learned this from that crazy McDonald's HBO documentary. What was
you
that
watched
called?
the Monopoly thing?
Yes, that was a really good documentary.
That's such a big fucking scam. I knew that was a scam.
So crazy. But
you know, why the hell, if somebody had the one piece and somebody had the other piece, why don't they just get together and split the fucking prize? No,
yeah,
well, that's what they did.
No, it's not what they did. The asshole who ran the security company was like handling the pieces.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
To all the people he knew, yeah.
But you know what I mean.
Much.
Surface level. It's pretty much.
Which sucks because McDonald's never ever fucking ran that fucking the way it should have been ran, and they just stopped doing it.
What do you mean?
The funny thing was that
the way they should have.
Yeah, McDonald's really didn't know. Do you know the story, Bob?
Not really, but like, just before you go into it, like the way I assume it would run is you've got so many, like you've got these prizes, like the big prizes, like 50K or whatever, and you need like park, or you need the 2 purple ones, and like there's like millions of the one purple one, and then like only 50 of the other one you need.
Yeah,
well however many prizes, right?
Yeah, there's nothing like shady about that part. It's just that if someone on the inside who's using it or gets a hold of the pieces,
McDonald's didn't know that the guy who was okay. So they would print off the things, right? He would have like a briefcase, and they'd have these are the 3 special boxes. These were printed out. These need to be filtered in with the rest of the boxes, and then sent out to wherever
it was. Yeah,
he was taking them, and he knew what the pieces were, so he would give them to relatives and people he knew, and then they would get the other pieces, and then they would claim the prizes.
Yeah, but he would also.
But that's like not McDonald's. That's just some random dude who worked there.
Yeah, right, but the thing is, McDonald's.
They never made it right with their customer base. That's their problem. They are still at fault because they never nobody ever knew about this. They never issued. I don't think they ever issued a thing. It was just a small blurb or a small story in the newspaper.
Yeah,
this wasn't a thing that people really knew about.
Well, the reason why they didn't say anything was because it really wasn't on them.
They still have a response. They
still do. I agree.
Off of fucking people,
but it was more the security company that was at fault.
No, I understand that.
That's why.
You tell me back in the day, people weren't eating the extra McDonald's to play the fucking Monopoly.
Yeah, no, like I agree
spending
with
more
you.
Money.
Yeah, but that's like the sad reality of it.
And here's the thing. Okay, so you fucked up, right, McDonald's? Why'd you stop doing it? Why didn't you just hire another company to do it and do it right?
But I thought they did continue doing it. They just modified it.
No. See, it's bullshit. Monopoly game used to run for like 3 months straight. Then they started doing this like it only ran for 2 weeks, 3 weeks bullshit. The prizes were way less, and they did that just so that they could eventually phase it out, just like they did. So fuck them.
I feel like I feel like we've had them here in Canada though. Like
Canada, they've had them.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have.
Canada's a backwater country.
Yeah,
nobody's
because
like I swear, like just a couple years ago, I seen it, and I was like,
"It's pre-COVID."
Yeah,
because my coworkers.
You Canadians couldn't pull that heist off.
All right, here we go. Look it, so you guys can see. I'm not full of shit. like always. You always want receipts. This is the YouTube help page, obviously. YouTube contest policies and guidelines. If we go down to number 6, you and any third party may not manipulate metrics on the YouTube service to misrepresent genuine viewer engagement with the YouTube service. These metrics include numbers of views, likes, dislikes, or subscribers. You cannot ask your participants into your giveaways to like a video, dislike a video, subscribe, or to watch videos.
I mean, yeah, you could interpret it that way. It doesn't literally say that, though.
It does literally say that. It says you and any third party may not manipulate metrics on YouTube.
Yeah, but manipulating metrics, what does that mean?
That means
subscribers, likes.
Yeah, but that's like
you know what manipulation means, Bob? That means
I know
metrics.
Yeah, but like, is it changing metrics to ask people to subscribe?
Because you're telling people.
I would say, yeah.
Bob, we're not telling. It's not about telling people to subscribe. It's about telling people to subscribe to get into a.
We could get the So that is changing. That's manipulating the metric.
People were not going to subscribe to your video, but now that you got a giveaway, they're like, "Oh, I got to subscribe."
They definitely will. Yeah.
Right.
You know, I'll like that video. I wasn't going to like the video, but fuck, I might win a free iPod, so I'm going to like the video, right?
Right.
It's 100% against terms of service.
So, question, Tony.
It shouldn't.
I have a question, Tony.
Be,
you think Murray's really giving away these stuff?
No, I don't.
No.
Well, I've done research into 2 contests, and I can't find the usernames in the comments section for the entry. So,
don't bother with those videos.
To be fair, Bob, did he say that you gotta comment on
leave
the
a
video?
comment? Yeah.
I know he has a quote unquote radio show or something.
The video, I checked the wording, I watched the video for the entry, and it was like, if you want to be in, leave one comment in the leave one comment in the comment section. Don't do 2 comments. Don't do multiple comments. If you do multiple comments, you're disqualified. So yeah, I know that he's definitely said leave a comment to be entered.
Okay.
100%.
Well, 100%. Those concepts are illegal. But that was just the terms of service, but the actual law is the same thing. You can't give away stuff like that with a raffle.
Right. And he does use a random number generator to pick them, apparently.
Like unfair business practices, right? Pretty much.
There's laws for sweepstakes and stuff.
Right.
And you can like.
Hey, that didn't stop. What's the guy from Real Genius that hides in the closet? Didn't he entered the Frito Lay contest?
I remember that one. Yeah.
33% of the prizes.
Because but there was another YouTuber. I think Angry Joe might have been the one, but one of them was doing a contest, and then they ended up YouTube shut them down because they were violating the laws.
Laszlo Holyfeld, that was his name.
And he was all mad. He was like, "No, this is bullshit. I'm just giving stuff away." They're like, "No, dude, you're fucking,
you're a scammer.
Yeah, you're violating shit, and you're gonna get YouTube shut down for your shit." I'm pretty sure it was Angry Joe, but don't quote me on that.
I mean, I don't understand if Murray was doing that. Why didn't just make an alt account and post a comment? Like, it just leaves a paper trail by not creating an account and posting a comment to make it look like that comment won. And he says he's going to pin the winner in all his videos when they win, but he never does. Or he hasn't done in a couple of videos I've looked at.
They all forget about it. Nobody cares. I didn't win. He announces it on the show and then doesn't have to because everybody's like, well, fuck, I didn't win. They don't care.
And he also turns off the comments for the videos where he announces the winner, which I find a bit sketchy.
That's sketchy. That's not a good sign.
Yeah. And that's the guy that was critiquing us, huh, Tony?
Yeah. Like I said, I always make sure that I check these things before I start talking.
The worst, Jerry, the worst.
The worst, Jerry, yeah.
Penny Banyan.
Just like technically the whole sub for sub thing violates YouTube's.
Totally does. Yeah. It's against YouTube policies. You risk banning. And so is ban evading. If you've been banned before on YouTube, it's actually against terms of service to create a new account and keep posting, even if it's with a female email.
But they
Shots
What is
fired.
that?
Huh?
That's for better service, man.
You get better service from dispensaries, yeah, allegedly.
Speaking of dispensaries, I'll be right back.
But you can kind of avoid ban evasion.
Well, no, ban evading is against terms of service.
Sorry. I worded that word. Like, you can avoid getting banned, though. Like, if you have someone else just use your account, I guess, and then you just upload it to them. Upload to YouTube.
Well, I think someone got
that's ban evading.
I think someone actually recently was.
Well, I
don't know
mean,
if they
there's a
got in
bunch of
trouble.
people who are, like, high on the platform that's doing it right now.
Yeah, I know. Keemstar does it. They know it. It's one of those things. I think he gets away with it. Like Keemstar gets away with it because
he's big. Huh?
No. He actually has an LLC or whatever. So technically, the LLC owns that channel.
Oh.
So he's working for them. There's like a convoluted thing because he had to explain it one time because they were like, "Well, Keemstar's ban evading."
Oh, so he explained it. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's still okay. How about you know Monkey Jones?
Yeah, I know Monkey.
Yeah, Monkey Jones. Doesn't he have a channel still?
I think he does. I know he shut it down, then he came back or something. I don't know.
It's like it's not Monkey Jones. It's something else. It starts with an S. I can't remember. But yeah, it does happen though. So
Simeon Jimmy, yeah. He's verified. He's got 176 subscribers.
I mean, his ban was kind of bullshit, though, in my opinion.
It was. It was. I don't know.
I get some of the reasoning, but I feel like, because he was a little bit high profile, I feel like YouTube should have been, like, just periodically checking on him. You know what I mean? Instead of just being like, "Oh, we're gonna ban you."
I don't know. I didn't think it was that funny anyway.
A lot of people get away with a lot of stuff on YouTube.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they can't really do much though. There's like how many channels? You know what I mean? I can't really blame them.
No, but it's more than that. If you're bringing in enough money for YouTube, what are they going to do? Are they really going to get rid of you?
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Yeah.
So they'll do enough to make it look like they're like, come on, stop fucking around. You know, they'll take you out back. Like, look, dude, we don't want to fucking get rid of you. You're making money. I'm making money. Stop fucking up.
But did you hear about what happened with the whole Ackman situation? Like what it turned into?
It's gone.
I know
really
it's a little bit
toxic.
different.
It turned into like a whole thing, from my understanding. But go ahead, explain it. Explain it as best you can.
Oh, I don't think I'll be good. But okay. For those who don't know, Ackman is in some drama with Quantum TV. Him and Review Tech USA and a couple other channels, and they're going back and forth over false copyright strike, right? Because what was that channel? Mischief.
Yeah.
Was that the kid? Yeah.
Mischief TV.
Yeah, he made a sort of a critique video about Quantum's Elden Ring review, and obviously he struck it, and that's kind of where the drama began, where it's just a back and forth, and it's kind of mostly petty, in my opinion. But Ackman got involved, and he's obviously a way bigger channel than like Review Tech USA, and so he started getting involved and critiquing him, and then eventually Quantum TV just like called his mom and I guess doxed him, right?
That's the story.
That's the story. So, allegedly, right?
Yeah.
And so Ackman kind of saw that as like a bit of a threat just based on how Quantum TV worded some of the things he was telling the Ackman's mom, right? Like he was saying, "Oh, this is how people get hurt," and it was kind of phrased in a way that was implying some sort of like violence, I guess. Even though, in my opinion, I could see why he thought it was kind of like a threat, but I think it wasn't really a threat. Like, to give Quantum the benefit of the doubt, like, I think it is weird. I'm not going to deny it is weird. Why would you call the man's mom? But I don't think he was intending violence, if that makes sense. But to be honest, after this point, I don't really know what exactly happened, but I just know that Ackman did something that triggered YouTube to now sort of go against him.
You don't know what he did?
I know what he did. I don't know, like, the middle from, the calling the mom until this point where he starts with that satire post, because the satire post is what triggered. Like, it just seemed like he, like, within that period of time,
a joke.
It was all just talking crap about Quantum TV. Because I think he made 3 videos, no? Or was it just 2?
This is the dumbest story ever to come out. You want to know why? There's a lot of hearsay shit going around, and nobody actually knows what actually happened. I've watched a lot of shit, and there's few things that can be proved. So it's the dumbest thing to even speculate on.
In my opinion, it's a lot of virtue signaling. It's a lot of virtue signaling, and it's a lot of just like people, like, especially like Review Tech USA. I don't know why he continued making videos about it. It's just not his thing.
How big is Quantum's channel?
Not big. It's like 60.
It's not big. So what the fuck did you have to go? Like,
it was just the principle.
Fucking mouth shut. Yeah, he kept his fucking mouth shut. Now he's off the fucking platform. A lot of good they did him.
Well, to be honest, that's his fault though, not really Quantum.
Yeah, it is. Exactly.
If we're being honest,
when you are a big creator, when you have an audience, right, you have a responsibility. Now,
yes.
we see how it is here, right? With me, I have 600 something subs on this channel, right? I say something and people are running like, Tony really
crazy.
His accent is fake and blah blah blah, right? Because I made a joke. I made a joke with 600 subs, and we have 3 or 4 yahoos that take what I say. Now imagine you're the Ackman with all those fucking people following you, and you make a joke. You're gonna have yahoos that are gonna fucking take you serious. Right?
Well, yeah.
But here's the thing though, with that post that he made, that was like supposed to be satire.
It wasn't very clear satire though.
It wasn't. In my opinion,
that's what I'm saying.
He should have looked at that, laughed, and then reworded it. You know what I mean? Like, because there's clear things where you're like, even as a joke, they look at that,
especially in today's day and age, dude. You should know better.
It's like that guy has never worked in a pub, like an actual workplace. It's like, even if you're joking, why would you make that joke?
Well,
it's not going to do you any favors. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Yeah.
So again, people are like, well, he said this one thing, but it wasn't just one thing.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was multiple things.
He threatened doxing. He said he was going to make YouTube. He was going to make videos advocating for violence against protected groups.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling cute might copy strike some other YouTube channels for funsies.
Yeah. And this was all just because he was upset at YouTube at what they were doing with Quantum. But at that point, it was like, who cares? Like, we all know YouTube is kind of BS.
You got to understand that it boils down to one main thing, and that's you start saying shit like that, and whether you mean it or not, you could get fucking 5 crazies to go and do exactly what
that's
you
what I said. That was my point.
But it doesn't even matter about the crazy. It's not even about the crazies, though. If someone, a professional, looks at that.
I'm just saying that's how YouTube's trying to fucking look at it.
YouTube
like, forget about
took his
exactly
away because he said
he said that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Forget about the whole crazy thing. If he is at the level and he's trying to deal with professionals, you don't throw them under the bus publicly and make a joke like that, right?
Well,
it's like you wouldn't do that. Everybody knows.
Well,
that you're in a professional setting now where you're trying to get eyes elsewhere. You're not in the YouTube community. You're literally with these executives, with these business people. Why would you do that?
That wouldn't get your channel. Acting unprofessionally, while I agree is stupid, that is not grounds for your channel to be.
But they stated, but it was just it was just demonetization though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying, even acting unprofessionally is not grounds for demonetization. That's why it wasn't an unprofessional behavior that they had issue with. It was.
I feel like
I think it's beyond like even being unprofessional. His statements, they were like scary and dangerous statements he made.
I just think
Review
why
Tech
would you
USA sounds
make
like a complete asshole. Yeah, we understand. He said something completely stupid for no reason, and he shouldn't have did it. But YouTube, 100% should not retaliate based on him being stupid, right? However, they do have grounds to say, "Hey, there would be crazies that would believe this. That's why we're taking
Right.
it."
okay,
I kind
fine.
of
We
disagree
can
with
we
that
can
because like saying that is like, oh, is Mike? If I say something but it's stupid, I can get away with it. Like,
yeah, that's the part that I just like. I get it. Yeah, okay, it's a joke and all that stuff, but I feel like the context is what is key. He is trying to advocate for someone else's removal, and because he's not getting any sort of action, he just goes to, oh well, fuck this, I'm gonna do this and blah blah blah, and piss them off. Like first off, one, I never really liked the whole like, why did Ackman even get involved? Like it's not even his type of content, right? It wasn't
He
even
didn't
his
have
beef to begin
to.
yeah, it wasn't his beef to begin with. And I feel like sometimes these YouTubers like to insert themselves where they don't need to be, right?
That
Like
never happens on YouTube.
no.
That's sarcasm. That was
so
sarcasm.
like false copyright
But-
striking is a
But
bad
you know what I
thing.
mean, though. You know what I mean. I was trying to. It was more of a criticism, not saying.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, it's
you know,
like Quantum TV was punching down on Mischief, like false copy striking him. So like Ackman was a bigger YouTuber, like trying to bring awareness of this. But
yeah, but then it
the way
ended
he's
up
gone
being
around
that
it-
same thing, punching down.
But here's the thing:
Yeah.
punching down is bullshit. There's no such thing as
Yeah.
punching down.
I think on this platform, it's going to be read that way, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand that, but I'm just saying.
I don't agree with it either. I don't like that term anyway because it's like, oh, if you start saying, oh, you're punching
Yeah,
down, then the
if
next
you-
thing
if you're
is like,
criticizing
you're
someone.
you're clout chasing.
Yeah,
No,
that's
but
fair. But
even
like the
so, what I'm saying,
situation starts
punching
to
down.
become.
Never ends.
But punching down, that means once you get to a certain level, right? I can never,
Yeah.
I can't
You can
criticize
never
Gary because my YouTube
criticize.
channel is bigger than him.
Yeah.
Like,
But I mean, like in the sense of like where it's petty
Gary, your
and not
takes
like
are great. I'm sorry, I love
constructive.
punching down.
All right.
You know what I mean? Where it's like where like the Ackman turns it into sort of like entertainment.
Yeah, but everybody does.
Right.
That's what YouTube's about. Entertainment's what.
Sure, but he didn't really need to. It's not his
No, you
channel.
don't need to do anything though. I mean,
No. But if you think about it, though, he is a 1 million subscriber. He's not Keemstar. He's not talking about drama. He's not like these commentary channels. He's a guy who does video game critiques.
yeah, but if
He doesn't need to.
If he chooses, he doesn't need, and no one needs to do anything. You don't need to make.
But I'm just saying, like a lot of, I just feel like he inserted himself in a situation. Like I feel like if this was Review Tech USA, I wouldn't have the same criticism because Review Tech USA is the one that was heavily involved in this.
Yeah, I agree. He had no, realistically, it wasn't his area of expertise, and he usually doesn't do this.
Like I feel bad more so for Rich because now like his channel is like completely fucked. Where you're like, he
Has
was the
Rich
one
been
leading
deep on
the
it?
chart. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, Rich said he got all kinds of subs, and he's like fucking his channel is growing and stuff. He just posted on
No.
Twitter. He's like,
Just now? Is it recent?
Recently
yesterday or something.
No, there was like
Right.
he posted this video talking about the future of his channel. And
He
he's
just
like, I don't
posted
think.
recently on Twitter about how great it was that this thing.
But did
happened
you see?
for his channel?
Yeah, because I think he's going to his streaming channel.
But even why would you say?
Because
this was great
did you
for my
watch
channel?
the?
This is great for my channel, guys.
I don't know, but did you see the video they made about like the future of his channel?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, go watch that video.
Well, it
'Cause
says
maybe
right
I'm
here,
missing
so I'm
something.
officially retiring from making conventional videos on Review Tech USA. YouTube has made
Yeah.
it abundantly clear that my kind of content either has to be heavily censored or is no longer welcome on the platform. Follow me on Review Tech USA streams.
Hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then
But
he made a
also
video.
made another tweet where he's like, how great it was for his channel or whatever.
I think maybe that's just him being optimistic. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you because I didn't see that one.
Well, maybe that's because he's
I
getting
just
more
saw the
traffic
video
towards
on that
the
tweet.
streaming channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could be getting more traffic. Plus, he's probably getting a bunch of super chats and stuff.
Yeah, most likely. And a lot of people I saw were like, "Oh, we're gonna subscribe to your membership and all that stuff." But I mean, I just feel like the situation just dragged on, and didn't the Ackman was doing something now that was like very hypocritical, where he's like, "I'm gonna go flag someone." 'Cause someone was like joking about. I think it was Tommy C. Do you know about this?
Yeah, they apparently the whole commentary community has walked away from
Yeah, they're all like, I saw like Augie and all these other people are like, "Oh, we can't support this. What the fuck?" And I was like, yeah, it is kind of like, I don't know why you had to say that. I just feel like he's been, specifically him, he's like digging himself a hole a bit. That's just my perspective. Not to say that he's wrong. Not to say he's wrong, but I think he should have done it in a different kind of way. If he was very serious, that's why I say a lot of this whole situation is virtue signaling.
See, look,
like at the actual term.
He posted it right here. As much as YouTube has been a shit show for me as of late, this whole situation has opened up new opportunities that I will discuss when ready. Someone's insanity has breastfed me a career boost. Who would have saw that coming?
Yeah, this is just him being optimistic.
No, I don't think it's him being optimistic. I think he knows. He knows
yeah.
the game.
Well, no, yeah, he knows the game, but I'm saying Rich has been on this platform for a long time, a very long time, and his growth was like very steady.
I don't know if Rich doxed anybody.
That might have been a long time ago. I don't know. He did dox someone. That was like years ago at this point. That was almost like 10 years ago.
Was it on purpose or an accident?
I think it was more out of frustration because it was like a stalker. It was like one of those kind of like channels, like those, I don't know how to describe it, like a troll channel.
You mean like junk media?
Yeah, like junk media, or you remember, I don't know if you remember this, Review Hell USA.
Yeah. There was also Review China USA. And
that was a whole meme back in the day because of that Big Cheese story. That was like a legit meme. That was like everywhere. Even people who didn't even watch his fucking channel knew about that meme. It's fucking crazy.
James Bonds gets all the hot chicks. Yeah, he does. How much will I sell my Amico shell for? 10,000. 10,000. Nothing less.
Was that $10,000 or 10,000 Amico coins?
10,000 Canadian dollars.
So that's like $200 American dollars.
Well, that's funny.
Yeah. Junk media was awesome. I don't think so. I think people there's a fine line between satire and just being a fucking asshole. And junk media crossed that.
Junk media was kind of like trying to do what people do with DSP, but like for Rich and I thought they did someone else, but
he went really hard on like talking about Rich's kids and calling Rich.
I think
terrible
that
names.
stuff is a little bit. Yeah, I don't know why people like to get involved in the personal stuff because then it feels very creepy to me. Where you're like,
also they were just
the point of this?
They were also just making shit up. Like Rich stole his parents' house and like, dude, Rich's parents live in the house like fucking rent free, and they don't pay the mortgage anymore. Rich is paying the mortgage, and basically the parents get to keep all their fucking pension and stuff because they don't have to pay any bills.
Yeah,
because Rich is taking care of it. Yeah, the house is now in Rich's name, but Rich bought the house from them.
And the guy's got money. What are we trying to argue here?
Yeah.
Well,
their argument was that that supposedly Rich basically underpaid for the house and took advantage of his parents.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Rich will always have trolls go against him. It's just like,
even if he underpaid for the house, what is that? Dude, who knows if he's trying to fucking pay less taxes?
Yeah.
Well,
no, they'll say, I'm telling you,
even if it were true, why is that bad? He's still got money. He's still taking care of his parents. But
it's just as simple as they just don't like Rich. They've been doing this for like
at
least
that's all
a
it
decade
is.
now.
Exactly, that's the whole point.
You know, I mean, we get the same shit here. People just make up stories about us.
Yeah.
Tony's 500 pounds.
I am.
Yeah, and like we've seen firsthand how trolls are.
I just think it's very it's very weird when people do stuff like that. It's very telling because they obviously it's a bit of projection, right? But like I don't know how the internet has like bred this and like why people think it's acceptable because it really isn't acceptable.
People were always like this. It's just now that the anonymity's out of the equation. I mean, people are being stupid and doing dumb
But
things.
there's like a line. There's like a line that's crossed.
Well,
though.
not everybody understands that there's a line there. I mean,
I think so. I think people. I disagree. I think people
care.
do know that there's a line, and that's why they cross it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, some do.
Nah,
For sure.
No,
Some do.
no.
I'll say
I think
this.
Gala.
I think people generally don't consider themselves bad people, right?
Yeah,
Well,
So
no.
they-
I agree with
to
that.
them, they're not
I'd agree.
crossing a line. What I'm saying is they're not crossing a line. To them, they're like, this is what he deserves. This is justice, right?
Yeah.
Even if they're fucking like batshit insane, they're like, no, Rich deserves me to dox him and to make these stories up because he's an evil
Right.
person and I gotta stop him at all costs.
Are you talking about Volpe there?
A little bit, but like even that as well. Yeah, there's some people like that, but I also think there's like definitely a big subsection of trolls who are literally just doing it for kicks and laughs because they
Yeah.
find it amusing. Like they're just
Yeah, but even those people probably, if you ask them, they're probably like,
I
"Oh,
feel
I
like-
didn't do anything bad."
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's a
I was
certain
just trolling.
kind.
It's comedy.
There's a certain kind. There's some people will like troll and it's like a joke, right? But then there's some people who are like diehards that will like. That's what I'm saying. Even if they don't know or they don't see it as a line, I still feel like conceptually it's a line that they cross and they know that by crossing this that they are getting what they want, right? Or like it's a retaliation, right? So yeah, the internet it's a very weird place. I feel like even with like swatting, I think swatting is like, I mean, now it's kind of somewhat illegal, right? There's like
Internet's
precedent.
It's
always
It's 100%
Uh,
illegal. It's not
yeah.
somebody illegal.
No, but I mean, like, there's now
Metro
like
has a great
precedent
video on
for you could get charged for and sent to jail, right? Because of that one guy, right?
Yeah.
You know what I don't understand? What I don't understand is how guys like Tim Pool and what's his name are getting swatted every other day. How the fuck is that possible?
Because they're not getting swatted every other day.
They're not getting swatted.
They're not. Yeah.
Okay, let me
I was gonna
explain. Let me explain.
Doesn't make any sense.
Technically, someone is calling the police to try to swat them,
Mhm.
right? But the police are like, "Oh, you mean Tim Pool's compound? Oh, yeah. We'll go check on it." And they're just like, "Hey, Tim, did you kill anybody? No, okay."
Yeah, there's a lot
because
of
they
people
know
that do
already.
that.
It's like the first time, yeah, you get away with it once, but if you get like 6 calls, I don't think the cops are dumb enough to think that every single call to the same house.
Right. It
Well,
doesn't make any
here in
sense.
Canada, you can't get swatted because they already had that procedure where they have to like show up and knock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do. They showed up, they knock. I think the last time that Quartering got swatted, they just showed up and was like, hey, Jeremy, where's your wife? And she's like, oh, I'm right here. Okay, you didn't kill your wife.
Right. Yeah. I just think it's scummy to freaking swat anybody.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's not the way, like, it's not like the cops are mobilizing tanks every fucking time they call and like busting down Jeremy's door and Tim's fucking compound. Like, no, it's
because like you kind of know what. That's why that one guy that was like trying to rationalize it with Keemstar, that was like, I'm sorry, but that was like one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. That was like even dumber than fucking Ted Bundy trying to justify why he does his fucking killings. It was like, dude, you're making literally no sense. Like, it's fucking illegal and fucking morally corrupt what you fucking did.
Mm. But like, yeah, some people just don't care, do they?
No.
I mean, I was looking into on a completely random topic, like kind of along the lines of this. I was looking into like the freedom of speech America has, and it's crazy. Like I didn't realize like how all encompassing like the right to freedom of speech was. Like America doesn't have like separation for or an exclusion for hate speech when it comes to freedom of speech. So
a lot of people don't want it.
There's no such thing as hate speech, Bob.
In America, there isn't.
No, in reality, there isn't.
What do you mean,
Bob? This they're not going to hold up against this.
Hate
this
speech
is like a very American thing.
Hate speech doesn't exist. I mean, if I say I don't like you, Bob, is that hate speech?
No, but like hate speech has a definition in English law, in UK law.
What is the definition?
Same in Canada.
It's like something along. I don't know the exact wording, so I'm probably going to get this wrong. But it's like anything against protected, just like inciting violence or hatred towards protected groups or individuals, something along them lines.
So protected individuals have extra protection over non-protected individuals?
Yes.
Like, for example, like if you're a Nazi, if you're like spraying stuff around.
That's why I don't believe that hate speech. That's why hate speech laws are bullshit, and I don't believe that hate speech is a real thing.
It's very interesting to hear Americans' perspective because like the rest of like the Western countries, like when you walk down the street and ask someone, they're like Bob's take.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? In America, we don't care how bad, stupid, or evil you are. You're still a human being, and you are protected equally under the law as anyone else. You should not be getting harassed. Even if you're a Nazi, you shouldn't be getting punched on the street or harassed or being threatened to get beat up.
Yeah, but nobody's getting punched, though. It's more so like
Richard Spencer got punched.
No. But we're talking about for the hate speech.
I just said punch, but yeah, I'm just saying.
I know he got punched.
But I'm saying even like if I said go, hypothetically, right? Don't clip this out of context. If I said go bomb the protected people, right? That would get me like arrested in hate speech. If I said go bomb the not protected people, you guys would be like, "Well, I don't give a fuck. They're not protected."
Well, no,
would that
like,
even fall under free speech, though?
That actually falls under threatening violence, though.
Yeah, that's like completely
okay. But if you have a threatening violence law, right? Then why do you need a hate speech law?
Because it's mostly about like what we're talking about.
Why is it extra bad? Is what I'm getting at. To say something negative about a protected person versus a
that ain't just protected, but like, protected encompasses like every religion, like people of like different
marginalized groups.
Groups.
What I'm saying is, if you shouldn't say those things to any people, why do you have to separate anything by protected people or not protected? It should just be all encompassing. Hey, don't be an asshole to anybody.
I think I think the idea of the law is that, like the law just puts it there to be more like of a moral thing, like to ensure
protected group. Then.
It's like a deterrent. I mean, that's the whole point of the law. It's a deterrent, right?
Yeah, all laws are deterrents. Well, most laws are. But,
most laws.
What I'm saying is, like, look, I'm obviously a person of color.
Are you?
I'm Latino.
That's
right?
not
I'm
what
Mexican.
Yeah, when he changes his voice, he turns white.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't think it's extra worse if somebody was like, we hate you because you're brown versus someone saying, we hate you because you're white. I think they're equally bad, right? Is what I'm saying.
I think we would agree with that,
they're
though.
equally bad. I think you shouldn't hate anybody for the color of their skin, whether it's white, brown, black, some shade of tan, right? It's equally bad across the board. So I don't think we need a law that specifies hate speech versus a protected group or a minority group or a special group.
I mean, like, if it's there, it's there. I mean, most of the time, this is very minute things. But I mean, it doesn't really, I don't really care too much.
But I'm saying,
I think people like to really harp on it, and it's
a virtue signal. I mean,
but that's kind of the whole point of the law, though.
Well, see, the thing is, like, the thing which I think is a bit like backwards of America is like it's okay to like run around like screaming how bad. Like you could like say all sorts of racist things, and it's like morally objectionable, but like it's legal still.
Yeah.
Like
I think it's more of the principle. That's why.
Yeah,
I think
the
that's why
principle.
they argue
It's
it.
a principle of free speech.
But I think you could still have that principle and still have
I don't think
a law exists.
I don't.
Yeah, 'cause
maybe not in America, but like the rest
I
of
don't
the world.
think anywhere, because eventually you're going to get a class of people that are above other classes of people, because
Like, in
they're going to
what
be
way, though?
they're going to be protected by a hate speech law versus other people. It's like on Reddit. On Reddit, you can talk about cis people, right? On Reddit, you can go, "You're a cis scum," but then if you're a transgender scum, all of a sudden my entire account gets obliterated because
like I think I know
protected person.
Like I see what you mean, and I think that is more of a like that's something that has to be like culturally and like socially talked about, because that is what's gonna like prohibit such a law from actually being beneficial.
What is the benefit?
That it
like
makes people
like morally
think about
reprehensible things and
like to
threatening
question
violence.
what they're actually saying and say, hey, is this actually like gonna be hurtful to someone? Is this actually gonna be like,
but is it going to be hurtful? I mean, you could be hurtful to people.
I mean, I think when we talk about hurtful,
like
we're not
art.
talking
You're
about
like, I'm hurtful.
Hold on.
I think when we define
blinded. Hold on, let me listen. Where do you draw the line though? Who's to say?
I think it's very
what
clear.
person thinks what's hateful.
I think if
Like,
you define what is
that's the
hateful,
problem with
if we
it.
all,
That's
if
why
we
our
say, no, I think you can easily define it if you sit down with lawmakers and say what is hateful, right? That's why we have definitions.
Yeah,
right?
but that's the whole point. You sit down with lawmakers, but who gets to determine that?
Yeah, but this is
someone
why.
like me or Tony,
Hold on, wait.
we're not gonna.
Wait. This is why I feel like, because I mean, when we're talking about there's a lot of Western countries that have this. America's the only one that doesn't, and I feel like it's an way.
American thing.
It is a lot of. I'm telling you, I'm not sure if you travel around, like to go outside of America, but it's like a lot of people
I visit
are
third
always
world countries.
Third world
live in
countries.
one,
Don't make that joke. Don't make that joke. They ain't gonna get that joke.
This is the only first world country there is. Anyway, I got to get to this comment. Potion Sword Run says the reason most likely has to do with the sentencing disparity, Tony. That's why judges thought it was okay to gay bash and sentence were light. Again, I understand that historically people have been treated shitty. Okay, I understand that. But I don't think that historical shitty treatment of people should then buy them better treatment in the future. I think everybody should be treated equally.
Oh man, Tony would not like living in Canada then.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. You guys would not like living anywhere else.
It says the courts have been historically light on crimes against minorities, gays, blah blah. Yeah,
I think it can work. I think it can work, but I think you could do certain things where maybe there's like a period of time where it's more light, and they have to do studies to see if it's beneficial or if it's not beneficial. But I mean, I know that's not how society is going to work. Because like I feel like that would be a better idea.
Okay, let me
in English law.
If
I'm reading the comments here. CM Retro, is that word amico?
If I punch a dude, right? If I say I hate you, Gary, and I fucking punched him, right?
Well, we do hate
Why
Gary.
do I always got to be the example? What the hell?
What I'm saying is that a hate crime?
If you punch me, no.
If I literally say I hate you, Gary, and I fucking punch him, that's not a hate crime.
If you said you hate him if he was white, I would say that would be a hate crime.
No,
I mean,
if I said I hate Gary,
that's not the way it's perceived.
But you're attacking him based on his race.
Yeah, but
that's like that might be considered like, regardless of whether it's a hate crime. Like,
about? There's
it's hate based on what Bob just defined. It's marginalized groups or groups of people.
But
how do you determine that? How do you determine that?
But we did though.
Stop.
We just did.
No,
religion,
I'm saying
race,
loud noises.
gender.
I'm just making noises.
Yeah.
No, hold on.
Bob said the key word there was marginalized groups, and that's the problem I have with it.
I think we need Carl in this discussion.
I agree with
everybody-
what you're saying. If you
Either everybody should be protected under the hate speech law, or just get rid of it, right?
No, I
I don't
agree with
think
you.
anyone.
sure, but I
Before
think
you
if
continue, Tony,
you
wait.
would have to now classify it based on the historical, like what we said, race, gender,
Tony is a
We
linguist.
all
and
have
religion.
computers. We can all look shit up, and I've looked up the actual legal, well, on Wikipedia at least, the definitions of it. And the definition comes. This is what it says: a person who uses threatening, abusive, insulting words or behavior, or displays any written material which is threatening, abusive, or insulting, is guilty of an offense if he intends thereby to stir up racial hatred, or having regard to all circumstances, racial hatred is likely to be stirred up thereby. So, like, technically speaking, I would assume that means you could go up to Gary and say, I hate you, Gary, and punch him in the face. That isn't like stirring up racial hatred.
Yeah.
But like, if you're going around and saying, I don't know, like, kill all people who are the same color as Gary, like that would punch
be
all people the same color
You
as
can't.
Gary.
You can't incite. You can't incite violence. You can't incite violence here. That's
yeah.
not.
Here's the thing.
Well, but that's what Tony's been using this whole time, and we said that
No,
that
he
wouldn't
hasn't.
count.
Hold
Yeah, he
on.
did.
He
said it. Most of
his
his.
the case of the black girls that kidnapped the white kid that was
Yeah, I know what you're talking
disabled.
about. But wasn't that in America? That was an
Yeah,
American.
it was in
case.
America, and we have hate crime laws here. We
Yes.
have hate crime.
we
laws.
do.
That
I know
wasn't
what you're
considered-
talking about.
that
I know
wasn't
that was a
considered a hate
case that a
crime.
lot of people. Yeah, and in my opinion, it should have. And I
Right.
think the only reason why it wasn't was obviously because of American
Right.
history.
And that's why I think it's stupid. And that's the same thing that would happen with hate speech.
And that's why I said I
it would
think
work the
it's
same
a
way.
cultural and like time-wise thing, because obviously that the reason why that law exists is because of of history, right? And obviously that history is still not completely sorted out. It could be betterly sorted. Like there's still more discussion that needs to be had on it,
Look,
right? Because it should encompass all of it.
Shitty things should be punished. That's right. But it should be
Or there should be
punished
consequences, though.
equal. But it should be equal consequences across the board.
Across the board.
Sure,
I agree with
sure,
Tony.
yeah. I don't think
And that's
we're
the problem. But when you say the hate speech laws protect marginalized people, then it's not.
I think the only
across-the-board
problem
thing.
that you have, though, you have to remember is even though the law does say something, a lot of the times it's precedent that is going to sometimes flip a case, right? Like we could sit here and argue about and
Not
agree or
always.
disagree. Yeah, I would say that case
Precedent-
law isn't very important.
Case law is important, but a lot of times people don't understand what it actually means, right? Because two cases could be sort of similar, but they're different enough that case law doesn't matter, or the precedent that you think.
Well, that's obviously
actually
yeah. I mean, but that's the whole. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, I understand
what I'm
that
saying
point.
is because as lay people, we'll just be like, oh yeah, there's a precedent.
But
The
I'm not
actual
lay
legal-
people. I study law.
I mean,
I told
dude,
you.
the Rittenhouse trial was like a.
What don't you do?
Yeah.
What I told you, I do film and I do criminology. That's what I do in school.
But you're not a lawyer, so you're still lay people.
No, I mean, but I study law though.
But you're still
like I
lay
talk to
people.
lawyers.
But you're still lay people, right?
I wouldn't say I was
Don't
a lay.
act like I'm an asshole by calling you lay people.
No, I would say no. That really doesn't. Maybe to somebody else, but if you're studying it, I would say no. You're not. Like you're the intermediate. Like you're in the middle. You're not like a complete professional, obviously.
You're more knowledgeable than a layperson.
Yeah.
Let's see. The definition of layperson: a person without professional or specialized knowledge in a particular subject. You're not a professional, and
But I have
think your
specialized
is
knowledge,
specialized
though.
Knowledge.
I have specialized knowledge.
Is it really special? How much?
I
have you
feel like
studied?
now you're playing semantics. I'm not
Now we're
obviously
playing semantics.
I'm not like a lawyer, but I study law.
I've studied law too, and I don't consider myself anything more than a layperson. Yes, I
But
took
why
college
not,
classes
though?
in law.
They spelled failed wrong.
But okay, but was your major in law? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, criminal justice.
Yeah,
Oh.
so why not?
Because I never became a lawyer or.
But that's just
officer.
semantics, though. That's just pure semantics. Like you can't argue everything. Like if you sat down with a lawyer, yeah.
I can't.
But sometimes different
I
lawyers
can.
would have different. But that's the whole point of the law, though.
I'm pretty sure I can argue everything. That's probably how we ended up here.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're not obviously a layman. You're not
I have
like
more
I don't know why
knowledge
you would
than the
consider
average person, yes, but I don't consider
yeah.
myself anything special.
Yeah. Okay, but that's what I'm saying. That's our whole like I don't get it. Like yeah, you have specialized knowledge.
CM Retro, I wouldn't consider a layperson. He has a master's degree in criminal justice, been a cop for 15 years.
Yeah.
And he teaches firearms.
Yeah.
He's not a layperson.
Yeah. Well, what do you like? Yeah, he's obviously a cop for 15 years. He has experience on top of having a master's degree. I would say that yeah, he's obviously has one experience and was taught, so he has special knowledge. So I don't.
This panel is full of Goodwill Hunting brainiacs.
I just don't get the logic here. Like Tony, you're allowed to say that you have certain knowledge. Like you're not like have all this experience or like you worked in a fucking on a case, but like you still have knowledge. That's the whole reason why you did your fucking study. Like, I just don't get that part.
Should, but it's not. Tony, prisons are full of blacks and brown people because I understand.
Yeah.
I think Tony's full of shit.
No, I understand that things are not perfect, right? But they don't get.
No, they're not.
They don't get perfect by
They are in
swinging
Canada.
the pendulum. No, they're not. You don't
Yes, they
swing
are.
the pendulum too
I'm
far
playing
the other way.
Mega Man 6. How much better can life be?
You can't even carry a weapon, right? Didn't Trudeau ban like pistols?
No, you could carry a weapon. You have to get a license.
There's no urge for most people to carry a weapon in Canada.
That too.
I'll say that.
Yeah, that too. But you can
Not
still get a
yet.
weapon.
No, not ever.
No, not ever.
Okay,
Yeah.
But here's the
Gary,
thing. You're
Gary,
thinking
let me
about
tell you-
you're thinking about
Gary has to. Gary doesn't
You know why
get
there's
that.
no
Like we're.
urge? Do you know why
It's
there's no urge
very
to carry a
different.
weapon in Canada? Because if you ever get invaded, America will save your ass. That's why. Because we carry the
Exactly, and
weapon,
that's-
so you don't have to.
You're thinking
We
about
want to
your
talk about
neighborhood. I
guns now. If we want to
understand.
talk about
I know-
guns now, I've got opinions on that.
Well, I was going to say.
I don't
you were
even get
looking at
where
it in the-
that came from.
You guys with your
we
legal
gotta-
guns are insane. They
Because-
should be illegal.
because
There's
that's
no
the point
reason
of the
for
gun.
Can I just say
Yes,
something,
we're
Gary,
being
before you
bullied
interrupt?
by these foreigners.
Tony,
What the
Tony, can I just say something about the guns?
fuck?
The reason we don't carry guns is because in Canada we settle our fights like men
But
through hockey fights and stuff. We're not bitches
like
that
Tony-
use
By
guns.
being polite, who can be more polite to each other?
No, because you
Like
guys are
Tony
bitches and
said-
have to use a gun. We just
No,
pull
the-
jerseys over the head and give them some shots to the
Yeah,
solar
please.
plexus and
CM
When
Retro
the-
says
when the-
none of this really matters. The only thing that matters is I beat Battletoads today. Good
big
job.
up.
Twice. He beat it twice.
I mean, this is the after show, so we're allowed to say whatever.
Hold on. You don't ever see Canada getting overrun by another country.
Anyway, these video games.
No.
eh?
I mean, we
Okay.
really don't have that many enemies. Like sometimes they say some bullshit, right?
I mean,
Like, someone would say something
that,
dumb as fuck.
I mean now, but maybe in 5 years, 10
We
years.
gangsters in America. That's right.
I
We
mean,
rule the
like,
world. We
Canada's
regulate.
existed for what 150 years.
If
You're
someone,
welcome.
okay, so let's, for instance, what if someone said trying to attack us? They come from Canada's spot. What do you think is going to happen to you guys? They're just going to let you.
I don't. Hold on,
people
wait.
join,
Why
or-
is this relevant though? This is like
Be-
we're talking
because
like
it
this is
is
going to
relevant.
happen.
No,
No, it's
if
not.
it did happen, well,
That
there's-
could have
I mean, there's a lot
happened
of years
150 years.
Look,
The only
You're
argument,
I just don't
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it matters that. Hold on, hold on, wait. There's other like I'm not even anti-gun, even though I'm Canadian.
Yes,
Like
Turbine
Like,
Graphics says, I agree with Tony. These special laws treat minorities like they're ours.
yeah,
Look, I turned down a full scholarship because it was a minority scholarship and not just a general one.
what happened to Gary?
Gary.
Fuck. Now he's gonna invade Canada. Fuck.
I think Gary watched Red Dawn or something today, so he's got it all.
No, because it's like such a weird point where it's like you can argue something else for like gun laws, right? I just didn't really get the whole point of the invading stuff. It's like
I just made a
we
joke.
haven't really had that.
Gary,
that was a joke. But like, I don't see any justification for like guns being
Oh, he's back.
legal, except for like the fact that Americans keep going on my rights, my constitution. I'm legally
I think
allowed
it's
to
just
have a gun. I'm going to have
Bob.
a gun.
Bob, I think it's for them. It's a cultural thing, but they have like at least some points where I'm like,
it only really applies to them.
Well,
Like that's how I rationalize it.
We carry guns because the Constitution protects our right to tell the government to fuck off.
Yeah. I mean, you guys had like historically have hated your government, while everybody else has kind of been like, we hate our government, but we kind of still need them. It's still beneficial. Like it's like a love-hate relationship.
So, like the reason you're telling me the reason you have guns is in case you want to go shoot up the government.
No, in case the government decides to
Tries to shoot them. Yeah.
We overthrew a tyrannical government.
Yeah, we saw how fucked up governments can be, and we was like, "Hey, we're not going to let you get away with it again. We're going to make sure."
But isn't that more? I always felt that wasn't because of the countries. It was more so because of democracy.
Boom.
No, we don't have a democracy.
Like
this is not a democracy in America. It's a misconception.
I mean, it's supposed to be though.
No, it's not. It's never. Look up the Constitution. It was never meant to be a democracy in the United States. We are a representative republic. End of story.
Okay.
I still think that's a bit of a nebulous argument of having guns legal in America.
Yeah,
not much.
It's in our Constitution, the right to bear arms.
But apart from like your Constitution, like as a like,
but our Constitution
wouldn't it be a safer country without guns?
No,
it's not going to happen anyways. Even if there were
not
gun
gonna
laws, it's not going to stop it. I live 5 minutes from Detroit. I can go get anything I want. I know a guy.
Oh fuck! But I mean, like, have you guys questioned why
Who doesn't know a
things
guy
are so
down
bad? Because like when I go to America,
it's a mixture of things. It's not just guns. It's a mixture of things. You can't
like
blame
when I
all
go-
the problems on guns. It's
Sure,
not
but
what
I
the
mean-
problem is.
Sure, but hold on, wait. I just want to say
People
something.
from the government. You can go to jail in England for Facebook posts.
That's
Not
true.
really.
Are you English? Blinded?
No.
Then let Bob answer.
Yeah, I think didn't like well, not just Facebook posts, but like Count Dunkula, he went to jail for like making a funny video. But like if you send harassing
Nazi
messages, if you send
Yeah,
like
that one was dumb.
2 or more unsolicited messages harassing someone, that's considered harassment. I think you can get nicked for that.
I think a lot of people see that the Count Dunkula situation as like.
Look at Potion Sword Run says, Bob, we could become China. Guns guarantee it doesn't happen.
That's a.
It's true.
That's a bit of a reach.
Not really. The Chinese people didn't have guns and
I think
from the government.
I don't think Chinese people having guns would have stopped all
yeah.
their problems. Like, I think their problems are a bit bigger.
I always just accepted that you guys are
When the
American,
Communist Party
and a
came
lot
in-
of the stuff that you guys like believe in is more of a cultural thing. Because like when you go to another country, it's very similar. So that's why I was always like, there's no point in arguing it because it's like it's a cultural difference. I'm not going to change their mind. So it's like
we kicked England's ass and freed ourselves from their tyrannical rule. And we've been kicking ass ever since. Why? Because we have guns.
Did you ever?
But I just want to hold on. Wait, I want to get you guys' take because when I go
Is Canada
to
out
the
there helping
States,
the Ukrainians? No.
Yeah.
Is England out there helping the Ukrainians?
Yes.
No.
What are you talking
We're
about?
putting boots in people's asses, and all we want is a thank you.
I just want to know how the states fared when they attacked Canada.
England's doing more for Ukraine than many countries.
Oh, Ninja.
What about that White House there?
What about it? Y'all went back to the north after we found out, right?
After we burned it down, because
we didn't like that White House anyway. We were going to get a new one.
Fuck.
It's because they came and they're like, let's fight. And the Americans are like, we don't know how to do fisticuffs. We just use guns because we're not tough.
I mean, I just want to say this. Okay, this is my one point. When you go to the U.S., the one thing that I noticed is that you guys have like a lot of places that are just like completely run down. Where it's like, when I go to any other country, there's nothing like that. There's nothing like that even in Canada. Like I can't. It's really weird.
Yeah, but you have a lot of empty space in Moose, right?
Yeah, but
not really.
Tony,
No. When you go to the cities, it's completely different. Like
You know
the cities
why?
are like well kept
Here's
and
why.
no ghettos, none of
We
that.
had a whole policy of bring us your tired, your huddled masses. You know, we let people into the country. We let almost anybody who wants to come in, as long as you're not a fucking criminal or a psychopath, right?
Okay.
So we got overrun. We got a little too many people. And sometimes people come in illegally, and that causes issues too.
So we shoot them.
I mean, we have a lot of people in Canada coming over too, but still doesn't look like the U.S.
You just have a lot stricter immigration laws in Canada.
We do, but
Tony.
that's not what I mean. I'm talking about when you go down the street. Like when I would go to Buffalo, there's just like empty spots and just like, yeah,
Buffalo's
you
the
know what I
shithole.
mean. Yeah, Buffalo and Cleveland and
Everywhere else.
Yeah, everywhere else. Yeah, it's like when you go to Canada, it's
Ocean says because our
nothing
government
like
is
that.
bought and paid for by corporations, we are the richest country that has ever been. That's BS, Tony. He says our government is just as corrupt as it. Yeah, our government's totally shit.
I mean, I think everybody could agree with that, but I think Americans
Our
are
government
like,
shit. Thanks.
Tony, you hear me?
What's up?
You guys hear me? All right, I'm gonna post
Yeah.
something in the chat. I want you to play these for Ninja Kitty and Blind to Braille. They'll like this.
Is it a Playdate commercial?
What are we
no,
doing?
It's not.
not even close. Okay.
All right, there you go. Pull this up.
Is he gonna open it up?
What is it?
They'll like this.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've ever heard this before.
Wait, just tell us, because if I open it up, I'll like change tabs.
It's I opened it up. It's Gordon Sinclair, the Americans.
Okay.
Canadians'
As long as it's
opinion.
nothing too risque.
Oh,
Ooh, boss battle.
Say that again, Tony. What was that?
Americans. What is this?
The Americans, the Canadians' opinion.
It's going to get copyright claimed.
The United States dollar took another pounding on German, French, and British exchanges this morning, hitting the lowest point ever known in West Germany. It has declined there by 41% since 1971, and this Canadian thinks it's time to speak up for the Americans as the most generous and possibly the least appreciated people in all the world. As long as 60 years ago, when I first started to read newspapers, I read of floods on the Yellow River and the Yangtze. Well, who rushed in with men and money to help? The Americans did, that's who. They have helped control floods on the Nile, the Amazon, the Ganges, and the Niger. Today, the rich bottomland of the Mississippi is underwater, and no foreign land has sent $1 to help. Germany, Japan, and to a lesser extent Britain and Italy were lifted out of the debris of war by the Americans, who poured in billions of dollars and forgave other billions in debts. None of those countries is today paying even the interest on its remaining debts to the United States. When the franc was in danger of collapsing in 1956, it was the Americans who propped it up, and their reward was to be insulted and swindled on the streets of Paris. And I was there. I saw that. When distant cities are hit by earthquake.
All right, I think we get the point there.
I don't get the point.
Yeah, I didn't really get the point.
I don't get the point. Is he just basically sucking America's cock?
Yeah, basically. He's saying
This was really old. No,
I don't know if it's
basically,
parody.
whenever some shit goes down, America's there to back you up. And when shit goes down,
Do we need to bring up World War II?
But I just
We
don't
need to bring
get
up World War
what
II.
is the point though. Like,
World
yeah,
War II, we came
we're
and saved your asses.
When did that happen?
No, when did
Right
that,
at the end, you came in to claim
At
the
the
glory and act. as
No.
if
After
you did
Pearl
it.
Harbor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is
If Pearl
yeah,
Harbor didn't happen, it might be a different story.
Which
That's
when
a
that
good
happened, did you know our government was like, hey, they're gonna bomb us. We're like, yeah, go ahead, let that happen. We need an excuse to get into the war anyway.
Yeah, America and your false flags.
I know. We're sons of bitches like
No,
that.
but the point that we were trying to say is like, it's not that we hate America. We're just like very confused by it.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Can I finally say a point where it won't get interrupted?
Maybe.
Yes.
You can
And
try.
this is the same way I've talked to many fellow Canadians when we go to the States. I said this before. It's unnerving when we see someone packing a gun on them. Like it's extremely like.
See, the problem is
Some people
see, what
get
you don't
massive
understand-
anxiety.
You don't understand is that the person holding that weapon usually knows how to use it. Smart
It doesn't
people who
matter.
have weapons,
Yeah,
when you
it-
see it,
Yeah,
but that's
obvious
not
when
the
you see
point,
it.
though.
Gary,
No, you're
Gary,
not
shut up.
understanding the point.
Gary, shut up.
You're not
Let me
understanding
finish my
the
point.
No,
Gary,
you're not understanding the point.
Gary,
You're scared of
let me-
nothing.
Gary.
Nothing.
Let me finish.
Let the man talk.
I could give someone the finger here if they cut me off and have no worries in my life. In the States,
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not giving someone the finger because they're trigger happy, untrained.
They're not
professional at the
trigger
gun.
happy. That's where are you hearing this from? Where
Was
are
there
you
any
hearing
mass-
that people are?
Do you want to bring up
That's-
the numbers of the amount of
200 mass
homicides
Hold
with
Whoa! Hold up.
What's the
Mass
percentage?
shootings has nothing to do with being trigger happy.
not mass shootings, percentage of homicides by firearms?
That's still not trigger
Or
happy.
that too.
Most of those are
That's not trigger
premeditated.
happy.
I mean, we kind of. I mean,
Do you know how
this is
many
what I'm
people are
saying.
in
It's
this
a cultural thing.
Do you know how many people are in this country? It's a very small
and this
number.
is why we
Gary,
say
and
it's
that's
a
a very
cultural
small
thing.
number. And there's a
Trust
that's a very small number, and it's a very small number of
Gary.
idiots who
Hold
are
on,
not
Gary.
trained,
Hold
and they
on,
don't
Gary.
even own their
Hold on.
firearms
Gary, just let me
legally.
finish.
Gary, hold on. Let the man finish.
Gary,
And then-
can you get a firearm?
Can I get a firearm? Yes. If I
Yeah,
wanted
that
one, I
scares the
actually
fuck
went
out of
over.
me.
That scares the fuck out of me too.
Can Carl get one?
Carl can't get one. No, probably not.
Probably because of his eyesight, though, right?
Yeah.
Why
If it
would
wasn't
that
for his
scare
eyesight,
you?
hang on. Have you ever heard him talk about certain
No.
people?
Carl couldn't get
You-
one for,
you-
for a
you-
couple of reasons.
You do
There's a couple
realize when
reasons.
someone's
No, Tony, hang on a second. Let me finish. Our friend over here, Gary, says he could just talk to a guy and get one, like snap the fingers.
you don't just get
Hmm.
one. You have to go through a background check. I haven't done anything to
Okay.
But you
you
know,
get one
here,
illegally, though.
exclude me on that list.
but you know, like here in Canada,
You can get
to have
both.
like a gun license, it's actually like super restrictive. Like
Well, hold
the
on,
cops
hold
check
on.
up on you. There's a lot of like procedures that you have to do.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Ninja Kitty says in Canada they could just flip anybody off. They're not worried about getting shot, right?
Yeah.
In America, you flip someone off, you might get shot. Well, that's the deterrent from flipping people off. Okay?
But
You
that's
gotta
like that's a
act right.
Okay,
You
hold on,
act
hold on.
right, or you get shot.
Hold
Fuck
on, hold
you,
on. Wait, that's a
America, yeah.
disproportionate response, though. You know what I mean? Like,
Hang on a
But that
second,
keeps
Tony.
you in
We
check, right?
Tony,
That keeps you in check.
hang on, Tony.
no.
Hang on a second, Tony. We had this discussion before about Chicago. In Canada, I can pretty much drive anywhere in the country.
I can
Yeah.
drive
And
anywhere
late
in
at night
in
and
Chicago,
be
late at
no
night.
fear.
No fear.
Yep.
We had this discussion
Hey.
about Chicago where you don't
Blinded.
stop in certain
Jerry might
places.
have a problem.
Blinded. If I go legally to go obtain a firearm, how long do you think it takes me? How
You
long do you
never
think
get
it
a
would take me
firearm
to
here.
get it?
Hold-
You
hold-
wouldn't.
Hold on.
You
We
zero.
gotta-
No, I didn't say
Hold
in
on.
Canada. I said here.
Oh, here.
Here,
I don't
here.
know.
Hold on.
I mean, I think it would probably take more than a couple of months, though.
Get, blinded. You keep making a weird sound with your mic.
Oh, it's just me
Yeah.
rubbing my hair. Sorry.
Stop flipping your hair and trying to be all.
He's
But
got the
flipping
beaver
people
cut.
off is freedom.
Classic
It
one.
is. But we have freedom of speech. We don't have freedom from consequences. You're allowed to say some shit. You get out of pocket, you might get shot.
Yeah, but then
Take
like,
your
the
freedom in
person's
your own
gonna get
hands.
done for murder.
Yeah. And that person goes to jail. See, everybody.
No
wins.
one's ever been shot. No one's ever been shot in your guys' country at all, ever, not once.
Rarely.
Barely.
Not
No,
ever,
I
but-
didn't. That was exactly there. That's the point.
But
The
it's
numbers are higher
Dude,
here, but there's
Yeah.
it's not a
The homicide rates
it's not a
and the
melting pot.
violent crime rates is like significantly lower per
lower.
capita here,
Yeah.
Yeah.
especially for innocent people. Usually the
Uh,
people
I'm-
get shot here.
You know
is-
what? I bet even if we had guns like you guys, it still would be
Freedom is a scary
relatively
thing.
low.
See, look at that. Freedom is a scary thing.
I've got plenty of freedom in England, and like,
Yeah.
as much freedom as I've got here, like I don't need any more freedom. Like,
I mean, I could get hit by a bus and not have
Bob,
you
can
know,
you tell
$1 million in debt.
Can you tell your prime minister to go fuck himself, Bob?
Hell
Yes.
yeah. Well, no,
People
maybe
have
not.
done it here.
See,
People have done
he goes, hell yeah. No, maybe not. I could walk up to Joe Biden and be like, fuck you, go fuck yourself, Joe Biden.
I'm pretty sure Bob can do that.
Yeah, I could
can.
tell Boris Johnson he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he just
Easily.
did.
No.
Easily.
To his face. Can you do it
Yeah.
to his face?
Well, I mean,
If he
See,
got the
he-
chance,
like-
yeah.
No,
you
already
can't
were
like, but
I mean, Tony,
no,
can you
I
go
mean,
to Joe
like,
Biden?
Can you
like
have a
somehow
face-to-face?
physically? Yeah.
Can you
You know what I
physically
mean?
get
Like-
face to face with Joe Biden and have a conversation with him? Probably not.
Yeah?
You're not
Okay, let's
important
put
enough.
money on it.
Yeah,
Like,
you got
can I
by
go
the
to
end of
Joe
the year.
Biden within the next hour? No, probably not. But if he has
No,
a
not in the next
public
hour.
appearance, right? If he's like appearing somewhere, I could go to Joe Biden. And be like, fuck
Okay,
you.
come on.
Yeah,
Okay,
if Boris
like,
Johnson was appearing somewhere, I could go.
That's what
call him
I'm
a
saying. The
fucking
same
twat.
thing, but you would probably
No,
get
hold
tackled.
on.
yeah, we
Take it-
can
take-
though.
You can. Here's the thing: you could to Joe Biden if he actually went to a rally. He doesn't do rallies. But here's the thing: even if you
Why
did
did
at a
you vote
rally,
for him?
you
Okay,
could be an
that was
I
kind of
didn't
funny.
vote for him.
Ooh, I
Sure.
don't like this boss battle. Ah, shit.
Hey.
I mean, but these are kind of like minute things to get hooked up on, though, because like most of the
Well, I
time
need to-
this never really
Here we
happens to
go.
us.
Turbine says, post on Facebook that the queen is a stupid slut and see what happens.
Okay, I'm tempted.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
I mean, I like we're talking about kind of like living standards. Like our living standards are pretty good. Where you're like,
Our living standards
maybe
are
there's
pretty good too.
Who's
All
talking
right.
about living standards?
I'm
We had
out.
this conversation about this before.
About what?
Living
Was it me and
standards,
you?
because much better in Canada.
Yeah,
Not
like
really.
Significantly
it
better.
is.
Hmm.
Study shows it is like
Studies
like sure if you want to
who are
talk about like
socialist-
very small, but like most countries have socialist ideas, like the cops and the firefighters. That's a socialist idea.
No, sorry, I was laughing at this comment because it's like post on Facebook the queen is a stupid slut and see what happens and you'll get a knock on the door. No.
I mean, it's what I said is
No.
true though. Like you need the cops and the firefighters. Like those are part of the government. Like I wouldn't like you know what I mean? Like if you don't trust your government, then you don't really trust those
No, we
fucking
don't.
departments as well.
We don't.
If you trust government, man, if you trust government, you're crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what I'm saying? Like if you hate the
Americans
government so
don't trust
much.
Anybody.
Oh, I think he dropped off or his AirPods died. Gary.
No, the government's after him because he talked about.
But we're talking about like
someone in
living.
his neighborhood with a gun. Someone in his neighborhood just came and got him.
But if you're talking about living standards, like besides maybe like the housing here.
Look, it's not a fair comparison because
Yeah,
the U.S. is so much bigger than a lot of countries. Maybe not Canada,
No. Yeah. Okay.
but
I
it's
get you on
bigger
that.
than a lot like Sweden. They're like, oh, Sweden's so great. The living standards are so high, but the country's so fucking small. We have really high
No.
standards of living in some places, and some places are really shitty. And then our average is kind of in the middle, right?
Yeah, but Canada is massive and we don't have that problem.
But
Like if
you
you're
also
talking
have
about
big
amount of
chunks land that
population.
have nobody there. We
Yeah,
have pretty much everybody everywhere. We have way
And-
more people in the United States than you have in Canada.
I don't really see that as being a good excuse though. Like how
It's
is
not an
that how is
excuse,
that
It's just a reality.
It just
Yeah,
because
but
it's
what-
scaled
how is-
larger doesn't mean you can't do it.
yeah, like I'm confused. What's the point that you're trying to make? Like I'm not being
We
like
have
in bad faith. But, like,
331 million people. You have 37 million. We have
I get
almost
that.
10 times as many people as you.
But you could scale.
sure,
You could scale it.
you could still scale. Yeah, that's what I'm
the
confused
reason
about.
the difference
scale-
is
it's not-
it's
You
not
guys are the
different.
most wealthiest country in the world. What's the issue?
America's also divided up into states.
Yeah. Like you guys, in our opinions, you guys should be like the pinnacle of us.
Okay.
That's how we talk about it. It's like,
you know how in Europe you got all those little countries and they got the European Union
yeah, the EU.
yeah. Lucy's got
Yeah.
it.
and they fight amongst each other for benefits.
Not
and all
really.
that. But
Hey,
they can all
Potion,
agree.
It's
you know.
good. Trust me. I know from
Yeah.
experience.
But here's the thing. That's basically how the states are, right? It's not. We all see this as one big.
This
country.
is
It's
hold on.
America.
This is such a kind of like disingenuous point because
I think
it's
he
like
means Native American, like Native.
I know,
yeah,
that's what I mean.
yeah,
Indigenous people.
that's why I'm saying this is a bit disingenuous because it's like yeah, I
That'd
never
be
said that what's it called that we don't have problems, but it's like that's not really what we're talking about here. Your standard of living is still pretty good, and obviously our government with the natives obviously has like some back and forth that the government definitely has to sort out, but that's not what we're talking about here. Like that to me
that's
is
a different issue.
that's a totally yeah.
Can
You know
I
what I
interrupt
mean?
there? Because since I
Yeah.
actively visit those communities, it is not because the government of Canada isn't helping out. It's they're policed by themselves, and some are great, and some are terrible because it's
Terrible.
corrupt,
Yeah.
and it's because of the corruption, not because of the. Trust me.
Mm.
Trust me, if the government does a lot for them.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that too, but like the point that he was trying to bring up, like I don't know how like knowledgeable
Potion is like in the topic about this, but like it's not like we're debating like an entirely different issue.
What? In Canada, you're not allowed to cut trees on your own property, for example? Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Doesn't
We
make
just
sense.
did it.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
like,
here we
what are you
go.
talking about?
You know what? Because you guys,
That's such a
hold-
small
hold-
point,
hold
though.
on.
What does that have
Hold
to
on.
do?
Hold on, because I'm gonna show you something.
Okay.
This is the standard of living by country, quality of life by country, 2022. We see Switzerland, Denmark, Netherlands, Finland, Australia, Iceland, Austria, Germany, New Zealand, Luxembourg, Norway, Estonia, Sweden, Oman, Slovenia, Japan, United States, Spain, Lithuania, Portugal, Canada, then the United Kingdom. So both of your countries
what is this?
can
Hold
suck
on.
it. Boom.
Hold on. What is this study?
What? What's
This
this
is
scaling?
this is yeah.
Standard
What is
of
this?
living by country, quality of life by country.
What is the standard of living? Hold
What's
on.
the
You
I
can't
don't
just
fucking
throw up
know.
a
I didn't
study
make
like
the
that.
chart. I just know
Why?
that the
Then
chart
why are you
exists
showing us this?
because we're better than you. That's it.
Oh,
Point.
yeah.
Yeah, dude.
You're
Like this
arguing
is
about quality
why
of
this
life.
is what we talk about. This is why it's always about better. We're not talking about being better. We're talking about standard.
Yeah, our standard's better than your standard.
In what way?
I don't know, but that chart says it, and that's all that matters.
Hold on. You can't give me one reason. Come on.
USA #1.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about though. Like when we see you guys, we just see this, where it's like this is what you guys say about China, but this is how we see the US. It's like it's always like we're the best, we're the blah blah blah, and it's like you guys should be the best, right?
We are the
You
best.
guys are the most wealthiest country. You guys have some of the best technology. You guys are innovating, doing all this stuff, but yet some of the most basic things that everybody else in the Western countries have, you guys don't have. And it's very like complex for us where we're like, that's why I say it's just a cultural thing. Like like I don't know if it will change, to be honest. Right. Like, and I don't think.
And if we got rid of Chicago, Baltimore, LA, and other shithole Democrat-run cities, the U.S. would probably be top 10.
Sure.
Probably.
Okay.
Can I just make a point for a second?
Yeah, go.
Because our friend Gary is around here. If Gary were to be a Canadian citizen in his situation right now, you'd have no fear about life would be good for him. That's all I'm saying. You'd have no fears.
Yeah, I feel like if you guys lived in Canada and you guys are like peak living,
I don't think I'm going to be living in Canada as good as you get.
There's a ton of brown people in Canada.
There's a ton of
Tons.
What are you talking about?
There's no Mexicans?
There's a lot of South Americans, a lot of
I didn't say South Americans, but okay.
But that's also another thing too, like based on like race. We don't really like
Potion Swords. It's our government that is corrupt. Why we don't have nice things? I keep yelling it. They spend our money on war, give it to corporations for rockets.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, but I also feel like the people also have to make it.
Go to bed, especially Bob. I'm not drunk.
I'm sober.
Ramblin would agree with us, so it's like.
Oh yeah, all the foreigners agree that the America sucks.
You don't get it. You really don't get it. This is like a legitimate fact.
Jealousy and projection. I get it.
No, it's not. It's more. I will give you this. It's more elitism, but it's definitely not fucking.
That chart says we're better than both of y'all.
But I really want to know in what way, because
that chart with homicides says you're better than us too in that.
You got number one in homicides.
And education and poverty and all those other charts.
Mass shootings too.
All I'm saying is this world population review, country ranking, standards of living, quality of
this
life.
is us. Like it's that meme where the guy is like yelling, and everybody's in the circle and they're just like chilling. We're like chilling, and everybody in America is like America's number one, and we're just like great, cool. And then we go back to normal, and you guys are still shouting it. It's like, yeah, we get it, but it's still like it's like whatever for us. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Potion Sword Run says that's why we hate them and won't give up our guns. That's right.
I think that's like something which is like quite American as well. This whole pride of their country. They've got a lot of pride for their country. These Americans.
That's fine
These
though.
Americans.
Dude, Tony, have you really been to Canada or like the UK or like
Anywhere normal?
Yeah, because it's like, if you do you know anybody from like family, like personal in your personal life, just like out of curiosity?
Family. I know.
I mean,
people
why?
from
I have
South
family in the
America
States.
who flee poverty and oppression from dictatorships that come to America for freedom. Yeah. So I know
Sure.
those people.
Shit.
I mean, there's people.
They're
Yeah,
not fleeing to the U.S.
but I mean, like someone personal. Like it needs to be family, but like in your personal life, because like I feel like this kind of explains a little bit.
I mostly know American people.
Yeah, because I'm telling you this. If you go out and you start talking with a lot of people, I would say like 90%. Even the people who are like
Jim Tudor says Trump will invade Canada and absorb you guys into super America.
Sure.
We're gonna make you two states, the 51st and 52nd. It'll be Quebec as one state and the rest of Canada as the other.
Is Pushing Sword Ren coming on?
Should I go on? No, I think he meant should we go on.
I thought you meant should we
No,
go on
like
here?
go
Sorry,
on as
I-
in.
playing the Mega Man here.
What was you saying, Blinded Bro? About percentage? 90% of people would say.
I would say that like for the UK or Canada or Australia, like 90% of people would say that they would prefer to live in their country than the US.
Oh,
Yeah, Darius doesn't count. You guys can have him.
No.
I think a lot of people are a bit like America, that crazy place.
Yeah, a lot of people are like that. Even the people who are like, I would say any spectrum. I would put money on that. Any spectrum, they would say that. And the people who say that they don't like their country, I feel like they don't know how good they got it.
You don't think Darius would be able to live in that apartment in the States?
No.
I don't.
I'm sure people
I don't
in
either.
war-torn countries might not like their country, want to live somewhere else.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about us in the first world, like us in first world countries, like don't realize how good we've got it.
Mm-hmm. It's true. I mean, like when I have to like, yeah, I'm like very cynical about what's happening politically, but like you kind of also have to realize, yeah, we're doing okay. Like
our problems are small compared to like some.
Yeah.
Ukraine.
Like the Ukraine, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
America #1.
I don't even think we've even refuted that. I don't think any of the three of us refuted that. We just still think it's
Well, factually,
weird.
that quality of life chart showed that America was way down the list.
Yeah, that was a good
It
point.
wasn't #1. So I am disputing that.
It's all right, guys. It's all right.
It's okay. I know you got that like crying face with the happy face on.
Oh, the
No,
mask,
fuck it.
the mask, meme
Yeah,
or whatever it
the
is.
mask meme. Yeah, the Wojak meme.
Nah.
Nah.
It's all good.
Nah,
It's all good.
nah, I'm good.
I'll take my tears when I
I'm
go to
alright,
the hospital
guys.
for free. And
We could go to the hospital for free. This whole idea
Free.
that you can't go to the hospital for free.
But they like to make up lies about our healthcare system. That's the thing where I'm like, come on. I seen that. I was like, no.
You seen
There's
what?
there's fucking people who live in America who are like have dual citizenships, and they fly here to get their healthcare, and then they fly back. Like that tells you something. When people are doing that.
Yeah.
Are they going for the free healthcare or for the privatized healthcare?
They're
for the
going for the
poutine.
free. They going for the free healthcare.
Because I know there's a lot of people in Canada that prefer the privatized healthcare versus the free one.
if you have the money, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, but I mean, like, you could have both.
But what you're saying is, if you have money, the private healthcare is better.
No, I never said that. Yeah, it's faster.
Not in this country. Like if money was no object, like I'd
The
probably-
UK is a little different from us, though. To be fair,
yeah, if money was no object for me, I would probably like fly to America and pay for like medical treatment to get it done faster. Because
Yeah.
like the way the medical system, the way the NHS works, ain't great. But like on the flip side, as like someone with not unlimited money, I'm very grateful for the NHS.
But didn't most of the
Yeah.
medical breakthroughs come from us through our healthcare system, and then you guys?
I love how
benefit from
Tony.
that?
Hold on, Ninja. I love how Tony always goes from like, "We are the number one," and it's like, "Hey, but how come you guys don't have free healthcare?
Well,
Fuck
I'm
that
just
shit.
saying-
We're number one."
I'm saying like we developed the drugs, and then you guys knock them off, and you give them away for free, and you're like, our healthcare system's better. Yeah, but you didn't develop. the
That's
fucking
not
drugs.
okay. But do you think healthcare is just drugs?
I was just one example. There's also medical devices. There's
How
also
about the
medical
doctors, the
procedures.
surgeons?
Yeah, we train you guys too, and then you go up north and give it away for free like horse.
It's not even for. It's
taxed.
It's
I know what
taxed.
It is. It was
It's
called
paid by
a joke.
taxes. We have like a thing called an what do you call it? National
Rambling Man
insurance.
says the UK isn't perfect. Knife crime is horrendous. MPs are getting mortared, and the spoiler got decapitated.
A soldier.
Yeah.
Plus, the class system stinks, and we are tied to the royal family.
I again will say no country is perfect. Like we were just
But I'm
talking
saying,
about.
why do you need knives in UK? Why can't you just get rid of your knives, Bob?
How are they going
It's
to cut
nice.
their
They're gonna-
bangers and mash?
We do.
What, their teeth?
Use a fork.
It's a
They
bit
got big
different.
teeth. No,
Like
that was a joke.
people need knives for all sorts of things. You what can you use a gun for? A gun isn't a multi-purpose tool.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
could use it
you
to open
aim
a
and
lock.
shoot.
I could
You could use it to
play
open a lock,
Doom. I could
open
play
a
Doom.
jar.
Real life Doom in a school.
Oh fuck, we gonna get canceled, man.
4th of
fuck.
July, it makes a good noisemaker on 4th of July. Just shoot that
Do I
bad
go
boy
for
up
it?
in the air.
Yes.
I just feel like the point is we're talking about, and I really am curious about how they're rating the standard of living, because like the
You're
first
just very
like
upset
what?
that we ranked higher on that chart than you did, aren't you?
No, I'm just like curious. No one is upset.
I'm curious. Who's the Wojak now with the crying face and the happy face mask?
Okay, okay, Tony. But as I was saying before, like, yeah, all
Jim
I'm saying
Tudor.
is, like I just don't get the. I literally said we don't care about the whole number one thing. We're just saying like it's very weird
No, it's
to
not
us.
about number one. It's about us being better than you.
Yeah.
Whoever it is on the chart, whether we're 25 and you're 27, or we're 50 and you're 51, we're still better than you. That's the point.
I really am curious. He pulled up one that was like,
he just pulled up
what is the
an
stand?
arbitrary chart with
Yeah.
some numbers on it.
I just
was like,
looked up. I just typed
America's
in
higher.
quality of life.
He's playing the bit
My
right now
country.
because you
I know
wouldn't
he's playing
do
it,
that.
he's trolling us.
Tony,
Like,
can I just say something here again? In Canada,
Always. In
Canada-
America, you have freedom of speech, so you
Hey,
go ahead and say whatever you want.
I just want to say in Canada, you could in Canada. So let me say this: you could move out of your mom's basement. You can get liposuction to get that 500 pounds off your ass, and you can have enough money to buy yourself a vehicle or what else do you have to get?
Get a job, get a girlfriend.
Video
Good
games,
job. Video games.
and yeah, that's about it.
legal weed
Breathe that clean
Legal weed,
air
yes.
from our trees. You know what I mean?
across the
And you
whole
get that Esca
country,
water.
not just states.
Esco. There's a bunch of stuff here. Okay.
Illegal on a federal level weed.
Oh yeah, but don't we like to say don't take the government weed.
Oh.
And we also have
It's
a
a joke.
better looking woman in Canada, so there you go.
True.
Unfortunately, unlike in the States, I don't think you can hook up with like a 15-year-old or whatever. Yeah.
Rip.
What did you just say?
you say unfortunately?
sketchy.
Oh, I said that Tony likes the young ladies. Still frowned upon here.
Not that.
Yeah.
young. No.
No,
Okay.
no, not that young.
Isn't the age of consent 16?
I don't even
Or
know.
14 sometimes.
He pulled it up with a thing called the internet, invented in America.
Yeah, he pulled it up on the internet with no. Aren't you the sources, man? And you just like
I
randomly.
literally just typed in, and I told you what the source was. I typed in quality of life by country, and I hit enter, and fucking Microsoft.
And he clicked the first link. Nice to know.
Microsoft Bing fucking shot a thing out, and I clicked it.
Okay, great research.
I didn't even know. I had no idea what the chart was going to say. I just clicked it. It could have been Canada above U.S. But it wasn't.
You should,
okay.
You may as well like look up the every country's what is it, GMP or whatever it is, gross national product, and compare it by that, and then you'd definitely be at the top just because you got like more people.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
apparently you
so.
might have been owned in the comments there.
Yeah, fuck you, Tony.
we all know that what's his name invented the internet.
Bill Gates.
That's
a joke. That's a joke.
No. What's his name? The vice president.
Steve Jobs.
Al Gore.
Al Gore. Oh boy.
We had better ducks. Rambling Man says they got better ducks in England. We can see.
You should come to our Chinese restaurants. We got banging duck.
Okay.
Very tasty duck.
All I know is I enjoy my maple syrup, and I like my Americans. I don't really have nothing against them.
Did you guys talk earlier about the artist for Duckman dying?
No, I didn't know that. Was that Tom Sell?
I like Duckman. That was a good show. I just wanted to
Duckman is massively underrated. I
like it a lot.
I saw a very funny joke where, like, I love Duckman.
Potion Sword Run should come and live in Canada. Why don't you go up to Vancouver and live there? Give it like a year.
He'd like it there.
Yeah.
Besides, well, he did live in California, so he'd be used to.
It's like LA but colder.
And has OEV Pete. That's all that matters.
Yeah, you have Pete.
Or sorry, Pack Opening Pro.
All right, it's been 7 hours and 35 fucking minutes.
Jesus.
Oh, little Tony has to go to bed.
I don't have to go to bed.
Yeah, you see, you would thrive in Canada. I'm telling you.
Whoa! I almost died.
He said Canada's easy mode. Potion Sword Run.
That's a bad thing.
Challenge.
Easy mode living.
God, we're gonna get ragged on for like streaming for 7 hours now.
They were arguing about America. Fuck that guy. He's gonna be like, you know what? Maybe Darius will be like, maybe that Tony was right because fucking America is a lot better than Canada. Fuck that Blinded Braille and that Bob, that Ninja Kitty.
Okay.
And then I don't know about that Gary.
I love how like afterward I just like continue with my life. Like I go to the gym, I can go wherever I want, travel, meet people I want, get a job, go to school, do the things I want, and not worry about a lot of the stuff Americans have to worry about.
Like getting shot.
Yeah. I can still even go to hunting here.
I can do all that stuff too.
Yeah,
and I don't have to wear a mask.
I don't have to wear a mask. Okay.
Have to wear a mask.
We don't have to wear a mask.
I choose to wear a mask.
I haven't worn a mask in like
20 years.
Almost. Yeah. I can go wherever I want, do whatever I want.
He says I don't have issues with anyone, but I would totally pay $50 on pay-per-view to watch CG and Darius in a cage match.
You think they just make out first? Like at the end of Bruno? I can see that happening. Then call each other cucks after doing that.
Or it'll be like when what's his name? Fuck. Andy Worski tried to fight that other guy.
Oh, Tonkasaw?
Yeah. It's gonna be like that.
I just realized, like, Darius gives Canadians a bad reputation because, like, Canadians have this whole reputation of being so passive and nice. And you got Darius.
No, there's a lot of people like that, but like they say that and then they still like carry on. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, fuck Canada. And then they're like, the next couple of months, they're all just like sitting down, chilling, smoking weed.
It's like, fuck Canada. Where's my handout?
But the thing is, okay, that was kind of funny, but still, it's like, I'm pretty sure everybody's like cynical a little bit now about their fucking government. You know what I mean? Like, it's like whatever. Like, I just think it's like weird when you're like just so obsessed about it. You're like, okay, like relax, like just go out and do whatever the fuck you want. Just like forget about it.
Who's obsessed with it?
Oh, people here. I mean, like they're
because we definitely just fuck around.
Ninja Kitty knows what I'm talking about.
I haven't asked Blinded. What's his take on flat earthers?
I mean, you already know my take. I could care less. Believe whatever you want, but like, I believe in science. Okay. It is weird though. I will admit that. I think it's. Anytime I hear someone say they're flat Earth, I'm like, so
you must have
was
been
it grade 10 you dropped out of or grade 11?
I just thought if they ate paint chips as a child, that's about it.
Yeah.
Or the response is usually something like, "Oh, school's fucking stupid anyway. Yada yada. College is scam and
they're programming you. They're brainwashing you.
Blah blah blah. Just look at the shit on the internet and don't even read. Don't read. Don't. You're not questioning. You're not using critical thinking." But I watched a bunch of YouTube videos that told me something. Yeah. Cool.
I hope you're joking, CM Retro, because I'm going to have to unsubscribe if you're not.
Hey, if you want to believe it, perfectly fine.
The Earth is round and hollow and filled with Nazis.
It's filled with dinosaurs and
dinosaurs
Nazis.
and Nazis. Yeah, that's Iron Sky 2, the documentary. Watch it.
Education is evil.
I have a question.
Don't think.
I have a question.
Consume.
For the panel here, you think when Carl plays Wolfenstein, he gets mad when you start winning at the game?
I don't think Carl's pro-Nazi.
He just tries to shoot his own self. He's like, why can't I kill myself?
Oh, man.
Carl. I miss Carl.
I invited him on the show. He didn't answer my tweets, my DMs.
He might have been busy.
I'd just like to categorically say I'm like 99. Well, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty damn sure Carl is not pro-Nazi. He likes to.
I think he just likes.
He likes the uniforms.
No, he likes talking about the history of it.
Yeah, yeah. Carl's a big history buff.
Like, yeah, he's not pro-Nazi. No.
No, yeah. It's just a joke, though.
I know, but like, people make jokes on this show and it gets taken out of context.
That is true. Good point.
Have you read his Twitter before about his pro-Hitler stuff?
He does say things. I feel like sometimes he's.
I think
like
shock reaction.
Yeah.
I don't think he's being pro-Hitler. Like, I saw his last thing, which was something like, Hitler was a lefty. How do you feel about that, lefties? Like,
yeah, that was sort of.
Then he said, "I love
Carl
lefties."
Humor. Yes, yeah.
With the initials AH.
No, he didn't.
And then he had a selfie with a shoe polish on under his nose.
Carl said, if you want to buy something Turtles related for nostalgia, buy the cartoon series. Buying the game for nostalgia alone would be a waste.
I didn't buy the game. Got it on free.
He says it's generic. He would give it a 5.
That's fair. I mean, I think giving it a 7 is like very generous.
If he said it's generic, I can't like blame him on that.
Carl is not a Nazi. No.
Yeah, you are right. Some jokes are gonna go out of context and we'll probably be upset. So
He says brawler is a genre for old people.
yeah,
He's kind of not wrong. The game is like basically
it's an
for
old
like,
school game.
yeah, it's for nostalgia bait. It's nostalgia bait.
I mean, it's not a bad thing, but like I think me and him were talking about that a little bit, where it's like, yeah, games are kind of about innovation. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made that gaming has got a bit stagnant.
Yeah, I would. But to be fair, like,
Is it stagnant? Because if you go into the indies, there's a ton of games.
like in
They're
terms of
not AAA.
innovation.
I mean, like, yes and no. Like, stagnant to the degree that like we've got all these like. When was the last time there was a new genre of game or like, like a really experimental game that got big and successful?
Well. That's why we have. Wait
Death
for
Stranding.
it. Yeah.
Indeed. That's why we have all.
That's why we got Kojima.
Like even that, like I mean, like Death Stranding is just a third, like to be a bit of a Gary. At the end of the day, it's just a third-person game.
We're gonna have to put a Gary in the Urban Dictionary now.
Yes. Doing a Gary.
Bob, how many games have you played with the crank up until now with the play date? That's innovative.
Have you seen that 64 directional disc?
I mean,
touchscreen, LEDs, and flash. Couch co-op. Have you heard of couch co-op? Because they invented that just recently, like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're welcome. Putting it on the
No, I Adam Wilson. I kind of see what Bomberny is talking about, though.
Gary's
like
still
he's
there.
not, like he's still here.
Yeah, he said his
whoops.
iPods.
He heard
Yeah.
play date and he woke up and just went right to the freaking thing. He's like, someone talk about play dates?
I mean, we
So
rag on
good.
Gary for being like, "Oh, Elden Ring is just another Dark Souls," but like in a little way, well, maybe more than a little way, he kind of has a point. Like, it is another Dark Souls game. It's a third-person game. It's an open-world game. It's a medieval game.
I somewhat agree with what he's saying, but at the same time, I'm not gonna say it because I haven't played the game. But like that was my initial reaction was like, well, it is kind of the same game, but just an open world game. So I have to kind of experience it for myself to see why it's a game of the year type game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Like in terms of like the innovation part, it's not that there aren't good games coming out, even in the AAA scene. It's just that there hasn't been something that's like revolutionary.
Yeah, that was the word I was just thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't consider VR and stuff revolutionary? Like
Not
Half-Life
really.
Alyx?
I would say it. I would say to some degree, yeah. But like, I think it needs to go a little bit further for it to be like, oh
You have
wow.
not seen that weird VR porn things that are out now?
Yeah, but I mean, like, if they had an open world game in VR and it looked realistic, I feel like that would be breaking some ground, right? Where at that point, that like immersion has been reached. Like that's kind of like my theory is like we're trying to get to the point where games are so involved and it feels like you're there or you are there, right, with the VR headset.
But then again, like yes and no. Like I don't know. I guess like I guess like in a weird way, I'm kind of agreeing with Gary. But like I also think Gary's after this like impossible creation of something which is like completely unique these days in the gaming scene. I don't know. I think like someone said it earlier. Gaming hasn't got stagnant. We've just got old. But like when there's like just like Fortnite is just a third-person battle royale shooty game. It's a third-person shooty game. We've had third-person shooty multiplayer games. like it's not massively innovative. I mean, yeah, it's cool. It's like 100 people on a map, but like it's not like that couldn't have been done before.
Yeah. It's just the technology wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been done on 360 probably. Maybe not 100 player, but like maybe like 50 player battle royale, or maybe smaller.
I don't remember how many people were in the Battlefield games back in 360 days, but there was a fair amount.
It was a fair amount, but I don't think it. I don't even
wasn't
think it was
100,
64. I don't think it was. It was probably maybe under 30.
I'm just being hyperbolic, evil, but like, yeah.
But wait, what game were you talking about? Weren't you talking about Fortnite?
Yeah, Fortnite, any third-person game. It's like, oh, like Gears of War is a third-person shooting game. A layman might be like, oh, well, you got Gears of War, that's a third-person shooting game. What's the difference between that and Fortnite?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You're running around in a third-person shooting a gun.
Third-person shitty game, Bob? Really?
No, I think evil. Yeah, he wasn't saying shitty as in it's bad. He's talking about that person's perspective.
I think he was making fun of Bob's accent.
Oh, I think I might have said third-person shitty instead of third-person shooter.
Shooter. Oh,
maybe he said shoey game because he's talking about like taking a shoey. You know what a shoey, right? You drink out of your shoe.
All right.
Shitty. Oh yeah, he meant okay.
I'm a Canadian creamer. It took you long enough, Ninja Kitty.
I suck at doing the whatever that's called, the warp. And I died there. Seriously.
I haven't been up at 4 o'clock in a long time. Jesus.
Hey, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Well, thank you.
You've never been with a woman, so no.
I found Sidekick Max. No. The new thing is Sidekick Max is the neighbor's kid that I convinced to pretend to be my kid.
Oh, yeah, I heard that one. That's fucking hilarious.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone was like, I bet Tony's kid is the neighbor's kid, and he just like borrows him for videos.
Oh, my God. Unironic?
Unironic.
Oh.
These guys are like really reaching for like shit.
Sidekick Max is Tony throwing his voice. Yeah.
It's like Fight Club.
But like when like you got to equate that these are the kind of people that also believe the earth is flat, so can you really like believe anything that comes out of their mouth?
I just ignore it. Like this is like the most I probably talked about this. Cuz it's just like really when I look at some of this stuff, it's like
thanks,
who cares?
Coach and Toad Run. Yeah, happy Father's Day to all the fathers in the audience.
Yeah.
And grandfathers.
And grandfathers.
Yeah, that's if Rambling is still around.
He's always around. He's not going anywhere. The earth isn't flat.
The earth isn't flat. No.
The government's lying to you. The government says it's round, and obviously it's flat. All right.
What would happen if it was flat? Like, what difference does it make?
It makes such a big difference. Gravity.
No. But like to them, no. I know what you mean, but like to them, like, who cares if it's flat or circle? Like, who cares?
Flat Earthers care.
Like,
then they would be
know
right.
why.
It's about being right.
Okay, that's the world we live in. Like, people can't just be wrong. It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah.
You tell that.
I mean, you got to hold the L, but I think I'm good.
All right. I think it's time to go. It's almost 8 hours. Jesus Christ.
Jeez. This is going to be interesting to cut up.
Well, you only have to cut up the first part. You don't have to worry about anything on the after party.
Oh, I just mean looking at it on the timeline. You're like, whoa, fuck.
thank y'all for being here. It was a great show. Anniversary, got a lot of arguing going.
It was a good show.
Bob, how was your first day as the permanent co-host?
I have a banging headache.
Isn't it like 7 o'clock for you?
No, it's like 9 o'clock.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Obsessive. Gary says he's going to do a new segment. Let's crank it with Gary.
Let's crank it with
Crank it
Andy.
with Gary. Andy.
Like someone else who cranked it with Gary last time
Yeah.
on stream.
8 hours.
Tony.
Thank y'all for being here. We appreciate it. We love each and every one of you. We wouldn't be here if you guys didn't support us and pay attention to the stupidity that we put on. So I appreciate that. And as always, love, peace, booty grease, America's #1.